All right. We are convening a joint meeting of the Hollister City Council and the successor agency to the Hollister Redevelopment Agency. The meeting is now called to order. It is 6:35 p.m.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, council member.
thank you. I see that we have a lot of people here. I hear that there's people outside waiting to come in. I'm going to request that we acknowledge the youth that are here and allow them if they'd like to get up. And then I'm going to request for the two items that I know there's a lot of people here for to be moved forward. I'm going to request that after the consent agenda, we move forward item E2, which is the status of the emergency purchase of the sewer line repair, and E5, which is the change of the time. Would you honor that request?
What is the will of the council? Like input?
I'd support that change, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any input?
I have no objection.
Okay. So E2 and E5. Is Councilmember Morales on yet? I think we've got consensus. Not yet.
She's not here yet, however, you do already have a quorum.
Okay. All right, so let me just make a note here. So we're going to move these items before public hearing. Is that what we're doing here? After
I thought
consent?
the best time to do it would be right after consent, if
I
that's
think we'll do
okay.
consent first and
Yeah,
just get that out of the way,
absolutely.
and then we'll work on council business E2 and E5. Okay. All right. Councilmember Burns, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Attorney, is there any reportable action from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Okay, well, we're going to start with special orders of the day. We're going to recognize the Hollister High School robotics team. If you guys would like to stand up and come on down here.
Probably the captain. So Fisk and Nathaniel in the middle.
Wow. All right. Yeah. So we have a couple things for you. First, a proclamation, which I'm going to read to you. Recognizing the Hollister High School robotics team number 6884, Deep Space. Whereas the California Park and Recreation Society District 6 held their awards and volunteer recognition breakfast on February 8th, 2024, and whereas at this special event, CPRS honors outstanding individuals for their professional and volunteer contribution to the fields of parks, recreation, and human services, and whereas the Hollister High School robotics team was recognized for their exceptional community service, specifically their dedication to volunteering, and whereas their notable involvement in events like the City of Hollister's annual Halloween trick-or-treat event and Christmas in the Park was highlighted as they received acknowledgement for their significant contributions. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, do congratulate robotics team number 6884 Deep Space and thank them for their contributions to the Hollister community. So, who wants to receive this? All right, so there's a proclamation, and then we've got a little plaque for you as well. Does anyone Anyone want to say a couple words? Do you want to say something? You want to go for it.
Okay. I want to thank the city and the Parks and Recreation Service for supporting us. I also want to say thank you to my team for being good volunteers and good citizens of the city. And then also to everyone in the community that supports our team. So, thank you.
We're going to take a quick photo.
You guys are gonna have to squeeze it. More. Everybody wait and say hi, Mom.
Thank you, you guys. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to item 2, which is a presentation by Marcus Villapando with Scouts BSA. Marcus, are you here?
Can we do a quick second too, so I can call any people that are outside,
Okay.
just in case they're waiting for
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Gotcha.
A few more coming in.
Good evening, Mayor Casey, Vice Mayor Resendez, and City Council. Tina Garza, your Interim Parks and Recreation Director. Boy Scout Marcus Villapando from Scouts BSA Troop Number 455 will present to the City Council about a community-focused Eagle Scout project at Vista Park Hill. Staff asks that the City Council accept the presentation and provide guidance to staff regarding the project, and allow me to introduce Marcus Villapando.
Hello, council. Hello, council. I'm Marcus Villapando. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm a 17-year-old at Hollister High School. I'm a senior. I'm currently a Life Scout, and I'm wanting to get my Eagle project approved. This is the area to be approved. It's right by the barbecue pits, where the roof is at. Where is it? It's by the existing barbecue pit right there, and the surrounding picnic tables. Oh, the picture. the picture didn't load, but it's a more zoomed in picture of the area that needs to be improved. Oh, that's it right there. See the like the dried out where landscaping? That's my project. These are detailed pictures. I want to remove some the border fence. I want to remove stumps. I'm going to repaint the curb. There's the border, it looked like it had fallen. That border right there, there was a border. It has fallen, and I want to replace it and fill it, make it a nice defined line. I'm going to bring in some plants and walnut grinds to make it look more appealing to the baseball park that has been redone. I'm going to use these plants, drought-resistant plants and drip lines. I'm going to tap into the water lines that are existing and run drip lines. It's roughly around 1,600 square feet. It's about 50 plants. The walnut grinds are biodegradable, and all the labor is going to be free through an Eagle project. That's it. Do you have any questions?
Councilmember Resendez, do you have any questions?
Thank you. For staff, first off, thank you for coming up here and presenting this. And thanks for choosing a park in our city to do your project. It's greatly appreciated. I do know that we were working on getting some type of renovation going here. We had funding set aside for it. I just want to make sure that that we're partnering with the Scout to ensure that it's not overlapping, or if it is, we're going to be providing some funding for him. And then I would assume that we're using all of the type of paint that we should be having, and that you're going to approve all of that before we get it done. Yeah, okay, sounds good. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. More for staff again. I just want to ensure that I don't think, I really appreciate the work he's prepared to do, the physical work that takes time, but I don't think he should have to have any out-of-pocket costs whatsoever. And so I assume that it's in our park fund somewhere to offset this. And then I would, what I didn't see is I think there should also be some sort of a recognition for the work done on maybe a plaque or something, because this is not normal. I mean, it is for the Scouts, but we can certainly encourage more of this moving forward. And so some sort of a recognition for him for the work done in the vicinity, I would recommend. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
So I agree, you know, to work out the funding and finances for that. And especially because I know we were talking about handicap parking and all that stuff up there, so I'm sure you guys will work together. How did you pick that?
I was just seeing that the park needed improvements, and I talked to Tina, and she suggested that was one of the projects that needed to be done.
I love that thinking. See a need, fill it. That's Hollister thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Councilmember Morales online? Did you have any questions?
I did. Thank you for the great presentation. Were you
Can you turn the sound up a little?
Native to Hollister or San Benito?
Okay, can you repeat the question, Councilmember?
Yes, if the plants that were going to be used were going to be native to San Benito or Hollister?
Are the plants native that you're planning to use? That was the question.
I think they are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilmember?
I didn't hear the name of the park. I just wanted to know what district that was in, or the name of the park, either one.
Park Hill, Vista Park.
It's Vista Park.
Thank you.
It's Vista Park Hill, it's District 1.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. I don't have any questions, just thank you. Thank you for doing this and for selecting the park to do the work. Appreciate it. we're going to move on to public input. Before we do, I need to address the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption so that the business of the city can be conducted. While the council's more than willing to listen to comments from the public, it must be done at the appropriate time and should be done up at the podium with a microphone so that your words can be heard and recorded properly as part of the meeting. There cannot be interruptions when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling out. If you do so, a warning will be issued to you, and if the behavior continues, you might be asked to leave the chambers. If there's too much disruption from members in the audience, depending on severity, it may be necessary to call a recess, clear the chambers, or even cancel the meeting. I would ask that for your courtesy and cooperation in this regard so that we won't have to take any necessary steps. Thank you.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
Did I miss it? But I thought we had a proclamation for Women's History and International Women's History.
Believe it was put off, right?
Those items are going to go at the next meeting, so Councilmember Morales can be in attendance in person.
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry.
No.
All right, so do we have public input?
Yes, Mayor Casey. The first, just to let you know, we currently have 8 speakers for public input.
All right, we're going to keep it to 2 minutes then because we've got a lot to cover tonight, so.
So the first speaker is Danny Barrera, followed by Rob Bernowski.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I thought I had 3 minutes. 2 minutes is awesome. I can work with that. I'm Danny Barrera. I'm the Executive Director for Jóvenes de Antaño, and I'm just here to bring awareness about our services and our programs. Jóvenes de Antaño has been serving seniors in our community for almost 50 years coming up in 2025. We'll be serving this community for 50 years. We do provide free meals and transportation. Call my office, ask my staff about our programs and services, and we'd love to get you that information. Please send your seniors to our senior center at 300 West Street, at the community center, at the Pauline Valdivia Memorial Community Center. Tonight I'm asking the council if they would consider helping, partnering with Jóvenes and a $3,000 to $5,000 grant that would allow us to focus our marketing efforts to expand our supporter base, to become more sustainable in our efforts in serving our community. So I would ask that you would take that into consideration. Thank you for the partnerships you've already given Jóvenes. Thank you for the support and the community for your support. Our seniors had a great time on Friday at our fundraiser, and we did awesome. It was a lot of fun. We got to meet in these efforts that I'm planning and outreaches I'm working on. We are meeting new seniors that never even heard about our programs and services. This is what I'm working towards. So if you were able to work with me on some of that funding for specifically marketing to reach new donors, new supporters, and especially seniors who need to hear about the programs and services Jóvenes has to offer, please, I ask you, would you consider that marketing proposal so we can focus on reaching seniors who need to hear about our programs and services throughout Hollister. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Rob Bernowski, followed by Lucy Rodriguez.
You'll have to excuse me. I'm hard of hearing, and my eyesight is horrible tonight, so I can't see the clock or hear it. No. So, look, I'm known in my circles for going and attending public meetings and speaking, and oftentimes those contacts are negative, and it's just like being with the police. Oftentimes we think of contacts as being negative. I actually came here a year ago or 9 months ago because I wanted to address Chief Reynoso. But he was out of town or something like that. So because I'm speaking on something else, I wanted to use this opportunity. I don't come in contact with law enforcement very often, but I did maybe 2 years ago, and I wrote a note to the chief, and he had commented later on because I was praising an employee, and I thought that was nice what he said. But then later on, I did have an interaction with one of his departments, and it wasn't a favorable thing. It was minor, but more or less, I complained at a public event, and I also sent a letter. And I just have to say, it was so refreshing that Chief Reynoso sent me a letter, explaining exactly what the issue was and why, and so on and so forth. And I just want to say, I love it when government works, Chief Reynoso. And your department actually, works with, again, when the public has a concern and you're able to address it in an intellectually satisfying way, even though you were pointing out that maybe I'd been in the wrong about something, but I just want to let you know that I do appreciate it, because when government works, we're getting our money's worth. And so when departments do well, we, the public, want them to know as well as our criticisms. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Lucy Rodriguez, followed by Andy Shaw-Corin.
Good evening. I'm here just to make a comment about the time change on the meetings.
I think, isn't that on our agenda tonight? So could you come back when we have that on the agenda? It'll be in a little bit, so, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, to be followed by Carly Robles.
Yes, good evening. I want to talk generally about the issue of democracy and public participation in government. As some of you know, I was a teacher for 30 years, and most of those years I taught in prison, 20 years at Soledad Prison, where I had to convince my students that they actually still had a role to play when they returned to their communities in engaging in community. But a lot of times, our educational system, our government system, rather than welcoming participation, in spite of the fact that they're funded by the public, they're responsible to the public, they're not necessarily always that anxious to welcome the public. Our educational system doesn't actually, in government classes, make most students feel very enthused about participating in public things. It's often a turn-off, those classes, instead of what should be the most exciting class in a democracy. As Lincoln said in the Gettysburg Address, and he said it best, democracy is government of, by, and for the people. And in the case of California, in our Constitution, the legislative powers are actually reserved to the people, very explicitly. That's why we have the initiative, the referendum, and the recall in our government. And so what we do with government officials is we delegate certain decisions unless we're not happy about them. So I just urge you to think a lot as we move forward. There's going to be many issues coming up that really the public has a very vital role to play in all of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, followed by Bella Rosales.
Mine's pretty short. I would like to publicly congratulate Dom Zanger, Colin Kosmiski, and especially Ignacio Velasquez. The voters have made it clear that they want to slow the growth, and they voted for all the candidates that stated that that's what they'd like. Next stop, City Council. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bella Rosales, followed by John R.
Good evening. My name is Bea Rosales, and I'm representing Hollister Guardians. I'd like to ask my fellow Hollister Guardians to stand up while I speak. Mayor Casey and City Council members, we Hollister...
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
they're welcome to stand in the back, but they can't block the view of anybody else.
You can either sit or go to the back of the room so that other people can see. Thank you.
Mayor Casey and City Council members, we Hollister Guardians have lived in Hollister for many years and we care deeply about our community. Some of us have lived here our entire lives. We come here to these meetings to speak on our concerns and to make sure the decisions being made here are just and fair. So we won't be intimidated by our collaboration with Benito Link to fact check us. We will not be silenced by the flyers that you distribute in our neighborhoods to discredit us. We will continue to inform our community about your decisions and how they affect our lives, and that is a promise.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is John R., to be followed by Sam Ramos.
Wow, I'm just all over the place here. Ready to go? All right, good evening, folks. 2024, I think this is probably the first or second time I've spoken this year. Last year was a great year for the people of Hollister. We saw the introduction of exposure of integrity-compromised politicians and their antics. We saw the birth of public solidarity to stand behind the oppressed voice of West Hollister. All wins for the people, your constituents. I would like to congratulate our new county board-elect. Those who ran in opposition to the victors were pro-unbridled growth, and they lost in a landslide fashion. This should send a chilling message to those who support uncontrolled growth and those who sponsor political puppetry. All right, finally, a train has been set in motion, a train of sorts, a train of accountability, a train of scrutiny, a train of truth in politics, a train of true support for the people, not developers. And that train is a-roaring down that track, straight to integrity-compromised politicians near you. Thank you very much.
The next public speaker is Sam Ramos, to be followed by Bridget Bauman Thorpe.
Hi, everybody. I just have three statements to make. I'm not going to take a lot of time. First of all, I am a Hollister Guardian, even though I live on the east side of the city. But I'm a Hollister Guardian, and these are my people. The other point is that I agree with Mr. Ascendis and Kosmicki that there should be a thorough study of the sewer system. I think that's important. And the third point is that I'm really for keeping the time as is, you know. I'm really concerned about that.
We're going to be discussing that at another agenda item.
Okay.
So you are welcome to come
done.
back and talk more about
Okay,
that
thank
then.
you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's
Okay.
all right. Thank you.
That's it. Gracias.
The next public speaker is Bridget Bauman Thorpe, to be followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here as a co-chair for Don't Dump on San Benito. I want to remind everybody, public hearing for the landfill expansion is March 26th. It's a week from now at 1:30. It's very important. It's going to be one of the biggest land use decisions. It's about 483 acres. It's bigger than the landfills in San Jose. And I had a specific question for Roland. And actually for you, City Council, about the leachate. Leachate is garbage juice that comes from the landfill. It's very toxic stuff. And I asked, because the leachate is directly piped into your city wastewater treatment center. And here's my question. Is the leachate tested for PFAS before it enters the treatment center? How is it treated? Is the leachate used as reclaimed water? Used for crop irrigation? Is the pipe from the landfill to the wastewater treatment getting inspected for leaks? And I actually got an answer from David Miriani. Do I say your name right? Miriani, sorry. And it states, it is high county landfill PFAS impact. It's highly likely that PFAS is present in the leachate from the county landfill. the county does not currently do any pre-treatment for PFAS, only hydrogen sulfide. As noted above, the city nor the landfill are not currently required to test or treat for PFAS before there are no violations occurring. So basically, you don't test it for PFAS, so therefore it's not there. I think it needs to be tested for PFAS, and it needs to be adequately treated because it could be used for irrigation. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez, followed by Elias Salinas.
Hello, my name is Julio Rodriguez. I'm also a Hollister Guardian. Just some things I wanted to first off address is I think the primary election, it showed us that this community at large, San Benito County and Hollister, and San Juan Bautista included, we want candidates who are going to respect our environment, our lived environment, preserve our agricultural land. You know, it's really telling because the institutions at large obviously endorsed the established candidates. So it's very telling. I also wanted to address some things from past agenda items, such as we can't afford to build affordable housing. I have the progress report for KB Homes. And like I said, you're more than happy to have this for public record, but adjusted gross profit margin per house in 2023 was about 20%. So KB Homes is making about 20% on each home. I guess my concern would be, is staff providing this information? We say it's not feasible to build affordable housing. Is this small builders? Is this local builders? Because corporations like KB Homes, I think their CEO like $15 million. We need to be addressing these issues, because just saying arbitrarily like, oh, we just can't afford to build affordable housing, it's very clear from their progress report that people are making billions of dollars in communities such as San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Councilman. Just a correction that the landfill would be expanded to 195 acres. The boundaries would be included with outside that parameter, but it's 195 acres for the growth of the landfill itself, where the trash will go. I would like to address to Councilman Resendez regarding the animal cruelty that was discovered a couple of weeks ago, or was it last week? I just want to remind you that as a councilman, you don't order the police department, nor do you order animal control to do their job. They know what to do. You don't need to go out there and make it into a political thing for yourself, just to glorify yourself of what a great sensitive individual you are towards animals. It's too bad you don't treat people the same way. That being said, read the article that was posted on the freelance article, and basically you just continue. You have been censured so many times, and you still continue to provide your animosity towards your fellow council members. It would be really nice that the behavior and the the care and the way you spoke to about the animals that were abused, or there's still an investigation going on, you would say have the same capacity for your fellow council members. You continue with your lies. It doesn't matter that there's facts out there to it, and you just continue and you continue. And just because you say it doesn't make it true, and you kind of are following along on kind of like the Trumpism. You continue with your lies, and people are going to believe it, but we're on to you.
Thank you. All right, no comments from the audience, please. That's a warning.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments for this portion of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Do any members of council have brief questions or comments about the agenda? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item A2.
Okay, we're just asking questions or comments at the moment, brief comments. We'll get to that. Anything, Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Perez? Councilmember Morales, do you have any comments or questions, brief questions?
I did have a question on the C2 for city attorney.
Is it a question?
Yes, question for city attorney.
I can't quite hear. I think so, yeah. Can you ask that question again, the brief question?
Yes, so we, city council provided direction for the guardians on misinformation and asked the city attorney to come back with recommendations, specifically, sending it to the district attorney, filing a complaint with the attorney general's office, a series of questions or recommendations, and that was supposed to come back to council.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Please let her finish. I'm trying to get what the question, what's the question actually?
So the question is, can we appoint someone who potentially might be under investigation as a direct result for risk and liability for the city?
City attorney, do you have a comment on that?
Well, I think that we should pull, I think this item's being pulled, correct? A2.
Did she ask to pull it? I thought she was asking you a question about it.
She did ask a question, but it's going to take a further discussion. So I
Okay.
think the item should be pulled, and I think Vice Mayor Resendez is asking to pull that item as well.
Right, we were going to do public comment and then pull items.
Correct.
So, all right, Councilmember Morales, if you could hold your, we're going to be pulling that item in a few minutes so you can ask your question again and have the discussion. Let's go to public comments on consent items. Is there
Mayor
any
Ca-
public comment?
Mayor Casey, there's no public comment for any of the consent items.
Okay, so Councilmember Resendez, you asked to pull item A2. Any others? Councilmember Burns, any you want to pull?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull A4 and A5, please.
Okay. Councilmember Perez? Okay, and Councilmember Morales, did you have any other than A2 to pull?
No.
Okay.
No.
So, let's see, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of items A2, A4, and A5?
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
second? All right, can we take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
And Mayor Casey?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, then we're going to move on to item A2, ratify appointments to fill vacancies for the Arts and Culture Committee, Parks and Recreation Commission, and Planning Commission. Both Councilmember Resendez and Morales wanted to pull those. So Councilmember Resendez, why don't you start? What was your
Well, can we get a
question?
brief report from the staff on it so that they can know that what we're talking about?
Sure. Who would be presenting that? Would that you? Okay.
Okay, so what we have before you in C2 is ratifying the appointments for 3 vacancies. That would be for the Arts and Culture Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, and the Planning Commission. And so these are all seats for the District 2 appointments. So we did receive applications for each of these vacancies. We did have a resignation on the Planning Commission, and so that would fill that one. That is for Planning Commission, Bea Rosales Castillo. For Arts and Cultural Commission, Carlos Garcia Medrano, and for the arts, I'm sorry, that was for Parks and Rec. For Arts and Culture, Maricruz Ordaz Diaz. And so they've all submitted applications. They were included in your packet, and they're here for your consideration this evening.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
So one question. I've been here quite a while, and I know the answer to this, but I think we should be very clear about this with the public. And you've been for a little while in a capacity as an assistant manager, city manager, and now as a city manager. Have you ever seen one of my colleagues or a city council member here try to block an appointment from an elected official on a commission that's going to be representing the constituents within their district in your time here in Hollister?
Not in my time.
Okay, neither have I. Those are my questions, and I'm prepared to make comments.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and make your comments, and we'll let...
Absolutely.
anyone else- Sure.
Madam Mayor, if I can, I would like for Carlos Medrano to please stand up. Señora Maricruz, ¿estás aquí? Por favor, párase. Bea Rosales, por favor, párase. If you can please stand up. For the first time in the history of Hollister, because of the efforts that the community members of the West Side have done, because we adopted translation services, an AI translation service, we're going to have 2 fully Spanish-speaking commissioners representing the West Side of Hollister, 1 fluent and 1 bilingual. It is within my right to represent a commissioner. There has never, ever been a concerted effort to block a commissioner, and to do it at a time like this when our city is creating history would be an absolute shame. Gracias. Thank you. And I look forward to appointing you tonight with the support of my colleagues.
Okay, Councilmember Morales, you had some questions that you were posing to the city attorney. Did you want to repeat those or ask more?
I can repeat them. Is that something that you need me to do?
I have the question. It's someone under a potential investigation. Can they be appointed to a commission, specifically the Planning Commission? And the Planning Commission rules don't have any bar to that. And I know of no bar under the law.
Okay.
So the answer would be no, City Attorney?
You haven't been recognized, sir.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else, Councilmember Morales?
No. So if I'm understanding correctly, there is no, in terms of risk and liability, the city's okay in terms of making an appointment and defending and the consequences related to the appointment.
Well, there's no rule that allows or that says that if someone's under investigation, they can't be appointed. That doesn't mean that later on down the road, if they've done something illegal or wrong, they shouldn't be removed from the Planning Commission. That's something different. But we have a basic tenet under the law that you're innocent until proven guilty.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Burns, any comments on A2?
Thank you, Mayor. So just a couple. I have to agree with Vice Mayor Resendez that in my tenure, I can't recall the council ever not approving another council member's recommendations for their committees. I'm excited by the bilingual potential for greater communication. We struggle mightily. We've just seen that recently with the housing element, trying to get the community's engagement. And so I'm supportive of it. I don't know how you enforce a rule that doesn't exist. This is the first time I'm hearing about an investigation, whether it be criminal or civil or any of those things. And I think this actually speaks to Mr. Shockhorn's comment about trying to engage the people. And so 100% support moving forward with this based on the past practice and frankly where I think we want to go. So I will support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Perez, what are your thoughts on A2?
In my tenure, I haven't heard of anything close. I've heard a lot of complaints from the vice mayor about my appointments, but I never tried to block it. Do I have concerns about someone that's bad talking, that's giving misinformation out? Moving on to our planning commission? Oh yeah, that's a big concern of mine. We can't even trust what she's saying. How are we going to trust what she's doing inside? That's what I say.
Okay. Well, I understand the concerns. I have them as well, simply because having read the flyers and some of the misinformation put out, about what the city is doing, about what the council is doing, and also the personal attacks, which are unfounded. So I just, I'm not going to stand in the way of the council members' selection, but I am concerned, especially in a position like planning. So that's all I have. So do we want to take a vote then?
Madam Mayor, public comment.
I'm sorry, one more question?
City Attorney, so if someone's not acting correctly, all the rules that apply to this council apply to all the committees and
I don't have those memorized, but there are specific references to your commissions within the council code of conduct, and then of course they have their bylaws, and so we would have to look at those related to specific actions. I can't opine on something that might happen.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if there's something in place, because you know what, our job up here, in case you didn't know it, in case you don't agree with us, either way, is to protect the city. And you know, we are doing our best, and we sacrifice our families, our funds, and our friends to come up here and do all this. And so when we are being disrespected and lies are putting out there, or misinformation is put out there, it is very concerning, because we put in a lot of time, a lot of heart, and a lot of care.
Understood.
I mean, because I care about my community. And, and some of this, and that's why I don't want to see dissension come from inside of our community, our city that we have been building and doing a great job at. Regardless of what anybody thinks, if you've seen it from this side, you wouldn't have a different view. You guys see it from this view. From this view, let me tell you, from where it was, since Mr. Burns and myself have been in, has been great. And before that, it was all chaos and circus.
Okay, I think we should go ahead and do a roll call vote then.
Mayor Casey, we do have one speaker for this item.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yes, we had a card turned in. Elias Salinas. And then we have one online in just a moment.
Okay.
I would like to remind the council that you have a decision whether to appoint or not to appoint. And let me remind you that you have all attended ethics course right after you're elected. You must attend an ethics code. There is common law in the state of California. You must be unbiased in making a decision whether you sit on a planning commission or you sit on a city council. It is against the law to publicly state how you will vote. And this individual has more than enough times publicly spoken and will now have the chance to be seated, knowing you as council members that it is against the law for an individual to be seated that way. So you need to think about this. You may want to pull this item, and you may want to discuss this with your council in closed session, because this is very important, because that individual actually can go to jail. Is that individual risking to do that, and is the city council risking to put themselves in liability? Please reconsider making any vote on this decision tonight and take it up with your council, your attorney, city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carol Lenore. Oh, I'm sorry, she put her hand down. The next public speaker is Carly Robles. To be followed by John Robles.
So I didn't plan on speaking on this tonight, but I'm going to. And I'm not going to yell into the mic like some people do. So this mailer I got in the mail was done with a lot of research and a lot of research behind it. This is true. Everything on here is true. Just because you're friends with Benito Link and they do a fact check doesn't mean that it's not true. there was a bonus for developers in San Juan Oaks. And we did give them a sewer pipe 7.5 times what is needed. We did gift developer Lee access to the sewer because he threw a little fit. And you did silence the voices of the West Side residents. They came here and you wouldn't let them in. But I noticed in the back on the other side were the developers and other people, Elias Salinas, and they were allowed to stand on the back, but all the West Side residents had to be kicked out, so they couldn't talk and voice their opinion. On the other side, rewrite the general plan for developers. That's exactly what you've done. The general plan was wrote with... What?
I'm sorry, please don't call out from the audience.
The general plan was rewritten, and it was rewritten to cut the affordable housing from 20% to 15%. You did expand the sphere of influence for room for thousands of houses to be made. You did make the Hollister residents pay $762,822 to rewrite the general plan to benefit the developers, when even Mr. Burns said, why don't we let the developers pay for it? But no, Mia Casey said, oh, but I feel sorry for these farmers. I feel so sad for them. They want to sell their land.
Yeah, Mayor, this is a, excuse me.
I'm sorry, Ms. Robles, you have to stick to the topic, which is
Yeah.
the appointment of the Planning Commission and Arts Commission, so if you could.
Thank you.
Stick with that, thank you.
My point is, the Hollister Guardians is what's being talked about right now. And what they put out is fact. Just because Benito Link says it's not fact, doesn't make it
Ma'am,
not
you're
fact.
getting off topic. We need to talk about the appointments.
I'm talking about the Hollister Guardians. I don't see any reason why. I just said I don't see
Okay,
any reason why. How is that point of order?
City Attorney, could you weigh in on this, please? What?
Yeah,
how far did we
the
go?
agenda item is specifically dealing with appointments of commission members, and that's what the comments should be tailored to.
I do understand that. But the only words that came out of my mouth was, I don't see why. And you went, point of order.
Okay, look,
You
we're
didn't even
not
know what
going
I
to
was
have
gonna
back
say.
and forth. If you want to finish up, we can let her finish. The time is up.
Mayor, I'd move that we extend for 30 seconds because of all the bantering back and forth. If she has a direct point that she wants to make about the appointments, I would
All right.
like to hear it.
Can we do that, please?
I know
30
that the
seconds.
member of the Hollister Guardians is under question, and she's under question. And I believe in America we are innocent until proven guilty, and she should be let to do her job.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is John Robles, followed by Andy Shaw-Corin. Give me just a second. Okay, go ahead.
All righty. Wasn't expecting to speak on this. Just wanted to say a couple words. I support the appointment, period, flat out. What you saw from the Hollister Guardians or whoever putting out flyers is irrelevant. Be objective, please, and stop playing dirty politics. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin.
Evening again. In terms of appointments, and I thank you, Mr. Burns, for acknowledging that what we're trying to do is to get a community engaged in their government. And essentially, I've heard it said that these people appointed should be unbiased. Now, that is really nonsense. The only unbiased person is a dead one. We all come to everything that every activity that we're involved in with our biases and our histories, our priorities. You know, that's who we are. And I don't see how you could expect anything other than that. Now, Mr. Resendez is obviously going to be appointing people that he thinks represent his communities and their concerns. That's his right. And a person coming to the Planning Commission should come with the priorities that they think are important. All of the candidates, I've met all of them. They all seem to be good people. They all seem to be concerned about their community, and I think they all will bring a valuable perspective to the decisions of all their appointments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez. And while Mr. Rodriguez is coming down, if I can remind all of you to make sure you put your name on your speaker card as well as the item you're speaking for. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll be quick with this because I know we want to get out of here at a decent time. You know, I've said this at the County Board of Supervisors meetings. You know, the whole point of having these appointments come from Roland Resendez or Rick Perez or Tim Burns, Dolores Morales. It's about putting someone who represents that district. And we try, I think politics, we use that word. It's a very dirty and ugly word. You know, we don't want to polarize things. We want to work together. But the reality is land use is inherently political. The people who suffer from the decisions that were made either by this board or by the previous board are the West Side, or in some cases, like the landfill, for example. Now, back on topic. Bea Rosales is my friend. I'm proud to say she's my friend, and I think she's very deserving of this appointment. She's smart. She's taught me many things, and I think that she would be an excellent member of the Planning Commission. You know, someone who's young and coming up. I mean, that's what we need. We need people who are going, you know, we are, you know, with all due respect, Council, we are the future, you know? And I think giving her this opportunity, I think will empower her, will empower the community. How many young girls, women.
Please don't speak out. Thank you.
But I say girls because there are little girls at schools who will look at Bea and say, wow, she is up there representing me. Women girls who look just like her and came from the same background. I mean, that's just, to me, amazing. So whether or not you think, it doesn't matter what you guys think. I mean, just give this person an opportunity. You know, she's not dumb. You know, she's one of the smartest people I've ever met. And it's like you guys aren't even giving her the opportunity to represent her constituents. You know, thank you so much, guys. And yeah.
Those are all the public speakers for this item.
Okay, so
those are all the public speakers for this item.
Okay, so if there's no more discussion, then we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on approving.
You need a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'm
as well.
happy to make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Can we do the roll call, please?
Councilmember Perez? Yes. Councilmember Morales?
No.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
And Mayor Casey?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Morales dissenting.
All right, we're going to move on to item 4 then. This is a resolution of the City Council of City of Hollister authorizing Vice Mayor Resendez to use up to $1,500 of City Council budgeted discretionary funds to provide financial support to SNP Bus for rabies and RCP vaccination and treatment for feral cats, and authorizing City Manager to execute Amendment Number 1 with SNP Bus. Who pulled this item? Was that you, Councilmember Burns?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to better just understand it. $1,500. I don't know if that covers SNP's overhead or not, but I'd like to understand it better. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. So at our last meeting, Vice Mayor Resendez asked for this item to come back. We did have some feedback from the community. So what this is this is just an add-on to the rabies and FVRCP vaccinations. So two reasons the dollar amount is smaller. One, the original request was $3,000, but with discretionary funds, it can't cross over a fiscal year. So what we did is we looked at what the cost would be to add that service in to the remaining clinics that they're contracted for, and that's where that dollar amount comes from. So this is based off their pricing to add that additional service to the work that we've already procured.
Thank you, City Manager. So does that cover their nut?
Can I speak to that? Because I did speak with the gal from SNP Bus, and they are offering at cost because they do in bulk, they're able to get a very low, so they said it wouldn't be more than $300 a month to do it, and if we were to purchase it ourselves, it would be much, much more. So it's at their cost, though.
So that covers so they're budget neutral then on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted clarity on that.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager.
Anyone else have any questions, or do we have any public comment on this?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay. Well, does anyone else have any discussion, or are we ready to take a vote? Does someone want to make a motion?
I'll move to adopt item A4.
I'll second it. All right. Ready for roll call.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
And Mayor Casey?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. We're going to move on to item 5. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing Mayor Casey to use up to $11,500 of City Council budgeted discretionary funds to secure a consultant to develop and facilitate a fiscal year 24-25 City Council goal-setting meeting, and authorizing City Manager to negotiate and execute a contract between the City Manager, City of Hollister, and Sean Spano for these services. So I think Councilmember Burns, this again was your...
It is, and I clearly understand it, but I find myself torn on this because we, at least the three of us, you, the mayor, Councilmember Perez, and myself, are not necessarily guaranteed that we're going to be around in January of next year. This feels like a lot of money, and the timing is very short. And so my counter proposal would be, I would vote for this, but it would be for training that would happen January of 2025 or beyond, because candidly, I mean, our time on council could be very short right now. And so I have serious reservations about the money, even though I recognize it's coming out of your discretionary fund. I just don't, the timing doesn't work for me. Thank you.
All right. Are there, City Manager, did you want to elaborate at all on the item or not?
I do have a comment as well.
Okay, just a moment. Nothing? Okay.
Yeah,
Councilmember Resendez?
unless you have any specific questions, or I could give an overview of the
Okay.
staff report, or whatever the pleasure is of the council.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Burns. I mean, we're talking, what is it, almost $12,000 of the taxpaying citizens' money for what? For us to sit up here and to rubber stamp the policies that the majority of the council wants to have done here. Frankly, if you run for the city of the mayor, position of mayorship of the city of Hollister, you should know what your goals are. And I'm not going to sit up here. I'm not going to take part in it. I'm not going to waste the taxpaying dollars of these citizens to rubber stamp that at this point. I didn't think about it the way Councilmember Burns said, but maybe, yeah, at that time, if we have new people stepping into the position, then that would be the time to do it. But we're a year and a half into this, and if you don't know what your goals are by now, then I don't think, yeah, I just think it's a waste of time, and I'm not going to partake in it, and I don't like spending the taxpaying dollars on stuff that we shouldn't be spending it on. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, yes.
Yes, I think it's an awesome idea. Timing, a little bit off, and I know that, you know what, I want to thank you, Mayor, because you know what, if it's probably not going to pass tonight, but you know what, you're setting something for the future. I think that we need to look farther ahead. I don't know if I'm going out of the weeds or what, but this is important. It's not just about the mayor's view of where she wants to go. It's about the council, because there's districts that are involved here, not just the mayor. So we all coming together to do a team building thing is like a no-brainer. Bad timing? Yes. But you know what, can we set something, I'm asking staff, can we set something up so that, you know what, why not better prepare Hollister and its council and its committees so that we have a goal-setting plan. Because, I mean, we have our goals, but it's like, are we really working together? Can we work together better? How can we make this better? That should be our goal, not to knock each other down. It should be building our city. That's what it's about. So if we have any ideas on that, I'd love to hear something.
Okay. Councilmember Morales, did you have any comments?
I did, thank you, and thank you for putting this on the agenda. So for those of you that work with state and federal government, every jurisdiction normally identifies 3 priorities. And it's not just the mayor's priorities, it's not Councilmember Burns' priorities, it's the city council's priorities. And in order for us to identify those priorities as the city council and put it on paper allows us to advocate for federal and state funding. It also means that we then prioritize those shovel-ready projects so that we can obtain additional funding. And timing is whenever we have it, as long as we have it in writing. And so I think that this is a priority. I would, if we've never done this before, I would pick the option to interview with the department heads as well, so that we integrate as many voices as possible. But this is, I think, for me, essential if we're looking to actually help the city. And this is the city council's priorities, not just one person's priorities. So I'm in full support. And thank you for putting it on the agenda.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to give some comments on this because I would agree with what Councilmember Morales said. Every agency, the county, all the cities around us, they all do strategic planning. That's what this is. It's not about, I like this goal or no, this is working together and working with staff and developing goals and prioritizing them, and that's what drives our budget. So this is precisely the right time to be doing something like this because we set our priorities and decide our roads are top priority. Well, then when it comes to the budget, we may put more in the budget for roads. That's how this works. That's what most agencies do. Now, last year we attempted to do this. It was the same, I don't want to waste taxpayer money on it. And then we didn't have a workshop. We had a 1-hour session at the beginning of a meeting where people came in and said, I want this or I like that. It wasn't working together. It wasn't building a team and or working in tandem with the staff to understand their priorities so that we can build a set of goals. Most cities have, a list of priorities and goals that they're working towards. And it isn't about time of year or whatever. It's getting this in line and deciding what's most important before we set our budget. And it will help drive our budget and it'll help drive what agenda items come before us and what priority they should be giving. It just makes it all work better. So for me, it's a really important thing. I'm putting out my discretionary funds. I'm not asking to take general council or general funds. And to be honest, in our last meeting, we approved $11,000 for dog poop stations. So I think we could at least do that for strategic planning that's going to drive how we do business for the coming year. So that's my comments on it.
Mayor, just to add, I do have the consultant on Zoom available if you have questions. I didn't note that in the beginning.
Okay. Any questions from anyone? Yes, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to bring the consultant up, please.
We did provide in the staff report a pretty detailed report on his background and other clients.
Mayor Casey, council members, this is Sean Spano. I'm pleased to be here and available to answer any questions that you have.
Did you have counsel?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Spano, thank you for being here tonight. Can you tell me typically the timing on these kind of work sessions, study sessions in relation to council board elections? My concern, I don't know if you've copied it or not, but for me, I believe strongly in them, but it's a timing issue for me, recognizing that this council typically goes dark for a month in the summertime, and the reality is most of us on the dais, I don't know, but only 2 are guaranteed to be here come January 1. And so for me, it's more about the timing as opposed to the expense?
Very good. Thank you for the question. Typically, I work with the cities and do an annual priority strategic planning session. So this happens yearly. Typically, it happens in the first part of the year through the spring. It depends on the particular city. In this particular case, what would happen is we would meet. The tentative idea is to have the session, have the workshop in April. You would identify what your strategic priorities are, and then that would carry over through the following year. Yes, it does happen during an election year, but that should not stop a council from continuing to identify what their priorities are. And as you said, there might be turnover on the council, and the next council would then engage in the strategic planning process in 2025, and they would then make their own decision to continue with the priorities that were previously identified, or perhaps they want to make some changes, take some off the list, add new ones on, but it would be the prerogative of the council at that time.
Thank you for your explanation, sir. So typically, does this mean that as a best practice, this should be a practice that should happen every year or every other year? What does
Yes.
it look like from your experience, sir?
Yes, the common practice, the best practice is to do an annual strategic priority session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Perez.
I see here it's like, want to congratulate you on being San Jose State University Outstanding Professor in 2000. But, so out of all these cities that you've came and you've shared your education with, how much progress are they making afterwards compared to I know it's kind of hard to gauge, but you can gauge it by the participation of and the inclusion that happens up on the council and the way business gets done instead of kind of like this. So I guess the question is, I don't even know what the question is. It was more of a comment. I guess I'm asking you, in your experience, after your classes, and I know you're biased because everyone's biased except for me, but unless you're talking football, but we're not going to go there. But so your experience is how valuable is this? I mean, I know this is yours package that you'll be training and selling, but at the same time, what benefits have you seen other cities that weren't benefiting from the coming together and having a goal or a direction that they want to go in? Because I think that seems to be part of the problem up here on the council is that everyone wants to go different directions, and that's great because you know what? That's what makes democracy so good is that everyone's so different. So back to the question. Tell me what's the benefit. Tell me some experiences of what your training has done to help other councils.
Very good. Thank you for that question. So as you know from the staff report, I do come out of I am an academic, a retired academic. I had a 30-year career at San Jose State University in the Communication Studies Department. While I was on faculty, I was also doing consulting work, and I've been doing consulting work working exclusively with local government for at least 25 years. I had a very short stint working in the private sector with some tech companies. Where I want to be and where I feel like I can make the most impact and positive impact is with local government. In my mind, doing strategic planning is very important for a city. It is a best practice. And I would want to differentiate the operations, the day-to-day operations that the city engages in from your strategic priorities. We sometimes use the metaphor of the iceberg. What is above the water are the strategic goals. And those are councils, and as several of you mentioned, these are councils' collective judgment on what the strategic goals are for the coming year that are going to make the best impact and have the most a positive impact on the community. Those are different than the day-to-day operations, and council doesn't really see the day-to-day operations. You're responsible for the budget for resourcing those day-to-day operations, but what your purview is setting the high-level strategy for the city, and those come in the form of goals and objectives. That is your prerogative to set the strategy for the city. Underneath the strategic goals and objectives are work plans, and you're handing off those strategic goals and objectives to staff, and staff, of course, is responsible for implementing those. And so the success of the strategic plan depends on the collaboration between council setting the strategy and then trusting and monitoring staff as they implement those strategic goals. A best practice is staff would update you periodically on the status of those strategic goals, and at the annual next year at your annual strategic priority session, you would get an update from staff in terms of where you are on those goals and objectives, progress that was made, progress that was not made. It's a way, it's another way of you all setting the strategy and then having accountability on staff to implement those strategies. So did I answer your question, council member?
Yeah, you could have gave me the short version, but thank you, though, and I appreciate it. But so, you know what, I would like to see, I mean, Tim, how long have we done this? 4 years, 3-4 years? And we've been wanting to do this. So you know what, I'm gonna go for this because it makes sense. Timing, you know what, he said, it's before budget. It's not about our tenure, it's about the clock that's going on the budget, because that's what it's really affecting. It's not, yeah, we can set some goals, but it's like, they're gonna change them anyways, if most likely. So, you know what, I agree, and I'm gonna go with this because just like I said, we need to make our city better, and we gotta try something, because what we're doing is just being stagnant. Thank you.
Councilmember Morales, did you have any questions for the consultant?
No, I did not. Thank you for the explanation.
All right,
Madam
thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. It's Vice Mayor Resendez. Sir, thank you for your presentation. Were you the same consultant that gave the strategic planning to the City of Hollister before?
For the city of Hollister?
Yeah. Is this your first time working with the City of Hollister?
Yes, this would be my first
Okay.
time working for the city of Hollister.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. I've been on the council for 6 years, and we did do this in January after everybody was elected. So I think that's a great point that Councilmember Burns brought up. And when I took part in this process, they did not say what did the previous council, what were their goals. So I again, when it comes down to it, is it something we should consider for future councils? Yes. Should we be doing it now for this council? No, I don't think so at all. And I'm not willing to support it. Thank you.
Do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have two speakers. One is Elias Salinas, to be followed by Peter Hernandez.
To assume everyone knows what the meaning is, and to say that you don't, whether you might have a turnaround in the council, you don't know. You don't know who's going to be sitting next to you, or the person that's going to be sitting next to you is actually sitting next to you right now. You have 9 months, and as your Mr. Spano has given you, I attend these meetings because they're public meetings with the County Board of Supervisors. And they all sit around the table and they all discuss what's going on, and what nobody is saying that the reason that you want to do this is because my district is more important.
Business plan of the city when it comes down to a strategic plan. I was a part of it, and it actually really did help facilitate a lot of focus when it came to conversations, because every individual supervisor at that point has their own goals, but it really tries to create at the same time, not just with stakeholder input, but it tries to actually guide that board to setting specific goals that ultimately are implemented throughout the year, lined up with the budget, right? That way they're funded, and ultimately as these things are playing out, then you're actually seeing these things ultimately, you're able to track not only the goals of what you had implemented from the initial point of the strategic plan, but it creates a base. There's actually, if you pull up the strategic plan of the County Board of Supervisors, there's certain metrics that they expect. I was actually trying to remember some of them. It's been a while, but regardless, it actually puts you in a really healthy position that anything, even on the agenda, as it gets pulled up, that becomes your guiding document, their strategic plan to anchor every item on the agenda and unify the sentiment of the council to direct them ultimately to make sure that it is lining up with the goals of their initial plan. And because it is a foundation, it actually presents itself for the next council, if it does change, to have a base to build from, right? To basically, it's like a healthy foundation in a home. Then you can, if the house changes, if the windows change, you still have that foundation, and you can ultimately amend it as you go, as you see fit, as the needs of the city change. Hopefully that helped. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Do we have any further comments before we take a vote?
Just like I wouldn't stop anyone's appointment from picking their council, I don't think it's my job, as long as whoever's doing their discretionary funds is doing it the right way, I'm not going to get in the way of them stopping that. And I also support that, we need to get together and find out exactly where we're going. Because what was our goal-setting goals then? They weren't. There was none. So we need to get it done so that we can take care of our city that much better. Stop this divisiveness.
Okay. Well, before we take our vote, I just want to thank you, Mr. Spanos, for sharing your background and the value. I can say that on other agencies, local agencies, like I sit on the Council of Governments, we did do this. It was extremely valuable. It not only helped to make a more cohesive team, but each person had their various perspective, and you bring them all together, and you have a facilitator who helps you to get them organized and figure out what's the most important. And I know we attempted to do this at the beginning of a council meeting. I think we had like an hour to discuss, and we didn't really come up with a lot. Each person had a single thing they were interested in. I did prepare a list because I do believe in strategic planning, but ultimately we didn't come out of it with here's our strategic goals for the year and here's what's most important to us. And to me, that's super important because it does drive, what happens with our budget. It drives, where energy gets put in by the staff. They get a lot of requests, and throughout the year, we're making all these requests. Well, if we don't have a set of strategic goals, how do we know where that fits in the priority and how much energy and time the staff should put into it? So it helps our staff as well at City Hall. So I'm, how I feel. I'm in support. So why don't we go ahead and take a roll call vote?
We do need a
You
motion
actually
in a
need a
second.
motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, we need a motion.
So moved.
I second it.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Morales.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0 with Councilmember Burns and Vice Mayor Resendez opposing.
Okay, I think that's it for our consent agenda. Now we're going to be moving those two items forward from council business. The first is the item 2, which is the status update of emergency purchase sewer line repair at San Juan Hollister Road, 4th Street, and Graff Road. City Manager, did you have the report?
Okay, good evening and thank you. I will be kicking off the presentation. I also have our Public Works Director, William Villa, and Carrie Wagner with the Wallace Group. I'm sorry, I do that every time. She is our technical expert that works with us on water and wastewater. So to start, I wanted to provide a report out as one. I'll just get this part out of the way, that there is a requirement of our city municipal code that does require competitive bidding for all public works projects that exceed $100,000 unless an emergency situation exists. In the case of an emergency, the city manager is authorized to waive advertising and other bid solicitation procedures without regard to the amount limitation or prior approval by the council. The city manager shall, however, report to the city council at the next scheduled council meeting of any emergency purchase that have been made on behalf of the city. And so what I'd like to do this evening is give an update and then provide an update on next steps. So to provide an overview of the repair and the current status of the repair, I'm going to pass it over to William and to Carrie, and then I will talk about next steps, and then we're available to answer any questions that the council may have.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm William Vi, Public Works Director. So I'm going to start with a short timeline of basically how we got to where we're at tonight. In late February, on February 23rd, we hired a contractor to locate an existing line and inspect a manhole that's in the intersection of 4th and Graph, right in the middle of the intersection. And at that time, they located a collapsed pipe with a void above. They continued on February 26th to video the line and the lines around there and the manhole. And then they notified us with video of those lines. They presented us with video of those lines so that we could see the void and the collapsed pipe. Once that was notified, we asked Able Sewer, the contractor, to provide a quote for making the repairs. And the reason that it was an emergency at that time, in my view, was not the collapsed pipe as much as it was the void above the pipe. My concern was more for a collapse of the road than it was for the collapsed pipe. We received that quote on the 29th. In the meantime, received a contract template, a construction contract template from the city attorney, in which I filled out that template, filled in the pertinent information, and then I sent a draft of that agreement back to the city attorney for review on March 5th. On March 6th, and also on the 5th, I requested an update for the insurance requirements for that construction contract, that emergency construction contract, from our insurance provider and risk manager. And I received the insurance requirements back on the 6th and the draft agreement back on March 6th. On March 7th, we got the agreement back signed from the contractor, at which time the city manager signed that and the work began. So once we opened up the street, we realized it wasn't, or the contractor realized it wasn't quite as bad as it looked from underground through a camera. The initial thought was once we opened it up, it might collapse all the way around it, just start falling in the hole more and more and more. That didn't happen. The ground wasn't as saturated with water as we had thought it would be. It was basically dry. They then put a pump and hoses in to bypass that area of the sewer so that there wasn't sewage running through that collapsed line while they were investigating it. Once that was in place, they put in a temporary pipe to reconnect the two manholes. This was between two manholes about 21 feet apart. They put in a temporary pipe, so now the sewage was flowing through that pipe. They continued to excavate around the first manhole that was in bad shape. It's an old brick manhole made out of bricks, so it's been there for quite a while. Once they excavated around that, they removed that. We removed that because there was no need for that manhole. So now the pipe just goes directly from the pipeline to the other manhole, which was then replaced. In the meantime, we found some abandoned gas lines through that area. We had to contact PG&E. PG&E had to come out and inspect those lines. We had to hand dig, the contractor had to hand dig around those pipelines. And then we had to slurry seal, which is a concrete, it's like concrete with sand, around those pipelines so that we could get compaction. We had to wait for that to dry. So where we're at now. Today, they paved half. So they've backfilled, they've made all the repairs. They've backfilled and compacted with gravel and chipped rock, and they paved half of that intersection today. The other half will be paved tomorrow, and the project will be completed.
Okay, thank you, William. So just to add to what William had mentioned, there was the State Water Board was informed of the leak, and per our protocol, we followed the SSMP, that's the Sanitary Sewer Master Plan protocol, as required by the State Water Board. As far as next steps, we had received requests as part of the ongoing issue with odor concerns in that area to look at, an investigation, to do workshops in the area. In working with the team, we will be working to secure a third-party consultant to help advise the team, as well as to host the community input, kind of a town hall session to go back to what you had requested before. And so that can basically, with that third party, they'll be able to evaluate the work that we're already taking on underway with the CIP projects that we spoke about and got permission to do, the vault and the
Some more manholes
yes,
downstream.
the downstream manholes, excuse me. So we're working on that, and that will be something that I'll have to get a third party on, but we will be doing that as well. On March 11th, we did have a discussion with environmental health as well, and I've received a report back earlier today from them, just confirming the meeting, and I have just put a follow-up to them asking if there was any additional steps. Their email did not indicate any, and I just have asked for confirmation on that from the Environmental Health Department. We do have Miss Wagner here with us if you would like to ask her any technical questions about the leak, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Vice Mayor Resendez, do you have questions?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. The consultants that came out here to fix the pipe that was broken, are they environmental geologists? Are they environmental scientists? Or do they specialize in fixing infrastructure such as this?
They specialize in fixing infrastructure such as this.
Okay. There was a comment made in a paper that said this is not what's causing the odor of the west side.
Right.
Can we, and I believe you made that comment, do you have factual information to back up that statement with 100% certainty saying this is not the cause of that odor? Or were you misquoted in the paper?
Well, you can almost never say 100% certainty, but this collapse was all underground. So it was covered. Once we started excavating, we went 18 inches down, we found another roadway. So the old roadway that was there, pavement, sub-base, base, there was another complete roadway under there that a new roadway was just built on. So essentially you had two roadways over this void that was under there in this collapsed pipe. So for that sewage that was flowing through there to make it through, to cause any odor issues, unless you're standing directly over one of the manholes, it's highly unlikely in my opinion. I'm not an environmental geologist either, but in our investigations out there, we weren't overwhelmed with odor when we got to those manholes.
And if I could ask Ms. Wagner to also give her opinion, because we did consult with her as well.
Sure, thank you. So typical sewer odors come from wastewater that has been in your sewer collection system for a long period of time. It typically comes from either also wastewater that is mixed considerably and it becomes odorous or becomes airborne. The sewer break was in a line that has very few services behind it. And that sewer line, based on information from city staff, was that that line was continued flowing. So that line is not a source, a typical source of odor control or odor for a sewer system. Now, that does not mean that there's not odors further south, downstream of that manhole, but this particular break is not the source of sewer odors in your sewer collection system.
Thank you. Ms. Wagner, is your firm or your agency not the same one that's working to get the hookups for San Juan Oaks?
We are not working for San Juan Oaks to get the hookups for them, no.
Did you do work on the project to get?
I worked on behalf of the city to review the contracts on behalf of the city, the agreement for San Juan Oaks, but I have not worked for San Juan Oaks,
How about San Juan Bautista hookup?
Nope, in the same capacity, I was working for the city of Hollister as a representative to review your agreements on the technical side.
And then how about Pacific Scientific that's going to connect through San Juan Oaks?
Pacific Scientific has hired Wallace Group to evaluate their wastewater collection system, of which we have proposed multiple opportunities for them to construct new wastewater treatment facilities on their site, as well as potential options to connect to the city of
And
Hollister.
before you contracted with the city of Hollister, worked with the new city manager or with this new council, did you disclose that to them before or after the approval for San Juan Oaks was done?
The previous city manager is the one who authorized Wallace Group to work for for Pacific Science, and I have notified city staff of that working relationship and reaffirmed that with the city manager after that connection time.
Good.
As I was understood that he was not aware of that
Okay, that's what I understood too. So thanks for being forthcoming with that.
Mhm.
Collection study. What is a collection study? This is what you specialize in. Explain that to me in layman terms and to the citizens. What's a collection study?
Sure. I want to do one clarification from your city manager, and he referenced the sewer system master plan. So the actual regulatory compliance document is a sewer system management plan. There are two different documents. So a sewer system management plan is a requirement by the Regional Water Quality Control Board on all collection systems throughout the entire state of California. This regulates the rules and requirements that your agency must abide by in terms of monitoring and reporting, your inspection process, your permit to operate your facilities. It is the sewer system management plan. There are very specific timeframes of when you have to prepare them. It's every 5 years with audits every 2 years. Those have been completed by the city staff and consultants. Wallace Group has prepared your SSMP. That SSMP identifies, again, your procedures for monitoring and reporting, spill estimation, a variety of regulatory compliance requirements. It's a very long document with your contacts, when to contact different agencies. There is a separate report that is also a component of your SSMP, which is your sewer collection system master plan, or capacity, as they call it now, sewer capacity analysis plan. And essentially that is the analysis that evaluates the capacity within your sewer system to ensure that you are keeping capacity with existing development and future build out. Wallace Group prepared your sewer master plan in 2019. The update was in 2019. We prepared one back in 2013 as well somewhere. Don't quote me on the exact dates. We did one back then. We did an update in 2019, I believe it was. And so that master plan identifies capital improvement projects recommended based first on priority 1 being any existing deficiencies. Those are deficiencies that are within your collection system based on existing uses. There are then future development also impacts that if any future development that we've evaluated, those impacts as well on the sewer system.
I guess what I'm getting at, I'm going to make it real simple. What studies can we do to ensure that our pipes aren't broken?
Sure.
What have we done? Are we in compliance with that? Is there something that we can do to make 100% certainty that we know what the pipes, in particular the sewage, the water pipes look like underneath the roads?
Sure.
Karen, if I could interject
Yeah.
for 2 seconds. Just in pulling from our website, the sanitary sewer collection system master plan update.
Thank you.
March of 2018.
2018, thank you. So a sewer master plan has two different components. There is a hydraulic capacity analysis, which we use a modeling program to evaluate the capacity. There is also physical inspections, which is actually how this inspection or this broken pipe was identified. And that is through CCTV inspections. So as part of the SSNP, all agencies are required to conduct CCTV inspections, and they provide, as part of the SSNP, a program that they put forward to inspect the collection system over some period of time, be it 1 year, 2 year, 5 years. It's your determination as a city agency to determine what that regulatory or what that CCTV inspection. So it's based on financial budget, it's based on capacity. We work for a variety of municipalities who have a number of different methods on how they do that. Some do it in-house with in-house cameras and inspection and staff. Some will hire out CCTV contractors to do a more expedited version of that.
I understand. And my understanding is that our cameras were broken and that we were doing maintenance, as is just described by Ms. Wagner. We were using someone else's cameras, and that was what determined it, is because we were doing maintenance. Is that correct?
Correct. We have been having issues with our cameras for at least a year and a half. Since I started here with the city, we've been having problems. We're getting very close. We've got, it's contained in a trailer. It has generators, computers, air conditioners, all of that. We got all that fixed. Now we're having problems with the camera. We do have a stormwater camera that we use to inspect the storm system, but it's a larger camera, so it can't get down into the smaller pipes. And when we use the stormwater camera for sewer, then we have to sanitize it afterwards before we can use it in the storm. So we try not to use it, but we are able to use that in the larger pipes. But to answer your question, yes, we hired a consultant to come inspect this because our camera was down.
And then, Ms. Wagner, thank you for your memo about the landfill leachate. I hope I'm saying it correctly.
Leachate.
Leachate. Do we know if the pipe that was broken has leachate from the landfill going through it?
No, it does not.
It does not.
Nope.
So the leachate from the landfill goes on Bridgeville. It doesn't go across the street, because my understanding is everything in the city of Hollister goes down Bridgeville.
So my understanding is that this 8-inch line comes across 4th Street to, is that the gas station or?
Yes, this sewer line only serves the gas station. I forget the name of that gas station. Stop and Save, that gas station. And then there's a couple of properties directly south of this intersection that have warehouse-type buildings on it. There are laterals that come from each of those that feed into this line, and that's it. All of the leachate and the rest of the sewage that comes from the city, there's a 36-inch line on the north side of 4th Street, off of the street in that vacant lot. There's a 36-inch sewer line there that brings down everything else from the city.
Good to know. When's the last time we checked that with cameras?
That's a little bit more difficult to check with cameras because it's a large pipe with a lot of flow, so it's really hard to camera when there's flow in there. So we haven't inspected that with cameras. I couldn't tell you the last time we have, but we have been out there in the past week, opening manholes and inspecting at least the manhole and seeing what the flow is like in that line.
Very good. The third-party consultants, are we going to have scientists? What are their qualifications? Why are we hiring the third-party consultants? And who are they to do the work that we need them to do to get to the bottom of what the odor is?
So I've made recommendations. There's nothing been approved or presented to city staff at this point. So Wallace Group is the consultant on board to assist with the sewer improvements that are happening at the siphon, as well as the sewer main, the sewer manhole replacement on the frontage road, and some other sewer upgrades. One of the proposed recommendation is there is a operations firm known as Fluid Resource Management, or FRM for short. that are located out of San Luis Obispo, whom Wallace Group does a lot of work with. They are operators, wastewater and water system operators. And they know and understand. They have offered, or through obviously with a contract, to come out and do some site inspections with city staff. My recommendation is that prior to that is that we hold a workshop and have the community come, and I can listen to the community, find out where the community is that is having the smells, the odor control issues, where we can try and pinpoint it. Is it a certain time of the year? Is it every single day? Is it nighttime? Is it daytime? What are the conditions? Because a lot of the information that's been transpired to me has been anecdotal. And so I'm really very much interested in understanding, because unless I don't understand it, I can't fix or help fix the problem. So with the engineering work that I can do, along with an operator that I've worked with in the past that understands wastewater systems, understands where hydrogen sulfide is generated, where we might have some issues, those two combined knowledge base can provide us with some good first steps, hopefully some low-hanging fruit options that we could help to rid some of this odor conditions.
Thank you. So I'm just going to run it back the way I understood that. You're going to be the third-party consultant.
No.
You're going to work with the people from San Luis Obispo.
I am going to present a contractor to the city. It is going to be their decision to hire the consultant or not.
Got it. And then we're going to have workshops with the people on the west side. Well, it's everywhere, in District 2.
Mm-hmm.
It probably crosses that border as well. We're going to have workshops. We're going to gather information. My biggest concern, I know I'm asking questions, but I want to get this out there, is that there is something else going out there that is not just low-hanging fruit. That we have a break, we have a potential environmental safety hazard, and I really think that we need to partner with whoever the powers may be to get to the bottom of that with 100% certainty. And I know I'm not asking questions, I'm asking questions now, but you reminded me of that, so thank you. And then environmental health, it sounds like we've done everything we were supposed to do with them and the water board, but what else can we do to partner with the county? What else can they help us with? Because the city of Hollister is also, that part of it overlaps with District 2. So I would imagine that the county is willing to partner with us and cooperate to serve the constituents on that side. So I would urge for you to reach out to them and see what can be done in that sense. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple additional questions. I want to go back to the actual break that led to this being agendized. So first of all and foremost, thank you to the Public Works Department, thank you to the City Manager's Office and the City Attorney's Office for working on this thing diligently to solve a problem. I'm amazed. Again, this is great interaction amongst departments, and I appreciate it very much. It did not go unrecognized. With regards to the break, there was a collapse. Was it determined what was the cause of the actual collapse?
No, we don't know exactly what the cause was. We don't know if the pipe collapsed in first. And just for some clarification, the bottom half of the pipe, I say half, just estimating, was intact. So the top is what was missing. So we don't know if the pipe collapsed in first and then the ground started falling in over it, or if the ground started falling in and broke the pipe and pushed the top of the pipe into the bottom of the pipe. It's really impossible to find that out for sure. That's basically.
How old was that pipe estimated to be? How many years?
I think it was
centuries?
a clay pipe, so 50, 60, 70 years old.
It was clay pipe, which is it was clay pipe, and clay pipe is a common pipe that was installed in the 1950s and 60s, which is a lot of time when a lot of the city was constructed, especially in that area of the city. So it's not an uncommon failure for cities to have that kind of failure. Clay pipe is brittle. If it gets a hairline fracture, it will collapse.
Okay. And so what's the life expectancy of a clay pipe?
Clay pipe, if gone undisturbed, can actually last quite a long time. But unfortunately, most times with earthquakes and so forth, clay pipe gets disturbed. So typically, we would probably say around the 50 to 70 year range, which is likely reaching your useful life of clay pipe.
Right. So at some point, I think we've got a much bigger issue here to address. And so how much of the city of Hollister has clay pipe?
That's all contained in our sewer system management plan. I printed a portion of it, but I'm not sure I printed that page. I think it's fair in the front, pretty close to the front.
Do you want me to look it up?
I can move on to a couple other questions if you want. Well,
okay.
So there was a specific amount of pipe that's been replaced, if I understand things correctly, right? So what was done to shore up on both ends to ensure that now where we've got new pipe, that we don't have the same thing happen to the pipe that connects on both sides?
So we went a little further than what was actually collapsed, because we removed a little further upstream, because we removed a manhole, the old manhole that was in place. We removed that, so that's beyond where it was collapsed. And we didn't go all the way back. That line actually begins at Line Street, but nobody's connected upstream of that gas station. So we didn't go all the way back to the gas station. We can inspect that line and determine if it is clay pipe and probably schedule that for a replacement. It does serve 2 sewer laterals. It's an 8-inch line, so I think it may be a little bit larger there, but it doesn't have a lot of flow. But that could be. Did you find it? Oh, I'm sorry. So it could be that we need to replace that line so that doesn't collapse. The section that we replaced, we replaced with HDPE. It's basically very thick, very strong PVC pipe that I don't even know what the life expectancy on that is, like forever almost. It's
I
you know,
won't
it's
worry
like
about
plastic.
that. I won't be around.
No.
So.
And then the other manhole, the one that we didn't remove, we replaced. So we have a brand new manhole there, and then we have this new section of pipe going back to the pipe. We did inspect upstream of there and didn't find any other breaks.
Okay. All right. It seems. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Just to clarify, the sewer system management plan does not call out, it calls out your length by sizes, but it does not call out your system by pipe material. So if you would like to know that answer, I can follow up with the city staff afterwards and provide that information tomorrow.
Right. I think that would be helpful for a bigger, broader discussion of where we go from here because, well, I'll save my comments. Just a couple other questions and I'll move on. We have a plan to video the lines citywide, but as I understand it, the terminology is CCTV, and we have problems with the cameras, and the cameras have been problematic for a year and a half or so. And you've been here how long now?
Year and a half.
Year and a half. So there's something you inherited. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What do those cameras cost? What's the price on those?
So the camera itself is anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 for the camera. One of the things that I'm going to include in this budget cycle that we're in now is an entirely new system with a van. So it's all self-contained in a van instead of having a trailer that we have to hook up. And that, depending on the options, the top of the line is about $500,000 and starts at about $300,000 to about $500,000. We did have about 8 employees. This is part of the sewer system management plan also. About 8 employees certified under NASCO. I updated the council, I think that was about a year ago. So they went through this training and learned how to inspect the pipes, how to call out the deficiencies that they found in the pipes through a camera. We also have software that records all of those things, and then They can call out all those things, and then we have a report at the end of it that says this section of pipe from manhole number 1 to manhole number 2, and then it calls out all the deficiencies, or if there's no deficiencies that it's in, and then they learned how to rate those through that association. So that's part of the plan that we worked on while we were trying to get the cameras operational. The last step is to have an operating camera that is reliable, because we have had our camera operational, but only for 3 or 4 days, and then it breaks, and then something else breaks.
So I guess my concern is, well, I guess my question, you said we have 8 people that are trained in how to do this?
Yes.
Are they still all employed with the city?
Yes.
Nice. It sounds like the price of the cameras is really insignificant in comparison to the problems they could prevent by being proactive in this regard. And so I really will look forward to your, and I presume you said the budget. So you're talking about this budget coming up,
Yes.
this current budget that we're going to be discussing.
Yes.
Okay.
And as soon as if this purchase is approved in there, July 1, I start working on making that purchase. So.
Can we do this sooner? I don't see, to me, I think, why would we wait?
Yeah, we could certainly look at it sooner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you guys very much and what you've done to make us better. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, questions?
How much more, I mean, I know you've only worked here for a year and a half, but with your previous experience, and it's like, Hollister's, the ground's moving, correct? A lot. Mm-hmm. So we have a lot more breakage in pipes than normal. And we have old pipes. So it's like, and I just want to, I guess it's, what the question is there any other type of different common practices that might be implemented instead of just, I mean, not just repairing as we go along? Because that's pretty much how we're going to have to do it, because there's no way just to tear up the whole town and just replace pipes.
So that's part of what the inspections is for, to
Yeah.
identify the worst areas of the city.
Correct.
And then you address the worst ones first, and then as you go, you get down to where it's as we replace these old clay pipes with the new HDPE pipe, we're going to see a lot fewer problems. And these are different than water lines. Water lines are under pressure, so those could have just a weak spot, and then the pressure makes them break. Almost all of our sewer lines are gravity sewer lines, so they're just flowing through gravity, so it's not under pressure. It's the material that they're made of, and then if the earth moves enough, even the HDPE pipe's going to break. But I just hope that doesn't happen anytime soon. But.
So I wanted to thank you for all the information and stuff too, but also for the staff getting out there and handling this, because this is a major artery coming into our city. And kudos to staff for handling it. Thank you.
Yeah. Councilmember Morales, did you have questions?
No questions. I think my colleagues asked a lot of the questions I had. I did want to thank staff and William and just his team. I know that there was a lot of concern in terms of what was happening, and so thank you for providing the detailed report on it. I have comments, but I'll do that later.
Okay, thank you. So I had a whole list of questions, and about half of them were answered, so I'm going to try to skim through so we don't ask the same ones over again. So I just want to get this out there. So do you feel that pipe break was due to excessive sewage flow?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So we talked about the pipe being from like 50, 60 years ago, and we know that it's very common for older pipes they become brittle. So the section on, this was under 4th Street, and the section that collapsed was part of the street, right? Did you notice any collapse beyond the street area at all, or?
No, and the street never collapsed.
I don't mean the street collapsed. I mean the pipe that was collapsed was under the street, right?
Yes. About 15 feet down.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, 4th Street used to be our route in, our Highway 156 or whatever, and we had a lot of truck traffic then. Is the heavy traffic, does that tend to cause issues with the pipes? Can it?
I mean, I could let Carrie speak to that. Yeah.
Sure.
She's the expert.
So the pipe being 15 feet down, that clay pipe has the loading capacity and the bearing capacity to handle that truck load from it. I would not, I mean, excessive loading over time, I mean, you're talking 50, 70 years, the pipe broke. So again, clay pipe is infamous for having these kind of failures. So and it's one of the reasons why we do not use it for current practice, for current installation.
Thank you. Okay. So one of the things that I had heard suggested out there was that by one of our council that there hasn't seen any pipe breaks in the past 6 years. So I was looking through the sewer management plan, and I know there was a sewer audit in 2021, and I know that was presented to council, and didn't it identify, there was like a chart that talked about the number of breaks between 2010 and 2021, and it looks like there's several categories.
Considers a spill. The wastewater was still contained in the pipe. It did not reach the surface. It did not reach any bodies of water for contamination. Okay. And so per your SSMP, those due to those definitions, it was not a reportable event.
Okay. And so there was no risk to housing. There was no risk to our drinking water. Okay. I just want to make that clear because that was kind of put out there as well. And I know I got a lot of calls from folks and contact about people being frightened over their drinking water being contaminated, but there was no risk of that.
And just to clarify also your drinking water comes primarily from West Hills Water Treatment Plant, as well as from groundwater wells. I don't know what was inactive at the time, but your groundwater wells are all located down closer to the high school. And the groundwater, just to put everybody at ease, but the groundwater basin flows from south to north. So the predominant direction of flow of your groundwater basin, the same direction as San Benito River. So if for some reason, which I'm not saying there was, if there was a wastewater spill underground in the groundwater basin, your wells are way further south and would not be contaminated by any wastewater spill in this area of town, nor would it impact your water treatment plant from West Hills or LaSalle.
Thank you for clarifying that, so folks know. The other comment that I had heard was to the effect that this was kind of a patch job. Would you consider what the work you did to be a patch job, or?
Well, it's not a patch job for what we repaired. Now, we didn't repair the entire line. The entire line is half a mile to a mile long, but we didn't just patch the part that was broken. We went beyond. We replaced a manhole that didn't necessarily need to be replaced, and we removed one that was no longer useful. So this section that has been repaired is good for, barring anything unforeseen, for the life of the pipe, 100 years, and the life of the manhole, 30 to 50 to 70 years.
Thank you. So I just wanted to reiterate too, so the sanitary sewer management plan, I was very curious to read this document. I wasn't around when it was presented in 2022 to the council, but it talks about all the different work. So, I mean, the whole point of it is to monitor flows, to look for, and evaluate the system. So we do have a system in place that is monitoring and constantly checking, and you have a staff of how many did you say that does this kind of work?
We have 9 maintenance workers, a lead worker, and then a utilities supervisor who oversees 2
Great.
other divisions.
Thank
too.
you.
So.
And my question was going to be about the CCTV cameras, but I am in full agreement with Councilmember Burns. If we have sewer system funds, I think this is definitely something to upgrade and your van and all of that. So I'd like to see that come sooner than later. And I think with that, we're done with questions. So why don't we take public comment now?
Mayor Casey, just so you're aware, we do currently have 12.
Okay, we're going to do 2 minutes
online.
then per person. Thank you.
The first public speaker is Catherine Sanchez, to be followed by Bella Rosales.
So who do I give my, I made comments. Can I give them to you? My name is Catherine Sanchez. I'm a resident I live in District 1, and I'm a Hollister Guardian. Regarding the sewer collapse at 4th and Graff, what was the estimated size of the spill? How much wastewater spilled from the collapsed pipe? Does Hollister suspect there are additional sections of pipe at risk of failure? Is there anything infectious present at the broken sewer line? Is Hollister in compliance with state or federal regulations regarding this sewer spill? And then in general, the sewer collection system challenges, I hope that's considered still on point for this item. How many miles of sewer collection pipes flow into the waste treatment plant? What inspections are being done of the sewer collection system? Who has a map of the sewer collection system pipes with their age or condition marked? How much has Hollister invested in the last few years to repair the sewer collection system under our streets? Describe to the residents the sewer collection system inspection and repair program done by Hollister. What are the highest priority sewer collection system challenges faced by the city of Hollister? Then a general question that I think was answered, but is the storm water pipe system separate from the sewer pipe collection system, or is it the same? Thanks.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bella Rosales, followed by John R.
Hi. Again, I'm here to represent Hollister Guardians. We're extremely concerned about the recent break in the West Side sewer line. We don't know how long it's been in the state of disrepair, which means the sewage systems aren't being monitored on a regular enough basis. This is made even more concerning by the fact that several of you voted last year to add additional hookups for thousands of houses to our sewer system in Cielo Vista, Fairview Corners, and San Juan Oaks. If we haven't been adequately monitoring the sewage system as it is now and continue to add more sewer hookups, that's just another disaster waiting to happen. We need a detailed, independent study of Hollister's sewer system before we add any additional hookups. It's the only logical way forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is John R., to be followed by Carly Robles.
Okay. Hello again. Council members, it sounds like you have a big problem with respect to the sewer, and an expensive one, and from what it looks like, a preventable one. How did we get here? I have a lot of questions about that. Changing gears, I saw a recent commentary in the Hollister Freelance where, Mayor, you indicated that Mr. Resendez was the source of the problem by not getting out in front of this. The truth is the mayor, as Bea has indicated, has spent much more time in an effort focusing outside the city limits to appease developers, not the folks whom put you in office to perform for them. With respect to the city infrastructure, you have failed to take responsibility for this problem. You are at the top of the food chain. You own this. Mr. Resendez, I would venture to guess that if you were to turn around, we might see some tire tracks on your back, courtesy of the mayor throwing you under the bus, rather than focusing on mitigation of the aged infrastructure inside the city limits. I would suggest that an independent investigation or audit on the implementation of recommendations issued in September with respect to deficiencies found with the maintenance processes be carried on. Where are we with that? Did you hit the ground running with that? Again, this is a matter of focus. At minimum, you can explain why the problems we are seeing have materialized when, in my opinion, this could have been mitigated immediately after taking office. Mayor, you own this. Please stop pointing fingers and focus on taking care of your constituents. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, followed by Mary Shaw Corin.
All right, I want to talk about the sewer system maintenance plans audit from 2022, September 2022. They found in the sewer lines, and this is verbatim, the city SSCSMP identifies 6 areas of existing collection and conveyance system that are capacity deficient under existing maximum flow conditions, and 9 areas of existing collection and conveyance system that will be capacity deficient under future build-out conditions. As we have recently been reminded, our sewer system is in very poor health. Now I want to talk about fog, fats, oils, and grease being put into our sewer system. The city is supposed to have public education on this. Fog has been identified as a historical cause of sanitary sewer overflow and maintenance issues. The city does not even own or operate a fog disposal facility. The city is supposed to communicate to the public about what they are going to do to handle this through social media or through flyers, any way they can. I've never even heard about fog until I recently have done my own research today about it. I want to know how restaurants are being educated about fog, considering it has been identified as a historical cause of sanitary sewer overflow and maintenance issues. This is a huge concern regarding the fact that we will now be taking in sewage from San Juan Bautista, San Juan Oaks, and many more places since you, Mayor, have extended our sewer system outside of the city limits. I'm very concerned what our future of our sewage system will look like, especially for our West Side residents. This is an injustice, and we will not forget. I want an independent study of the complete sewer system to see what it can handle, especially before we expand it. Some of these pipes are 100 years old.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mary Shaw Corrin, to be followed by Andy Shaw Corrin.
I want to also follow up with some more comments. I was looking at the city's sewer system management plan. It's actually, I think the latest is September 2022, so more recent than the 2018. And it includes an audit report by the Wallace Group, and it identifies quite a few deficiencies. So I think just the mere existence of having this plan, as Mayor Casey has mentioned, is not really sufficient. It identifies a lot of problems or deficiencies, as the previous speaker mentioned. I was going to just point out a few. One of them is actually the fact that there's not enough record keeping of sort of maintenance, those types of things. You know, I didn't want to go into all the details. That was discussed at great length by the Wallace Group. Carly already mentioned the fact that it identified several areas of deficiency. In fact, it had a map that showed quite a few pipes that are kind of the weak points, so to speak, of the system. And my question is, has the city staff investigated that? I mean, just having this is not sufficient. The audit identifies, you know, ongoing lack of record keeping. It also talks about the lack of communication. You know, there's supposed to be a communication program to the public. And as Carly mentioned, it talks about social media, you know, outreach. I did notice at the last break that we had, it took over a week for us to find out anything. So, you know, the communication just doesn't seem to be quite there. So I'd suggest looking at this plan. Thank you very much.
The next public speaker is Andy Shaw Corrin, to be followed by Pete Munoz Cowan.
Yeah, I was here during the earlier discussions about extending sewer service to areas outside the city, and I think it was mentioned by a number of folks that you had an aged system with infrastructure put in a long time ago that had the potential for not being able to handle all this additional load. And it's clear that that is the case, that, you know, it's not your fault you've got an aged system, but it does raise issues about whether you're building on a foundation that's inadequate. You know, we kind of try to argue based on metaphor. If, you know, people think about it, you don't add additional stories to a house when your foundation is termite ridden. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. And this system in this city is old. It's very, as pointed out, we're very seismically active. We've got wet soils. We've got a system that's subject to failure. And before we overburden it further, we should do a lot more work at upgrading it and at evaluating it before we rush to go ahead and just put more people on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Pete Munoz Cowan, followed by Jasmine Castillo Rosales.
I don't see Pete here.
The next public speaker is Jasmine Castillo Rosales, followed by Fallon Grieg.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Castillo Rosales, and I'm a proud Hollister Guardian. I stand before you deeply disappointed and frustrated at the continual neglect of the residents of the West Side by a majority of City Council. For far too long, we have raised our voices, pleaded, and begged for something to be done about the horrendous stench emanating from the sewers that infiltrates every part of our lives. On hot days, we are forced to choose between opening our windows for ventilation or keeping the smell out. This is not a choice any of us should have to make. I want to extend my sincerest gratitude to Roland for being a true advocate for our community, for standing on the side of the people, and for tirelessly striving to do what's best for us. His dedication shines brightly, and we are indebted to him for his unwavering support. My friends, my neighbors, my fellow residents, I stand before you today not just disappointed, but utterly devastated by what has been uncovered by the recent sewer study. How could the City Council majority turn a blind eye to the suffering of their own constituents and wait this long for the problem to get this bad? And yet, in the midst of this crisis, we hear talk of more houses being built, more strain on an already fragile system. It is madness, pure and simple. We cannot continue to expand when our foundation is crumbling beneath us. My friends, it's time for us to rise up, to raise our voices in unison, and to demand the action that is long overdue. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Fallon Grieg, to be followed by J.W. Payne.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Fallon Grieg, and I'd like to take a minute to give a shout out to Roland. Roland, you were the first to alert me. I don't live in the West Side, but I am interested in what happens in the city that I live in. You were the first to alert me on and residents on the West Side and the public at large about the massive sewer leak. You kept on top of the situation, informing the public on what actions were taken to contain and repair the leak, and I applaud you for your diligence. I know I can always rely on you to give me the information about what is happening. Thank you so much for the job that you do.
The next public speaker is J.W. Payne, to be followed by Tom R. Brewster.
I'm going to be quick. I'm not here as a candidate for state assembly. I'm actually here as a citizen of this town. I'm going to talk about two things because I got to go to work at 4:30 in the morning. First thing is the sewer. We need to do a moratorium. I remember in the 90s we did it. I know it's something you guys don't like to hear that, but we are building too much on the sewer. Okay, we need to think about what is flowing down, and it's going to get worse. Second thing that I was going to do, and I got my time, so I want to go ahead and take it. 6 o'clock. Where's it at? 6:30.
I'm sorry, but we can't talk about the time of meetings.
I'm going to bed.
I'm
going to
know,
bed.
But this
so
is
6
the
o'clock
agenda item
is
for
not
the
going to
sewer
work.
only, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll stay.
The next public speaker is Tom R. Brewster, followed by Colin Kosmicki.
Hi, I'm Tom Armbruster, Hollister resident. I get up at 3 a.m. as well. So, yeah, don't change the time. This whole plumbing situation has been a problem for years. Years. That was the prior administration and the current one for over a year and a half. Speaking of strategic planning, it should have been at the top of the list day one when you came into office. I sympathize with the manager who has adopted a department that's deficient and on, and with the lack of updated equipment, he needs a budget. So when he asks for what he needs, hopefully he'll get it. Hopefully that'll make Benito link. I'm a commercial plumber myself. I don't work in public works. I don't pretend to know all the ins and outs of public plumbing. But I have had some experience in service. And you can't just look at public plumbing. You got to look, or you just can't look at public works plumbing. You have to look at how the public laterals are designed. I know for a fact, well, this is an old city, and some of these lines are very shallow, and they run for great distances. We're talking hundreds of feet, and some of them are damn near close to the surface, and they're old. So I would be concerned about anybody doing sewer line work. I got 10 seconds left. Tighten down on codes and on enforcement. Tighten the screws tight, because if you have a whole street of lines that are shallow.
Thank you.
It's not just public works.
The next public speaker is Colin Kosmicki, to be followed by Elias Salinas.
Hi, this is Colin Kosmicki, District 2 County Supervisor. And I just wanted to say I'm really glad that I'm hearing that you're taking the odor issue more seriously now. This has been a problem on the west side of Hollister for many years, and I do believe it has been neglected. And so I'm very happy to hear that you're going to make it a priority. I also want to point out that I've talked to countless residents about this issue, and it is a very, very, very big concern for the west side of Hollister. And it's long, long overdue to make this a top priority at the city. And yes, I did make statements to the paper and spoke up for the citizens of Hollister's west side. And I posed the question, would this be treated with more urgency if this was happening in other areas of the city like Southeast Hollister? And I do believe it would
Please
be.
keep the comments down.
But I do want to say that I'm glad that you can play a role in changing that reality. And I'm hopeful you will. And so I'm asking you to put yourselves in the shoes of the people who live there and have to deal with this odor issue. And imagine you living in a home and having to constantly smell this air. You would be concerned as well. So going forward, though, when you hold that goal-setting meeting coming up, I just would please ask that you make sure this is a top priority. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas, to be followed by Lulu Fee.
It's absolutely ridiculous to turn the sewer issue into accusing the city council as being racist. It's absolutely divisive, not necessary. Earlier, Councilman Resendez said that every year in January, that's when they did their strategic meeting. So why wasn't it a priority for the last 5 years that the councilman has been on, that it wasn't brought to the attention and made a priority? The city had an opportunity to have Sunny Slope Water and Sewer District, a highly qualified management company, take over. The previous mayor said, oh no, we know what we're doing. So who does the problem belong to? It belongs to the entire city of Hollister, not one individual. You cannot blame the mayor for 50 or 60 years of old clay sewer system or an earthquake. Now, they're working together. You all got a report about it. So what is it that can be done? Fix it? Where's the money going to come from? Okay, I can picture every single street in old part of Hollister getting redone, and there is no policy or a code that says how deep. It wasn't an individual that did the sewer system. It was actually the city that did it in Public Works. So you're going the right direction. You're going into unity and not divisive in this issue, but you must concentrate Where's the money going to come from? Because it is going to be a major dollar issue. And let's reconsider having the sewer system become a regional sewer system.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Lulu Fee. Sorry, I can't quite read the writing. I hope that's
It's
right.
just an F. Thank
Oh.
you. Good evening. My name is Lulu. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that the sewer for Pacific Scientific is to merge with Hollister, or it's something that's being considered. Now, this is concerning, as they are a company that works with materials such as lead, copper, aluminum, and they were found to, in previous years, I believe it was in 2017, I believe, maybe 2014, don't quote me, that lead was found in their water. There are signs all over the building saying this water is not drinkable. Now, we already have enough issues with our sewer system. Why bring on something else? That's my thought, my penny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay, let's bring it back for a little deliberation. Any further discussion, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do. For the city manager, sorry. Well, first off, let me just say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know it's a long time, but your input and your participation in government is very valuable. We learned more about you. I appreciate you guys staying here. So let's give yourselves a round of applause for being here. Thank you for that. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. For the city manager, so I hear a lot of us being reactive rather than proactive. And what happens when we're reactive? We are spending their money. And we talk about strategic goals and planning. Well, this hasn't been prioritized by this council, and I'm only speaking to this council because that's the council that's sitting up here now. What are we doing, or what are you and your staff doing to be proactive? How are you investing in our infrastructure, and what do you plan on bringing anything up for this budget cycle to address some of the concerns that the public has said?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that we're doing is, as part of budget, we'll be bringing a 5-year CIP plan, which is all our big construction projects, many of which will be sewer improvement projects that have been identified and have been, or in various states of engineering, which is required to put out to bid. So staff has diligently been working on it. The team that you have in place has been here a relatively short time and have jumped in to really try to get this thing moving. So,
and thank you all for doing that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Welcome.
What happens, basically there's a lot of politics going up here. And the first thing we see, minimize the problem, deflect, right? So they don't see what I'm really doing. And then let's place the blame on someone else. Here are the facts. And those hundreds of people that have been coming here have been saying it over and over again. There is a problem with the odor on the west side of Hollister. The facts are that this council approved to hook up more sewer to our sewer, and the way they did that is by spending your money and lying about it. There are 3 things that we can use that money on. The mayor wrote an article and she only told you 2. She said you can only use it to expand the capacity, which is what they needed to do because we were at capacity by our permit, or we can use it to maintain. She left out the part about taking that funds, paying down your debt, lowering your sewer bill, and not expanding the capacity of the sewer to build more houses out at San Juan Oaks, out on Fairview, out on Buena Vista, from the same people who gave her money to do that. That is the facts. That is true. And that's why we had hundreds and hundreds of people coming out saying, do not approve more sewer connections. Before you do that, let's look into what the problems are, especially for the west side of Hollister, but for the entire city of Hollister. And unfortunately, we did have a sewer break. And this council, this mayor has to own that. We want to talk about strategic plans. The staff just told you what they're doing, but that idea didn't come from any of us up here. That's the facts. The idea of turning your farmland into more development,
Councilmember, you're getting off topic. Can you stay with the sewer?
the idea of approving more hookups to a sewer that's already at capacity, the roads that are crumbling, the schools that are impacted, we have to own that. So stop minimizing, stop shifting blame, take ownership of the decisions that you've made, and listen to the people who elected you into office. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight's the first time I've heard about Pacific Scientific, is it? And did I miss something? Was I asleep at the wheel, or?
No, at the when we had our meeting back in August, where we had the discussion about the MBRs, the capacity, I did provide an update the next day via council memo regarding Pacific Scientific and working with the Wallace group. They have made inquiries about connecting to the system. We have not brought anything forward.
So they're in unincorporated San Benito County?
Correct. And
so I guess my question is, and I've apparently missed it, but why would we pay a consultant to consider bringing a business in from the county?
that's not what we were doing.
No. So who's paying for the consultant to work with the business?
They are paying the consultant.
They're paying the consultant.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Okay,
And I have not
perfect.
brought anything forward.
Right. I just, all of a sudden, this is like a news flash to me, and so, are they on septic right now?
Yeah, well, I'd look to our city attorney. I'm not sure how far.
Yeah, I don't know how far we should go down this road because this is an item that was an update on the sewer break.
Right.
But Carrie did bring it up answering the questions from the vice mayor. So if you want to briefly respond, but the focus needs to be around the status update of the emergency repair.
Got you. Whatever you can, I appreciate, but I understand.
Sure. Pacific Science has, as I mentioned, we have evaluated their wastewater treatment plant. So they are not on septic technically. They have their own on-site wastewater treatment plant that treats about 5,000 gallons per day with a projection of up to around 10,000 gallons per day. We have proposed multiple upgrades to their wastewater treatment plant as also an alternative to connect to the city of Hollister via their own sewer force main or a connection to San Juan Oaks. That neither one of those connections tie into the very downstream manhole of the sewer collection system and does not have an impact to the city sewer collection system.
That's perfect. Thanks. That's what I needed. And I guess my only other question, city manager, is I heard somebody say that nobody heard about the pipe breaking for a week. How soon after the pipe broke did the city issue notices?
I would have to go back and look, but we had road closure information out the following day.
That's what
So
I
we had
thought.
information out.
I just want to.
Yeah, with the road closure map
Right.
and estimated
Okay.
times.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the information is correct and, accurate. So, thank you. I appreciate what you guys have done, and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
Well, yeah, I have a question for staff. When anyone is hooking into a water system, or maybe either one of you can answer, is there not levels of water coming in that are acceptable and unacceptable? I mean, you can't just send anything there, right, to the sewer plant? I mean, from another company or from like San Juan, they're not just sending us sewer. It's already some of it's treated, correct?
So from San Juan Oaks, they are treating.
Okay.
So San Juan Oaks I apologize. I think I might be misunderstanding your question. Can you repeat it again?
No. I can't even remember it. CRS.
The strength of the sewage is that.
Yeah. So I mean, there's the levels. I can't think of the definition. It's
the BOD and the TSS.
Yeah, those are the TSS, and I can't remember the BODs. But I mean, everything that's like anything we're getting from San Juan, it has to be at certain levels.
Correct.
Correct. So anything that comes from anywhere has to be at certain levels, otherwise we cannot accept it.
Correct.
Okay.
As per agreements with San Juan Oaks and San Juan Batista, the same level of agreement would go with Paxi if it were brought forward to the city, that they are to maintain limits within your current permit discharge requirements.
And William, again, like I forgot who was it that said it from the Guardians. They said this massive spill. How big was this massive spill again?
It wasn't considered a spill.
Oh, so the break. How much was this massive break? Did it contaminate the rest of the city? Very, very little, correct?
There was no spill, so there was no contamination. It was contained within the pipe.
Oh, so, okay. Capacity. When the MBR, I don't know if I'm going way too far. I am, huh?
Try to stick with it, yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you again for staff getting out there, and you know what? I find it hard to believe that that main artery right there would stay unfixed for a week, maybe undetected. But as soon as I trust our staff, and when there's a problem, they're on it. So thank you for being on it.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Morales, did you have any further comments?
I did. So I wanted to first thank again William and his team, Public Works, and all the other departments that were involved, the city manager's office for communicating immediately to the community and continuing to communicate with the community and the council members on the status. And thank you for this comprehensive report. I also want to thank Councilmember Burns for bringing forward the issue of the smell in District 2 to the council resolve it. So thank you so much.
All right, so just final comments and then we can move on. So I just wanted to say also, I echo the thanks, Director Vaya, for your leadership, and also City Manager Marioni, because you were very good about ensuring transparency and keeping us informed about the facts, and also the staff for working so hard and on this emergency and getting it handled quickly and efficiently. It's appreciated. I do want to remind my fellow council members, though, that the importance of maintaining calm and providing factual information to the public during emergencies. You know, it's not really appropriate to politicize the situation and spread anything that's unverified, and especially not to exaggerate a threat and alarm residents. As I mentioned, I was contacted by folks who were scared. They thought there was a huge sewage spill. They thought their water system was being contaminated. It's just, we need to be careful about that and follow what the staff tells us and not just make suppositions. So I think that's all I really want to say. I think we've talked this one out enough. So thank you so much. And I think we'll move on to our next item.
Thank you.
Now, what is our next item? So that would be E5. Phew. All right, so number 5 is ordinance number 1249, an ordinance of the City of Hollister, amending section 2.04.050 of chapter, am I in the right place there? Of chapter 2.04 of Title II of the Hollister Municipal Code. Can we get a staff report, City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. So before you again tonight is another introduction of the ordinance amending section 2.04.050, which is the meeting's time and place. At the last council meeting, it was introduced via public hearing for the meeting, or the revisions to state the meetings would occur on Mondays at beginning at 4 p.m. Council then gave direction for the ordinance revisions to reflect Tuesdays at 9 a.m. So that's why it's before you for another introduction. Depending on what council does with this tonight, it will come back on consent calendar at the next meeting. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, let's have some questions. Vice Mayor Resendez.
I'd like to hear from the public first. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, a little spoiler alert for City Attorney. I'm sorry for this, but I'm gonna. I think made the motion to take it to Tuesday at 9, given the fact that there was a majority that were willing to go that direction. I would like the council to reconsider taking it back to Mondays and prefer the 4 p.m. start. And I apologize to the city attorney's office for me being wishy-washy on this. I'm not convinced will have a chilling effect on the public, but I'll save those comments for after public comment. So my apologies, and I would hope this council would consider maybe bringing it back again for introduction with going back to Mondays at 4. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, do you have questions?
No, I am definitely good. I am going to go for daytime. I think this is the best time for council to be, it's the best time for us, is daytime. And I think that it's going to, this, like the roundabout, is going to turn out to be something that everyone's going to be happy about instead of so mad that they're stopping at a stoplight. It's going to be the same thing.
We won't know, we're not here.
I'm sorry, you're not supposed to be talking.
Please just focus.
Anyways, so I think that this is going to be like that. Can we quiet this courtroom down, please, or this room down? Because there's a lot of chatter.
Okay, I think we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for being quiet, Commissioner. Thank you for showing the people how to follow the rules.
Point of order.
Good job.
Unacceptable.
Very.
All right.
Very,
all right.
very acceptable.
We're good. Let's move on. Councilmember Morales, did you have any questions?
Good job.
No, no questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions either, so I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment.
Okay, our first speaker is Catherine Sanchez, to be followed by Marta Garcia.
How many speakers do we have?
My apologies. We currently have 19.
Okay. What?
1 minute.
2 minutes or 1 minute or?
I wouldn't recommend going below 2 minutes.
Let's leave it at 2 minutes, but please try to, if we could not clap between everyone, we could probably get through this a little quicker. Yeah, okay.
I'm Catherine
Please go
Sanchez.
ahead.
I'm a Hollister resident in District 1 and a Hollister Guardian member. I'm against the proposal to change the start time to daytime. It's not fair to members of the public who work in the daytime and are interested in attending a meeting in person or online. It does not treat the current council members equally. The ones who have day jobs will have to arrange to be at the meetings so it doesn't conflict with their day job. Remove the proposal. It's not in the public interest. The public interest is your primary concern. This proposal does not assure fair and equal treatment of all persons. Yo estoy en contra de la propuesta de cambiar el horario de inicio al día. No es justo al público que trabaja durante el día y están interesados en atender una junta en persona o en línea.
They have the ability to translate, so you don't have to translate for them.
City Attorney, can we stop the clock and can you weigh in on that? If somebody wants to speak in English and something in Spanish, do we have the right to stop them from doing that?
No, they can still speak that way.
Thank you.
I
My
think what it
apologies.
was that we have a system that translates, but regardless, you can still speak in whatever language you want to speak in.
Can you give her a few seconds back on? Thank you.
Back to 1.
Interesados en atender una junta en persona o en línea. No trate igual a los que están en el concilio. Los que tienen trabajos durante el día van a tener que arreglar para atender las juntas quien no esté en conflicto con su trabajo del día. Quiten la propuesta. No beneficia al público. El beneficio del público es su meta. Esta propuesta no asegura que todos reciben trato justo y igual.
The next public speaker is Marta Garcia, followed by Carlos Medrano. Marta Garcia? Okay, the next public speaker is Carlos Medrano, followed by Jackie Morris Lopez.
Carlos is not here.
Vote.
The next public speaker is Jackie Morris Lopez, followed by Bella Rosales.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Mayor and Council and staff.
Can you give me just a moment while I
sure.
fix this after the last one?
Okay, you want to zero it out?
got 2
Yes, I'm
seconds.
trying to.
Okay, Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I've been here so long, I lost track of time. My name is Jackie Morris Lopez. I'm a resident of San Juan Bautista. I'm also one of their city council members. And I just want to say thank you for the public that showed up. This is true public engagement. And I really wish that my city would get this big of a turnout. Anyway, I'm here tonight in protest of your ordinance that you're about to consider changing your meeting time from Monday, first and third Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. to what was originally Tuesday. Now it looks like it's maybe going back to Monday at 4 p.m. That's not good enough. And for all the obvious reasons, you're really going to limit public participation. You're only going to get a crowd of maybe some retired people or maybe night shift workers, but you're not going to get a diverse crowd out here. And this is your job to represent your constituents, your residents. And by doing that, you're not going to do your job. I, as a city council member, have come up against this in my short tenure of a little over a year. Lo and behold, we had a hidden ordinance that said we had a hard stop at 10 p.m. So the mayor, the vice mayor, the rest of you council members can take control of your time. You can do it very many ways. You can write an ordinance that has a hard stop. You can have a second meeting, a special meeting. You can limit the presentation. You can limit even ourselves on the dais. How much do we want to talk? If we're not making cogent points and we're repeating ourselves, we too should be held to a higher standard to not drag this on. Just for your information, I did a hard research or quick research this weekend. As far south as King City, as far north as Morgan Hill, only 2 cities had weird times that started in the morning, and that was only 2 out of 7 cities. So I urge you to not change the time. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bella Rosales, followed by John R.
As you've heard, many of us here oppose the proposal to shift the city council meetings to daylight hours because that would make it impossible for working residents to attend. The people I represent work so hard to provide for their families, and they shouldn't be barred from participating because of that. These meetings affect their lives, and every concerted effort should be taken to make the meetings more accessible. Because you can say that you want the community to get involved in these meetings, but if you make this change to the meeting time, that would suggest otherwise. Because we cannot be in 2 places at once. We cannot be at work and be here. Prove to us that you mean what you say. Don't adopt this amendment.
The next public speaker is John R., followed by Pete Munoz-Cowan.
Ready to go. Okay, let's talk time. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is a division of the Department of Labor, 66.1% of the workforce starts on or before 0900. If you've seen Highway 25 during the early commute, you've seen the evidence. If we were to take a statistical sample and just apply it to Hollister, there's probably a higher percentage of people that start earlier. In my opinion, by imposing this 9 a.m. city council meeting start time, you've already made the opportunity for those who work before 9 o'clock or 10 or 11 painfully difficult, if not impossible, to attend. Decision making, in my opinion, has no clock. If you are having trouble making decisions late into the evening, you should question your professional fortitude. Quite frankly, in my opinion, I've seen some very poor decisions, and they had nothing to do with the time of day. You have better options for making times, and you can even explore other days of the week. So here's some friendly advice. There is so much downside to starting at 9 a.m. For one thing, look at optics. Who causes this the most problem for on the city council if you start at 9 a.m.? We've heard this song before, and I'm getting quite sick of it, quite frankly. It would be much better to keep the current time of 6 p.m., even if it means late nights or an extra day. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Pete Munoz-Cowan, followed by Andy Shaw-Corin. The next speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, followed by Carly Robles.
I guess my theme this evening has been public participation. And it's clear that you got a lot of people who are out here in the evening because they can be here in the evening. That's when the public is free. They can turn off their television set and come to a city council meeting and find out what's going on in their city and engage if they want to bring issues to your attention. But most of the public doesn't have that kind of flexibility. I'm retired. I can plan my day, and I could do it in daytime or I could do it in the evening. But that's not the case for many, many people. It's also not the case for young people who are in school. They can't come and observe the civic experience if you have your meetings during the day. And they're not going to be cut loose from their school, and that wouldn't probably be a very good thing, maybe once as a field trip or something, but they couldn't make a regular time of participating if you had your meetings during the day. So the other thing that it excludes is not just those who want to attend, but those who want to run for office. You're basically saying that people who have full-time jobs should probably not consider, most people, running for city council. Because, you know, unless they've got an employer that gives them tremendous flexibility, which a lot of employers do not, then they wouldn't be able to come and serve on this council. So I think all in all, it's probably not a good idea. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, followed by Jasmine Castillo Rosales.
All right. So I don't understand why you need to change the time. I think it's working pretty well the way we have it. A lot of us are able to come here after work, even though 6:30 is still kind of early considering the commute that a lot of us make. Mia, you stated on Nextdoor, and I saw somewhere else, that you couldn't make good decisions after 10 o'clock. And I've been to several of these meetings, and specifically one on the general plan, where you changed the general plan at midnight. So does that mean it's a bad decision? Maybe that needs to be looked at again. And Perez, you said you couldn't make good decisions after 9:15 at one of the meetings. I have it recorded. So does that mean your general plan ideas were bad too? If you can't make good ideas past 10, that says a lot about your character. And I'm really glad that you're not my parents. Time and time again, the majority of the council has let us down. And when I say us, I'm speaking of their constituents, not the developers. It doesn't matter what time of the day or night it is. I honestly believe they just don't want to hear from us. I know you're getting tired of us and our signs and us complaining. But if we have to come at 9 in the morning, we'll make it happen. We'll come at any time we have to. But it would be a lot easier for us and for people who don't usually come and would like to start coming and learning about how government works. I think you should keep it at 6:30. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Jasmine Castillo Rosales, followed by J.W. Payne. She's online.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, City Council. Again, my name is Jasmine Castillo Rosales, and I am a proud Hollister Guardian. Today, I come before you not just as a concerned citizen, but as a voice for the countless individuals in our community who feel silenced and marginalized by the proposed change in the timing of our City Council meetings. The suggestion to shift these crucial gatherings to 9 a.m. is not just inconvenient, it's an outright injustice. It's a slap in the face to every hardworking member of our community who struggles to balance their daily responsibilities and still find time to engage with local governance. Imagine the single parent who works tirelessly to provide for their family, only to be told that they must choose between attending a city council meeting and putting food on the table. or the dedicated student who dreams of shaping the future of our city but finds themselves unable to participate because their classes conflict with this new schedule. These are the voices that will be drowned out if we allow this change to go unchallenged. And let us not forget our District 2 representative who has tirelessly fought on our behalf only to be sidelined by a decision made without regard for his commitment and dedication to our community. How can we claim to have a representative government when one of our own elected officials is unable to speak for us? This is not just about logistics or scheduling conflicts. This is about fairness, about justice, and ensuring that every member of our community has a seat at the table and a voice that is heard. To push forward with this change would be to betray the very principles upon which our democracy stands. So I implore you, members of the City Council, to reconsider. Stand with your constituents, stand with your representative, and stand on the side of justice. Keep our meetings at the same time that allow all residents to participate, to share their concerns, and to shape the future of our city together. Thank you.
The next public speaker is J.W. Payne, to be followed by Fallon Gregg.
Madam Mayor, I want to apologize for my laughter over here. When you mentioned the thing about the circle, I'm one of those truck drivers that 3 of our truck drivers already got in accidents because of that circle. So I want to apologize. I should not have laughed. Please, Rick, please apologize. I'm tired. You didn't respond. It's okay. I apologize. I'll just make this very quick. We are the people. We, the people, should have the right to go to work, make our money, and then have these meetings. Now, we should not, and I'm going to say shame on all of us, we should not insult each other, okay? God comes first, just straight up. I maybe disagree with you, but I will not insult you. I have heard that several times here because you know why? People are frustrated. You're changing something that has been here for, excuse me. My wife says, what's the EETA? Go to bed. So how long have we had the 6:30 time? When have we ever had it in the morning? Because this has always been a community that went to work and came home. Unfortunately, our traffic's getting harder and harder, and it's harder for us to get back and forth to work. But it's important for us to come over and be part of this in a nice way, polite, on both sides. Both sides, sir, both sides. Because we are not going to work together if we're going to yell at each other. Please don't clap. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Fallon Gregg, to be followed by Dom Zanger.
Good evening again. I strongly oppose moving the council meetings from the current time of 6:30 p.m. to 9 o'clock a.m. City council meetings by design are a place where the public can come and voice agreement or disagreement. By changing the meeting time, you are in effect prohibiting public participation and transparency in our local government. It gives the appearance of you wanting to hide the decisions the council is making. It shows weakness and creates suspicion about the council's actions. In our country, government is of, by, and for the people. Again, I strongly urge you to keep the current 6:30 p.m. meeting time. Keep the people's voice in their local government. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Dom Zanger, to be followed by Victoria Montoya.
Good evening everyone, good evening, public, mayor, council. I'm here because your meetings are so much more exciting than ours, the supervisors. No, I'm here to advise against changing the time to the day, and that's coming from me having meetings at 9 a.m. We have ours at 9 a.m., and I'll tell you there's a few problems with that, and we hear a lot of frustration from the public. People are upset, they are frustrated that they can't make it to the meetings, and I've pushed to have the time changed. It hasn't happened yet, but I hear it all the time. People are upset. They say, why do you have it in the middle of the day? No one can show up. And they're right. They have a right to be upset about that. And so it does create problems. And the other problem it would cause more for you guys than for us as supervisors is that you're limiting the candidate pool that could run for office. You're drastically limiting that pool that could run. It has to be someone that's retired or owns a business or something like this that can make their own hours. And that's something else you really don't want to be doing. And so I thought about Councilmember Burns' I think it was your original idea of the 4 p.m. with a hard stop. I think it's obvious that you should go with something that, I guess in the medical world, they'd say, least invasive treatments first. Doesn't make any sense to me to dramatically change the time to the day. If there's a problem, it's not working, maybe set a hard stop at some point and continue, have an extra meeting every now and then. Maybe move the time a little bit, tweak it as needed, but it really doesn't make sense to me to change it so dramatically. I would think it'd make a lot more sense to go with the smaller step first and see if you can fix it before doing something so drastic. So that's just my advice coming from someone that has the 9 a.m. meetings. So I hope you consider it. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Victoria Montoya, to be followed by Lucy Rodriguez.
Okay, I'm here only to say about 3 or 4 things. No on the timing change. The second one, timing like this, when there's a special problem, should be a special meeting. It's too long. Number 3, I like to see the personal stuff between city council outside of the public. It's just not what I like to see. Also, number 4, voters don't work for the city. We vote people in city council to do the work. All I want to know is, you got the job done? I saw it, I heard it, you told me. And if this not gonna happen, I believe in volunteers doing a survey or doing a community, finding out how everybody feels, get that information in before we start attacking each other and getting it's too long and it's too boring. It's always the same people complaining. I like to say a change and more respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Lucy Rodriguez, to be followed by Rob Bernowski.
Good evening. My name is Lucy Rodriguez. I'm just here for a short, a little brief input. I don't think that the 9 o'clock time for the meetings is a good idea. There's a lot of us that have jobs. We have grandkids to take care of. And the only time that we have to be able to be out is in the evening when the parents are home to take care of their kids. And I wouldn't be able to make any of the meetings because I have 2 grandkids that I take care of. And I just want to know what's going on in my city, so that time just wouldn't work. And then we have a lot of our workers that are at work at that time, making the money for the families. Some of them work late also, and they rush home from work to be here. And, some of them work in the fields, long hours. They're tired and they come to the meetings. I just don't think it's a good idea, and I hope you guys reconsider and we keep our same meeting times. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Rob Bernowski, followed by Peter Hernandez.
Good evening. The real reason I'm there. This is Rob Bernowski, chairman of the San Benito County Republican Party. I'm open-minded. I'm against the daytime meetings, but I'm open-minded because what I see is missing here is whoever is proposing this, or that the city is, make it a business case. Is this going to result in more participation or less participation? Is it going to result in city employees not being available, emailed their comments in, and then each council member, their respective council member, actually responded? I don't know if they do or not now. So the constituents felt that they were being heard. Would that reduce the number of public speakers at the public speaker's choice so that your meetings would become, again, more efficient? So anyway, good luck. But I do know this: local control means local participation. So
thank you.
Let's try to keep that.
The next public speaker is Peter Hernandez, to be followed by Lulufi.
I share this as an encouragement, Mayor and Council, obviously disagreeing with the sentiment of change it to 9 a.m. So your actual ordinance says, or the brief description, a change to the city council meeting start time requires an ordinance amendment and must comply with the Brown Act. So that is under Government Code Section 54950, which is basically talking about the deliberations of the people's business. If you read that code, it specifically says the people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give the public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. That's, I think, pretty powerful because it's the reality. I served as a county supervisor and actually as the chair of the board, which I know that they're long days and they're long and drawn out, but efficiency can happen in a lot of ways. And I think if you really want to make sure that you're encouraging public participation, which actually has another really strong point is the people themselves are your greatest benefit, your greatest supporters, guiding your discretion. I go by the proverb that says there's wisdom in the counsel of many. When we learn to listen to the people that are actually involved in the pain of the daily lives of the city, they by default become your best informants as to how to resolve those issues. So as the chair of the board, we actually fine-tuned our meetings. We had strong conversations about making sure the presentations were limited. We set caps on them. We actually set an expectation for a hard stop. I, as the chair, would basically try to make sure that when the other fellow board members were speaking, that I would gently nudge them and encourage them, obviously, to get to the point and ultimately to tune their conversations and even set limits. So you can do things to make it efficiently while still encouraging the public participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Lulu Fee, to be followed by Elias Salinas.
Hi, it's Lulu. I'll keep this short. Rick, you say that you care about your community. Then I ask the following to you and your fellow council members who want to change the time of these meetings. Why are you attempting to keep us from engaging in our community, in our city, when we are not able to be a part of it? I urge you all to think about the harm that you are causing us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas, to be followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, and council members. So by looking around in the room, I can guarantee you that I have attended more city council meetings than anybody all put together in this room. I have been in this room when no one else was in this room except for your city employees. I have been in these chambers for meetings that lasted until 2 o'clock in the morning, and people were gone. And what happens the next day on Tuesday? You have a meeting of your department heads and your city employees every week, every Tuesday. And these folks, your employees, are here until you leave. Some of them have to lock up and you're already gone, and they're still here. And they have to get up early in the morning and they have to show up to work. Changing the time is being respectful of your employees as well as of their time. Many a time throughout the years on Mondays, former Chief David Westrick was watching the football games, still attending the meeting, but he would rather have been home watching the football game, Monday Night Football. So, running the city is a business. Being able to do this during the daytime when all staff is available to you on something that's coming up. And one of the things that happens at the Board of Supervisors is the staff does not have to sit there. They can be doing their job, and when their item is coming up, then they come and they do their report. That is being functional in saving money and being respectful of your employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez.
Thank you guys so much. First off, just want to thank staff for doing their job and being here. I get they have a late night, but to the previous speaker, yes, you've been to more city council meetings. You guys should put an award up there for her and the county. So
can we focus on the topic, please?
So I think I come in second for how many meetings. I don't know. But anyhow, Noam Chomsky, he talks about this, about democratizing power. Our founding fathers, James Wilson was the only member of the Constitutional Convention who supported electing United States senators by popular vote. All right, it wasn't until the 17th Amendment in 1912, I believe, that we actually got to vote our senators at large. I don't know if any of you guys knew that, but that's because we democratized power. Changing the time is limiting the types of people that can come. We have working class people who cannot, working poor who cannot show up here. You are taking away their voice. Point, period. Mia, you always say, I appreciate people coming out here. You talk about that. You've showed up at the schools and you talk about how wanting people involved, but then you want to change the time to limit how many people are involved. That doesn't make any sense to me. And frankly, I think it's an injustice to the working class. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Those are all the public speakers for this item.
Okay, let's have a little further deliberation. Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, thank you all for staying here. I know it's a long meeting, but it's an important one. I wanted to hear you speak because that is what democracy is. We're here to represent you. You elect us into office. We're here to work for you. And on that note, I think that we should conduct business during the time that you can participate in it. City Manager, do you have any experience? I heard this over and over again about being more efficient. Do you personally have any experience? And I've brought this up before that it probably falls on us. Like, what can we do to be more efficient? What are some things that we can look into? I know there's lots of things out there. Have you ever had worked with anything that can help us be more efficient to conduct the people's business?
So one of the things that I offer all is an agenda briefing where everybody is allowed to one-on-one ask any questions they may have, as well as calls throughout the week. In my former experience, one of the things that we used, we did have voting tools that were used. A panel up front, for lack of better words, where the board chair would actually queue up the 3 minutes, would actually take motions through the system. So would start an item, ask for questions. The system would actually allow them to queue up if they wanted to ask a question. So you wouldn't have to go down the line and ask each person if they wanted to ask a question or if they had comments. It would be queued up in the order received. So oftentimes you'd have one or two, or maybe all, depending on the topic, weigh in. And then the chair would call based on that order, similar with making the motion and then ultimately voting as well. And then that vote would be recorded. And that was, kind of overseen by the clerk and kind of a partnership with the clerk and at that time where I was at the board chair.
It does sound more efficient. And then I would just say, I'm sure Mr. IT, Paul Silva, that there's got to be other technology out there that's going to help us to better serve the people. That was, some things were brought up about emails. Some things are brought up about maybe digitizing the way that they can log in to get to public comment. So I would say that before we do something so drastic as to change the time to 9 a.m., that we ourselves become more efficient and we support our staff in doing that. Number two, we just came off of a campaign. I go out there and I talk to the citizens every single campaign, whether I'm running or not. And I can tell you, there is a lot of distrust of government in general and of local government. It's bad optics, especially when we have so many people coming out here back to back, meeting after meeting after meeting with all of these signs. We can't take it personal. I get criticized up here all the time. They have a right to come up here, and this is what we want. We want to hear from our constituents. So I welcome the criticism, and I welcome you guys being here. And please call me anytime. I'm available. I watched the two previous videos, and I heard from the mayor, and I heard from Councilmember Burns. If it's important to them, they will come. If it's important, they will come. Well, they're here. The people are here. They're telling you it's important. And I have heard from the constituents that this is an important issue. So please Listen to the people that are here because this is important to them. Students, we had 50 students here. I'm a teacher. I have to take time off of work. I have to get substitutes. I haven't had to miss a day of work. And if you change the time, I wouldn't be able to come here. We have principals coming here, and they're telling us how unsafe their schools are. He's got a school to run in the daytime. He wouldn't be able to come here. We've got somebody that's Zooming in from Sacramento probably on business, on your dollar. She's supposed to work in the day, so then is she going to get paid for being at work from the county of Santa Clara and taking time off to be here at work as well? I can't do that because I work in education, and I really don't like taking time off of work unless it's an emergency. And then our commuters. We've had several people come up here and say they get up at 3, 4 a.m. I like what Supervisor Zanger said. I like what Councilmember Burns said. I'm all for for compromise. I'm all for being least invasive. If this is a problem, then I would support Monday at 4 with us looking at ways of being more efficient, supporting our staff to do that. And then we have to have extensive press releases out there to notify the public of the time change. And that's what I would support tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a couple thoughts. For me, I've heard what people have said. I've heard everybody say don't change it, minus one person. That I appreciate what Ms. Salinas said about being respectful of our staff's time. I think there are ways to negotiate that to when a lot of the department heads don't have things on the agenda. I don't know that it's necessary, or if they want to watch a football game and Zoom in, as long as they're not our chief of police, I'd probably be okay with that. For me, I think what was most influential was hearing the one past board member and the one present board member say, didn't work so well. I was one of those people where I currently work in county government, and our board meetings are on a daytime as well on Thursdays, on Tuesdays. And so the attendance is the attendance. I've worked for the city of Fresno, and their meetings were, I think, on Thursdays, as I recall. And their attendance, depending on what was on the agenda, was dependent on what the draw is, as our agendas do. So I've seen that it can work, but for me, the most convincing thing was hearing all but one person say, don't do it. And in addition to that, the two board members. So I too would support better technology, and I've seen it work in other jurisdictions where you have the voting board and those kind of things. And it seems like we're probably still in the 19th century here in many ways. And so I think we could improve, and I do think we could do it on Mondays at 4 with a hard stop at 10. This is going to be a long agenda tonight, and we've done a lot of yakking up on the dais. And so, I think we could be smarter in how we do business. And so those would be my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, your thoughts?
So, you know what, it's like, I keep hearing things like everyone works, and you know what, so do I. So do I. And it's like, you know what, Tim Burns, you know what, you're right. There's so many people that came up and spoke against changing the time schedule. And you know what, I think all of them are guardians. So it's like, and then we have these county board of supervisors coming over and interjecting. I think it's really nice and very, it's nice. But you know what? This is the city of Hollister, and I am a city councilman, and I am looking out not just for my district, but for the rest of the community. And I truly believe that the people that I've talked to have told me they would rather have it during the daytime than everyone that comes at night, because not everybody wants to be up so late at night. And believe it or not, so does staff. Public participation in all this, very good. But you know what? I hear so many people, when we're talking about public participation and no one wanting to run, why? Because some people are just attack people on the way they campaign instead of just running their own campaign and just telling all the good things that you do. You got to talk about the other the person in bad ways. That's wrong. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm just going like that. What was the other one? Oh yeah, having a hard stop. So, you know, we're gonna work 6 hours, 4 to 10. Okay, anything that doesn't get done, it's only city business. What big deal is it, right? It can be put off till next time, 2 more weeks, next month. Kick that can down the road. No. I think it's, and you know what? Can we change it if it doesn't work? Yes. Why are you so opposed? Why is everyone so opposed to it? Is it like the traffic circle and the 3 guys that get in an accident? And I'm sure it was the traffic circle that caused the accident, not the drivers, right? Because traffic circles always cause accidents, not the people driving them. So where are we going with this? I truly believe that it's going to be better for us to do this in the morning, and that's why I'm doing it this way. It's not because I'm against the Guardians. Do I believe everything you guys put out? No. But I do know that it's going to be better for staff, and we don't know, you know, where did he go? Supervisor, it's talking about how it's not, people complain because they don't come. You know, how many people are complaining because they're too tired, or when they get home, they can't come to the meetings because, you know what? They got softball, baseball, soccer, music lessons, all these other things. So, you know what? You can give me all the excuses and all the reasons not to do something, but you know what? What about all the reasons and all the excuses to do something? And you know what? It's better. You guys don't know what it's like being up here until, what time is it, 10 o'clock? Yeah? Excuse me?
Okay, don't respond, please. Okay, no back and forth, please. This is council member, you're finishing.
Okay, well, then
finishing
ask
up.
them to be quiet like the rules say.
Yes.
Enforce them.
All right, the audience, please stop talking, okay?
So, I mean, it's ridiculous. Everyone gets away with it. And disappointed, 4 to 10, it's like, no. I would go for Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, anything during the day, because I have a life too. I have grandchildren. Excuse me? Yeah, I don't drink, lady. Yeah. So, you know, keep poking at me. It's okay. It'll come back.
Please, just focus.
Okay. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'll be here at 9 o'clock any day of the week.
All right.
And taking care of business. And taking care of the community. All the community, not just some of it.
Councilmember Morales, did you have some comments?
I did, thank you. Thank you for all those who spoke. Originally, this came forth because a lot of our meetings were going very late. We had staff that were going to Seaside. At least I was very concerned, or other places outside of the county where sometimes I think somebody was going to Fresno. And so if you haven't been on our roads at night, especially during that time, for me, it's a concern from people's livelihoods. In addition, I think we say that we're going to do a hard stop and we get permission after 10 o'clock, but we really don't, because we need to take care of city business, and it would not be appropriate to, again, kick it down the road. So from a business perspective, in terms of staff, we should stop at 10, but we don't. Oftentimes our staff are here. We're not taking away from city business if we are moving it to the daytime, because they're going to have to respond. Many of the people here that you see are exempt employees, which means that they're responding whether it's 2 in the morning or 8 o'clock the next day. They're doing their job. I think we have a little bit of empathy and compassion, for everyone that's involved in doing business. We would consider this public participation. We've seen, at least in the 2 years that I've been in office, when things are coordinated, people do show up. But for the majority of city council, we really don't have a lot of people that come in. People have an opportunity to also virtually come in if they want to. And for people that want to, we're not limiting people that are interested in running for office. We have a diverse community here. Many of us work full-time, have multiple jobs. We're also sacrificing other things in our lives. I think for us to completely disregard all the business reasons because one person can't or chooses not to make it, is really not appropriate. However, if this council decides that they do not want to do 9 a.m., then we can do any day of the week in the morning, or we can look at Tuesdays or Fridays at 4 o'clock if we want to test it. But I think that we talked about having a trial run. If it wasn't working for city business, then we would change it back to, Monday at 6:30. But we're not even trying to at least make it work for everybody. We're just trying to make it one for one person. And I think that's wrong because we're really not looking at the impact that it has on everybody else.
Wow. Okay, so just a few thoughts. First, I want to say that, I know oftentimes people do like to point fingers my way, but this was not my issue. I am retired, and I don't have to work the same constraints as my working colleagues. So I've tried to be very flexible in their discussion around different times. I know we did go back and forth. We did initially start with 4 p.m. And had difficulty coming to agreement on Monday or Tuesday. And we couldn't get consensus to make either of those work, which is why Councilmember Burns had suggested Tuesdays at 9. I'm okay with that as well. Like I said, I have more flexibility, and honestly, when the meetings go till 2 in the morning, I don't necessarily have to get up and run around to a job like some folks or commute out to work. I do see your point of view. I know some of you, it is difficult for you to get here during the day, so I do understand that. But I've also seen that, I've spoken before I became, mayor. I spoke a lot at both the city council and at county meetings. And what I've noticed is when it's an important topic, people do show up. And I've seen many of you who are sitting here tonight and, at county meetings during the day. So I know when it's an important topic, people do show up or call in. So I'm not convinced that no one can participate if it's during the day. The county meetings have been going on for years, and I've seen them packed and I've seen them empty. And it's the same thing with this in the evenings. When there's an important topic, you're all here. But a lot of times it's empty here. And so it kind of goes both ways. But I am flexible, like I said. I'm willing to give any of it a try. And, we hadn't proposed to do something permanent. We were going to, give the 9 a.m. a try, see how it worked for, for everyone, including our staff. I do feel for our staff when, they're here till 1 in the morning and then they got to get up and come in here for meetings again. So I'm trying to be mindful of all of it. One thing that did stick with me was I don't often agree with Mr. Shakaran, but when he was talking about the students, it is important for me for them to be here, and that does sway me a little bit because, if we do it during the day, it's harder for them to participate, and we do like to recognize them. So I'm flexible. I'd like to hear, what the will of the council is and see if we can come to some consensus.
My suggestion would be, can we go down the aisle just to state the date and the time then?
Do we need to vote on this? We do.
We are supposed to vote on
so
this,
I'd
yes.
like to make a motion.
All right, what's your motion, sir?
My motion would be to keep it on Monday, start it at 4 with a hard stop at 10.
So if I recall,
I'll second that motion.
okay. Just discussion about this, because if I recall, that was initially what was proposed. It was a problem for a council member who proposed doing it on Tuesday, and then it was a problem for another council member. So is there any wiggle room to try to do a Tuesday at 4 p.m.?
I'd be fine with that as well.
Okay. So,
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So for staff on a Tuesday at 4 p.m., I would probably suggest that we would need some time to check into that. That is different than what is being proposed. I've heard Tuesday at 4 p.m., Friday at 4 p.m. Staff too, I'm hearing concerns about the staff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if there's other staff members that may have, babysitting, or child activities. They've all kind of shaped their time around a Monday evening. And so, with the agenda, with the ordinance scheduled for Tuesday at 9, that was the discussion with staff. Tuesday at 4 was not a discussion with staff, nor were the other ideas that were brought forward.
So I think There was a motion for Monday
There's a
at 4.
motion.
There's a second, and I would call for a vote on that, please.
Is there any further discussion as far as this motion? Anything? Councilmember Morales, anything further?
Yes, I think if we're considering all the council members scheduled, I either propose Tuesday at 4 or Friday at 4. We have other city regional boards that we have to attend. So either do alternating or different alternating Mondays at 4, if that's what you choose, with a hard stop at 10, or look at our other obligations and schedule them around that, because they're only once a month. But if we're on other boards and we can't make everything, then we need to be able to move the schedule around. So either Tuesdays at 4, Fridays at 4, or look at instead of the Mondays, the second and fourth Mondays that we do now, make it the first and the third. If we're not doing 9 a.m.
All right, so,
I call for a vote, Madam Mayor.
all right, can we take a roll call vote, please?
Okay, so this is for the motion to reintroduce the ordinance for the regular meetings to start on the first and third Mondays at 4 p.m. with the hard stop at 10 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Perez?
No.
Councilmember Morales?
No.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Casey?
No.
Motion fails 2-3 with council members Perez, Morales, and Mayor Casey opposing.
So I think we need to have more discussion around other possibilities, because I'm sure if we try to do a 9 a.m. vote, we're going to end up with is it possible for us to bring this back or with alternative times?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, you'd have some renoticing issues if you just want to engage in a deeper discussion about it, that's fine. And then come up with direction for an ordinance revision.
Madam Mayor, if I
It's
can ask
council
a
as well.
question.
Sure.
Thank you. I see a sign that's being held up in the audience says referendum time change. What is a referendum? And can you answer questions about people that want to referendum time change?
So I can't advise the public on a referendum or an initiative, but it is a process that allows citizens to collect signatures to place legislation on the ballot for the voters to decide. So there's very specific timing, very specific signature thresholds that need to be met, but any individual who's looking to do that would need to ask their own
And that
attorney.
would stop the time change up until the November election, is that correct?
I don't think it would stop the time change. If anything passed at the November election, that is what would stop the time
And you
change.
need a 3/5 vote to pass this time change, or is it a 4/5 vote?
3/5.
Okay, thank you.
So Mayor, I'd like to offer up a second motion.
Please.
Tuesday at 4 p.m. with a hard stop of 10 p.m.
Can I get a second on that?
Second.
All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Perez?
No.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Casey?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2 with Councilmember Perez and Vice Mayor Vice Mayor Resendez opposing.
Okay. All right. Pardon? Okay, you know what, we can't go back and forth right now. We're going to take a break because it is after 10. I do need consensus from council to continue. Do we have it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break then. Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi there.
Of course there was. It's okay. I know you are. Are we ready? There's actually been a request, and we're still waiting. Councilmember
You do have a
Sendes?
quorum present.
We do. There has been a request. We've had some folks waiting a long time this evening. I'd like to ask for the Veterans Memorial Building Operating Agreement, item 4, to be brought forward, if that's the will of the council, if we could do that.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you. So the item before you tonight is an update and seeking direction regarding the Veterans Memorial Building Operating Agreement. And so we have a brief presentation that we've put together. Oops.
Yeah, I'll grab
Okay, so we have a image here. This is from an old postcard, but if you see right to the right, you could see the American Legion Post 69 sign there. So we wanted to include that just for a little bit of nostalgia there. The building was constructed in 1927. In 2000, the county transferred ownership to the city. In 2002, a $5 million renovation was completed on the building using RDA funds. And then that building was rededicated on Memorial Day of 2003. So the groups housed in the building that are using the facility. So we have the American Legion Post 69, and then programs of the American Legion. We have the Legion Riders, the Sons of the American Legion, and the American Legion Auxiliary. And then we have the Veterans of Foreign War Post 9242 with the VFW Auxiliary as well. Additionally, the building is available for rentals, community events, and all types of different events have been hosted there and throughout the community. So currently, the operators of the facility are the Veterans of Foreign War Post 9242 and American Legion Post 69. We have an agreement with both parties that is set to expire on April 22nd of 2024. So when the city took over the facility, the city staff managed that from 2001 to 2013. In 2013, the city entered an operating agreement with the VFW and American Legion. And then subsequently, it's been renewed twice, once in 2016, and then the renewal in 2019, which is the one that's expiring. So staff is before you today regarding seeking direction. So we have three basically options that we can go with. One is to negotiate a new operating agreement with the American Legion Post 69. In having discussions with both commanders of VFW and American Legion, the VFW requested to, if it is the desire of council, to continue with the operating agreement, to not be part of that. They would still have access to the building as part of the condition of the transfer of the building. So that's simply just the operating side of the house. That's not impacting the usage of the facility. A second option would be to solicit proposals from potential operators. If that were the direction of the council, that does not preclude the American Legion from applying to be an operator, or finally city staff reverting back to operating the building. Currently, we have had discussions with, like I said, both the American Legion and the VFW. American Legion has expressed a desire to continue to operate the facility. Right now, the facility is under the operating agreement. We do 4 quarterly payments that add up to $110,000. With that, that provides staffing as well as handling minor repairs. For the larger repairs, we work in partnership with the building operators to get those items handled. In addition, the county veteran service officer has an office there, as well as there's a small area for 4-H. So with that, we do have members from the American Legion here to answer questions if you have from the operator perspective, and we're more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, council questions. Vice Mayor Resendez.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Just maybe one or two for the city manager. My recollection is there's a bar at the back of the building of the organization, and so does that pose any liabilities to the city that need to be addressed in whatever the contract is?
I would have to look at that with the city attorney. I don't have the answer to that. The bar is operated by the VFW.
Right, that's my understanding. I certainly don't have any objections to it as long as it's not opposed by the PD or public safety. But I'm wondering if there would be some sort of a legal protection that we could consider for that.
Yeah, we could consider a defense and indemnification clause in the agreement for if anyone drank at the bar, left, and then sues.
Right, yeah, no, that's my only concern. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, questions?
How many times out of the year is the hall rented? Do we know? Pretty much all the time?
We could defer that to, I do have Maria Spandry here that possibly could answer that question. I know it is frequently used. We do have conditions in the agreement that allow for the city to use it, as well as a handful of other organizations that do use it free of charge and use it often. So maybe Maria, if you'd like to just give a brief update on the usage.
So thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. So our goal, because we really, really want this to be a community building, our goal is to rent out the facility to paid to assist us with the two nonprofits. So that's what we're doing. So, I mean, we have in our building, we have 4-H, have a lot of meetings. We have scouts. We have, we did an amazing event with San Benito First Five. We've done, those are our passions. The elections department. I mean, we've done a little bit of everything. So we want this, since it's the hub of downtown and it's the center of town, this just seems to be a place for all of the nonprofits to congregate, to be able to get out there and showcase what they have. And that's what we're trying to do, is to make sure that they know that they have a place to go. Because most businesses don't want to take the liability, because like with us, everybody that comes into that building that is in there, we have to have a general use agreement. They have $1 million coverage with the city of Hollister, the VFW, the American Legion, as an additional insured. So everybody's covered. I mean, most of the time what they tell us is like, we have so many insurances with the city, with everybody. We have everybody covered. And that's to ease the mind of council for to be able to know that we're doing our best to make sure that everybody's safe. When Mr. Bedoya was here, I was very proud of myself because he's the one who was training me, fire exits, and so our whole goal is safety. So like I said, when our goal is to have two paid, two unpaid, so that the community can come and showcase their nonprofits. So, I mean, we've done we've had the animals out there so that we can have an adoption fair with 4-H on the pancake breakfasts, and so.
And one thing I would add that if the council gives directions for us to negotiate a new agreement, I have been in discussion with the American Legion commander, Mr. DeLuna, and I believe he's back there, there we go, regarding usage policies and fee schedules and making sure that's up to date, clearly available to the public, so we can promote it and have equal access in the community.
Does the city have any, or does city rec, I mean, I thought there was, or I seen it where it said the city rec, city taking back over that. What does that mean? What does that look like? Can you give me a picture?
Sure. Well, as you know, in my role, I have to present, all options. And so essentially you have three options at the table, right? We currently hire an operator to operate our facility. That is a city asset that is owned by the city. It has a very specific use, even when we accepted ownership to be that place for those groups to congregate. But for the actual operations and booking rentals and that type of thing, that's something that if you chose, we could use city staff for that. At this time, that would be going out and hiring someone, that would be going through that whole process. So I do have to present it as an option.
Good.
As in looking at it, these are the three options that would be available for you.
Well, with my experiences, and I go downtown a lot, I'm a block and a half off the downtown. Thank you, because it's open. Well, I don't know if I'm thanking you. I'm thanking the city. I'm thanking everybody, because that building is used for so many different things, whether it's the in front of it or the inside or just around it. It's a building that's come together since Hollister took over, and the building is still in great condition. So I want to thank you for that. And
Any more questions?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Is it past 10? Oh, no wonder.
Councilmember Morales, did you have questions?
No questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. Can we allow public comment, please?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we currently have 7 speakers for this item, 8 speakers for this item. The first speaker is Esther Lepore, followed by Mary Dam.
Hello, hi. My name is Esther Lepore from Hollister, and I'm a 10-year member in good standing of the American Legion Auxiliary, Unit 69. 5 of those years I served as president, and I'm a life member of the VFW 9242 Auxiliary, where I currently serve as district president. I would like to speak to you in favor of the city taking a more predominant role over the management of our vets building when it comes to the guidelines and bookings and reservations. Because in my opinion, it's very difficult to book a room for a 1-hour meeting once a month, or for an event such as a membership drive, not even to make a profit, but just for publicity and for exposure. And I've been told that I would need a $1 million umbrella insurance to use the plaza, and I was told that I did not go through the building manager's proper channels to use the parklet. I called the city rec. And I've always been told that it's booked out for a year, so there's no availability to my auxiliary. As a veterans organization, we are part of the American Legion family. The Legionnaires, the auxiliary, the Sons of American Legion, and the Riders, American Legion Riders. All of these entities have used the Legion conference room for meetings for the past 10 years. Then, as of August 2023, my auxiliary is no longer allowed to use the same conference room as our Legion family. Our Constitution and bylaws directs the date and time and address of where we're supposed to meet unless we request a change submitted to the Department of California at convention. So here is where we began to have difficulty in booking another room within the building. The management always states that there's no availability, so we've taken to having meetings at a family carport, the Epicenter building, and the Elks Lodge. And I feel some kind of irregularity in the rules against our auxiliary unit because the Legionnaires, the Sons of American Legion, and the Riders continue to meet in that private conference room where they've been meeting the past 10 years. I feel that the city staff could oversee the workings of the same conference room and that we've used for 10 years, and they will find that we would cause no disruption to the schedule of the Veterans Building when it comes to city events or private reservations. And I feel, in my opinion, the management of the building could return to a proper business office instead of a personal space. Then we would hopefully have a more fair and equal usage of the Legion office. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mary Dam. The next public speaker is Maria Spandry, followed by Chiche.
So again, thank you for, I'm a veteran, 8-year Air Force veteran, and I'm very humbled by the ability for you to give us a home. Most legions and most VFWs, their posts, they have a small building, and anytime anybody comes here for any of our conventions, they're like, oh my God, how did you get this? And we're like, we're at the grace of the city of Hollister, and they allow us to be here. And so we're very humbled by having this space. Do we all get along? We're working on that. We've made adjustments for American Legion Auxiliary to be there, but that's just the way life is, and we'll push forward. But the thing is, what do we do for the community? It outweighs everything. Our interpersonal relationship, like any organization, what we need to do is what are we going to do to service our community? And I think we've shown throughout since we've had it, of what community services that we do. Our goal is service before self, and we will bend over backwards. I know my husband is definitely telling me you need to not work so much, but it's the passion. And I can't tell you, when I see veterans on top of that building, I'm so humbled by being there, because that's who we are. We came there, and knowing that we have a place so beautiful, and we take such pride in it. Truly, our committee, we take such pride in what you've given us, and we are here to protect your assets. So are we a little militant about making sure that there's no food upstairs because of rats? Absolutely, because we want to protect what you've given us. And so that's what our goal is. And so that's what I just want you to know. We are here to service and to make sure that little old lady is going to be standing in 100 more years. And for under our watch, we really would love to be able to keep the partnership with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Chiche, to be followed by Robert DeLuna.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody here. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Black Bonsai LLC, and I strongly oppose the city having a larger role in the Veterans Hall building just because of the opportunity that we were given. When we first came to Maria with the idea that we wanted to do something more for the youth and for the community, she's really the only person that gave us a chance to go out there and really show the older generation what the youth can really do. And so the events that we've done multiple events. The events, they're growing larger and larger each time we do it. The first one we did, it was about 100 youth in there. Then the second one that we did just this year in January, it was about 250 youth, and as well as older generation in there too that just enjoy music and enjoy what we're doing for the community. And I would like to thank Maria as well, because working with her, we've also been given the opportunity to give back in our community, like helping out with the Pride event, also working with the Downtown Association, putting up wreaths, parades, everything like that. So thanks to Maria and the Downtown Association, as well as the Veterans Hall building, we've been able to do all that for our community. And so we really just have to thank them for everything that they've done for us and everything that they've done for the youth, because investing in the youth, it's the same as investing into the future. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Robert DeLuna, followed by Raymond Ramirez.
Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. My name is Robert DeLuna, currently Post Commander for American Legion, Post 69. And I'd like to thank you for entrusting a veteran organization to help maintain and manage and upkeep the Veterans Memorial Building, what I consider a focal point in our city. We take great pride in doing so. With our current contract coming up for a renewal, I would like to express our interest to continue with the maintenance, upkeep, and management of the Veterans Memorial Building. We have done our best to do a good job, and I hope you agree. We are not perfect. We realize we can't please everyone, as I'm sure you all know. Our main interest is for the building, as Maria was stating earlier. The name says it all, Veterans Memorial Building. So with that said, I once again express our interest to continue the duties of managing, maintaining the Veterans Memorial Building, working together with the city, and servicing our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Raymond Ramirez, followed by Elijah Hillstock.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Raymond Ramirez. I am speaking on the behalf of the Veterans Memorial Hall building, as I am also a part of Black Bonsai LLC. I am here speaking today with my business partners and friends, Elijah Hillstock and DeFor Bachiche. I want to say I'm very opposed to the idea of the city having a little bit more of a predominant role in the operations in terms of how the building is being operated. I believe that, like how Robert previously said, though we are not perfect, we definitely do a great job, and we definitely work our hardest to make sure that the building stays in tip-top condition, to make sure everything is running smoothly, and to make sure that the community has a place to go. I think tonight there were a lot of great points made as to the concerns and everything else that was being spoken about the community, but what I think gets overlooked a lot is the unifying aspect of our community. I feel like there's a lot of things for people of the older generation to go do. Maybe it be wine tasting, maybe it be a stroll in the park. And then even with the younger kids, you know, they have parks and they have other things like that. But I feel like there's a very gray area for people specifically in the young adult age range. But if it wasn't for people like Maria and the organizations like the veteran organizations, as well as the Hollister Downtown Association, for giving us a space to be able to express ourselves through what we love, which is art of all forms. Mainly ours is music, but we welcome all art forms, and being able to take what the city has given us and be able to turn it into something beautiful, welcoming, and exciting, not only for the older people, but the younger people to come together and be able to have a lot of fun. For example, the last show that we did in January was actually alongside Buried in April. So we actually turned out to have a pretty decent crowd. A lot of people came out. We had the whole building wrapped around. The line was kind of crazy. You guys should have been there. I think you guys would have enjoyed it. But with that being said, I oppose the city having a more predominant role in terms of how the Veterans Memorial Building is being operated, because in my opinion, though it may not be perfect, it's definitely holding up to a great standard. And I feel like that has to do with a lot of people like Maria for taking the initiative and leadership role, as well as a mentorship role. I'm 18. I don't know a lot about this business stuff, but Maria was somebody who showed me how to read contracts and how to actually understand it all. So it not only offers a place to come together, it not only offers, you know, things for people to do, it offers a room and a space for growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elijah Hillstock, to be followed by Elias Salinas.
Okay. Hello, y'all can hear me. Good evening. My name is Elijah. I'm also part of Black Bonsai LLC, also speaking opposing on the city's predominant role in the operations of the Veterans Memorial Building. I really can't say it any better than these guys right here. They're true poets, you know. Some of you may be wondering what type of music we do. It is hip hop, and that is something that thrives in our community that not a lot of us really know about, you know, and a lot of people turn their heads at, but Maria, as well as the other veterans among them, were the only people who kind of looked at us and allowed us to have that space, you know, and allowed us to do what we want to do, to bring together and unify the community. And that's in my blood, you know. My grandmother was Pauline Valdivia, and, you know, sorry if I get a little emotional talking about that. You know, she cared about her community, and sorry. She cared a lot about her community, and she showed me what it means to bring people together. And that's what me and my friends try to do with our music. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. And man, that's just something that I want to continue to see, you know. And I feel, you know, no offense to the city and all, but I feel that if they continue to get more involved, that we won't be allowed that space. We won't have as much freedom that we do. And but once again, I can't say it any better than my friends here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Elias Salinas.
Good evening. Maria Spandry is actually the center part for that building and what happens inside the building for a very long time. I have seen these young men in action, and I have seen the way they interact with Maria. Oh, yet I've never seen her sing or dance, so I think I'm going to try to see if they can get her to do that. If you follow the rules, then you will be able to do what it is what you want there. There's policies, there's procedures, and if someone thinks that they don't have to follow the rules, then I'm sorry, you're not going to be allowed in the building. Because there is a liability. I've had the opportunity to be able to use that building, and you do have to get insurance. And there's a reason for that. Nobody wants anyone to get hurt, but when somebody gets hurt, you have a policy that protects you. I've been in numerous types of events, seminars, workshops, both upstairs and downstairs. I've been there for also for the last year. I know last year I was there as an example for the for Halloween. And that was put on by the Hollister Downtown Association. And these young men were there. Maria said, I need this. They went in, they got it. After the thing, they were there to clean up and put everything away. And I think that what Maria has been able to show these young men is how to become leaders. And that's what they're becoming, is leaders in our community, and that is what we want. And the only negative that I have is that I believe in the separation of church and state. And there is a prayer meeting that happens in that building. And I also say the same thing, that there's schools that are used for prayer. And I just believe that there should be a difference. There should be a difference between separation of church and state. But no one else is complaining. Let it go by. The best thing that you all can do is to continue to have Maria's organization have the management of that building. And I know that it was said earlier with regards to that there was a $2 million renovation and when it was built in I don't remember what year, but that building also partly burned down and it had to be rebuilt. So part of that building is not the original because it did burn down. So just part of the history. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the public. Oh, wait. Sorry. One more. We have Omar Rosa to speak. You can go
Hi,
ahead.
good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak here. I just wanted to say thank you to the American Legion for allowing the Hollister Downtown Association to host a wide variety of events that we do throughout the year for the community. We've always thought of the Vets building as the heart and soul of downtown, and so we try to feature the building as much as we can. 4 years ago, for instance, Maria and I were doing a youth job fair, and she once said, you know, what I'd like to do here, Omar, is I would like to have a place where kids can come in or parents can find out what's available after school at group activities and so forth. So that was the creation, the thought behind the Youth Expo that we do every year. And so it was because of that and her allowing us the space to be able to bring in all these organizations at no cost and be able to host these events and try to grow registrations and get kids out of, doing activities like the gentleman before you that came up. That's the kind of partnership that we've enjoyed so far with the American Legion. So we just wanted to say thank you to the American Legion again for assisting us and providing us a place to be able to host a lot of the events. And hopefully we are able to treat the building and give it the love it deserves as well. But that's mainly what I wanted to say. So thank you, American Legion, for allowing us to be a partner with you for the events that we do.
And those are all the public comments for this item.
All right, let's bring it back for some discussion then. Councilmember Resendez, did you have any thoughts?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Resendez.
I'll try to remember.
I'm going to keep reminding you, too. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. City Manager, how long is the contract, just so that the public knows?
The last one was a 4-year term.
And we're looking at...
So,
we have
I would recommend if it's the will of the council to do an additional 4-year term.
Okay, good. So I don't necessarily think that we should take more ownership or we should have more involvement in running the building itself. I think that, I don't know, there's something special about the architecture of the building and the people who have been taking care of it. I think it's like a perfect match. I think that you guys have done really well with it. I appreciate you. Just the service that you provide to our community, to our country, and then within our community, it's just a perfect match. And I'd like to see more of this if we could. So I don't think that we should necessarily take a more stronger role in there. But I do agree with my colleague here on the right that we do need to look into the concern that he brought up. And I would like for us to have a seat, because I do hear that there's some possible mediation of challenges that could occur. Just have a seat, talk to everybody at the table, and see if that's something we can address and maybe even protect in the contract. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
What I would suggest that's me. If there is that role, we are very clear in policy how we get there, and look at whether it be president of the group versus not versus, but with if there's conflicts, it would be with the leadership of that group rather than individual folks getting in the middle of all that, because each group has multiple people.
Yeah, I want to hear everybody out. I'm grateful for the partnership, and I want to continue it. And please come ask us and let us know what you need. We want to support you guys. You guys are supporting our entire community. And thank you to Black Bonsai. Thank you to Young Glitch. And thank you to Mr. Hillstock. We love having the youth come out here to speak. So appreciate you guys being here tonight.
Councilmember Burns.
That's Councilman. Or council member.
I said member.
All right. It is, and I'm going strong. So first of all, I see a lot of pride in the building. I see a lot of effort. I think you could actually eat off of the floors in there, and that's amazing. I'd say your best is good enough. I would ask, do you have a social media platform? Because all of the events that you do, I think it could be very helpful to have some sort of a social media platform, or maybe the city offer some assistance to promote these things, because in my world, more is better, and communication is the key to that. And so I would like to look at that. Councilmember Resendez said if you need some help, wink, wink, nod, nod, we might be able to help. I guess if there are problems with people paying the liability insurance, I'm wondering if there's a way to provide some sort of a hardship waiver for that. And I'd like to see more about that, because again, I don't want people to be limited on their abilities simply based on the cost of a liability policy. And I have no clue what they cost today, but I'm sure that they're not cheap. I also would like to maybe explore ways to create more meeting space there, because there's oftentimes you walk in, there's this great big floor and there's a lot of space, but I suspect you can't get privacy. So I don't know if there's a way to put up some portables or make those available to them, so that more is better in my mind. And then I guess, finally, I would just like to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I support moving forward with the renewal of the current agreement for the 4-year period. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, comments?
So the word tells me to speak the truth in love. I love the way you guys take care of the building. And none of you can outwork George. And that's telling off the top of me, not even you three. But I do hear things. And you know what? I understand when people are having events that, you know what, they want it their way, I get it. That's a little bit separate. What would really make me happy is to continue on, but also, I don't know what's going on, but it's got to be settled, because you know what? We're all one community. We're all one team. We're all one army. We're one nation. Not Raider Nation. But you know what? You know what? I don't like VFW being separated. I don't even know what the heck's going on. Get together. Let's move forward, and let's do the events that you guys are doing with the city together combined are great. Let's make it better. There's always room for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales, did you have some comments?
Interesting, because I can only hear, I can't see people's faces when they're speaking, but I definitely hear that something is happening. I do support staff's recommendation, but I also heard at least one person talk about having clarity and transparency in terms of the use, whether it be the fees or the insurance. So I'd like to see that incorporated, and it might already have been. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think everybody has said it, but I'm going to say it again just because I was around when the building was redone, and it was beautiful when it was redone. And every time I walk in there, I think, my God, it still looks that beautiful. So you guys are doing an awesome job of maintaining things. So I appreciate that. I also totally support, I mean, this is a Veterans Memorial Building. It's absolutely appropriate having you all managing it. I just think it fits. I know I've heard a few concerns or some possible things to work on in the contract. I find that some of our older contracts do require some reworking, and I have all the faith in the world of our city manager that he'll, work with y'all and tighten up whatever needs to be tightened up, and maybe get some, pricing or whatever it is that seems to be maybe needing some work. But you have my full support. I love you guys. I think you do wonderful work, and I love the partnership going on here. You guys are awesome. I did go to the First Five event. They were there and helping out, and they were just, every time Maria needed them, they were just like everywhere doing all kinds of things. So you guys are really great. You got a lot of energy, and I will try to come to one of your events, but I'm not going to dance. So just saying. All right. So do we need to give some direction or consensus? Is that what we're doing tonight?
I think I've received consensus this
You've
evening.
got
So we'll be
consensus.
bringing back a 4-year agreement. Most likely it would be the second meeting of April, because we've got consensus that meeting, and looks like it's the 15th. The contract expires the 22nd. So
Okay.
we'll bring an item back before you.
Right. Thank you all. Sorry it took so long to get to you.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you. All right, I think we're going to finally get to public hearing. So, item 1, ordinance number 1248, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving the third amendment to the development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and the development known as West Fairview for the partial assignment of the development agreement to Eden Housing Mimosa Street investors. May we have the staff report?
I'm going to try to make this very brief.
Thank you.
Eden Housing is our 100-unit affordable housing project. There is a development agreement for the West of Fairview development between the city and Award Homes. Award Homes has amended the DA twice. This would be the third amendment. And Eden is asking for the amendment for a partial assignment of the terms of the DA that are applicable to them. So then they would have their own contract for the things that they're required for, and they need to do this in order to take purchase of the land. So if you approve it tonight, they can then complete taking the land from Award Homes. With that, staff is recommending that you adopt an ordinance approving the West Fairview Development Agreement amendment, which is also, I should have mentioned, been reviewed by our city attorney, and they've approved it. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions, Council Member Burns?
No, none.
Councilmember Perez? Councilmember Morales, any questions? Councilmember Morales? Oh, there you are.
No. No questions, thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have one for Waisha Song.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'll make this short as well. Thank you so much for taking this deep into the evening. I believe this item and the next item for Eden Housing is incredibly important to helping us deliver more affordable housing to the city of Hollister. Yes. So Eden Housing is a nonprofit organization. We've been operating in California for over 55 years, including here in Hollister. The next two items are key for us to be able to take ownership of the land and actually begin development and receive financing. To date, actually from last month when I was here, we actually already received even more project-based vouchers from the Housing Authority, and we've received a threshold letter from HCD awarding $4 million to the project. Wow. So in order to deliver those dollars to the great city of Hollister, we need your support tonight, and these units will go to support families that earn less than $55,000 a year, and that's for a family of 4. So that will really greatly benefit your low income, extremely low income, and your farm worker communities here. So appreciate you supporting these motions tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any other comment?
Those are all the public comments for this item.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Let's bring it back for some deliberation. Councilmember Burns, I'm going to go to you.
Thank you. I'm really excited for this to be moving forward. Hopefully, it'll happen in the next 10 years or less, where we'll get it built and actually have the housing available. So for me, this is a no-brainer. I mean, it just takes time, but thanks, and I'm 100% supportive. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
I am so excited. Oh, it's not comments, questions.
This is deliberation.
You know, I'm so excited that not only that we're moving forward with this, and it's. I mean, this is a great need, like you were saying, to most of our community actually, because it's low-income housing. This is what we've been talking about, Tim. It's like only been taking 3.5 years, but we're getting there. And that you said that there's more. Would you say present or options that they were presenting to you? That makes my heart so happy. So I support this, and thank you, and bring more.
Councilmember Morales, do you have any comments?
No, just excited as well. Thank you.
Okay. I think you've got pretty much full support here, because I'm really excited. I'm excited for the further funding that you've gotten, and hopefully we'll get this moving forward quickly. So I think, I'm not sure what happened with Councilmember Resendez, but I guess, can we get a motion to approve? And is there a second?
Well, absolutely a second, but do we actually need to, for the record, read in, adopt a resolution approving density bonus 2023?
That's
That's the next one. Okay. See, I'm so excited. I just can't hide it.
It's okay. It's after 10.
Okay. So then we've got a second. So can we do a roll call?
Councilmember Perez.
Definitely.
Councilmember Morales.
Yes.
Councilmember Burns.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Resendez absent.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go on to, geez, I'm losing track of my, sorry, I'm losing track of my pages here. Okay. So that was the first ordinance. Our next, I'm like losing my mind here. Wasn't there a second public hearing?
No, there's just a second part for the Eden housing.
It's in the back.
It's E1.
So, okay, so it's not public hearing
in
then,
the
it's
back.
just, that's my confusion. That's what we're going with anyway. So, this is resolution number 2024-39, resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a density bonus 2023-4 to reduce the Community Facilities District fees for a 100% affordable project located at the corner of Avenida Cesar Chavez and Mimosa Street. Then we have the staff report.
This is the second part of Eden for tonight. The Planning Commission previously approved a density bonus for this project. That density bonus was for one incentive and was for the waiver of development standards. It was a rear setback and height requirement. The project is actually eligible for 3 incentives under the state density bonus law due to the percentage that it comprises of west of Fairview and the number of affordable projects. After the project was approved by the Planning Commission, the applicant requested a reduction in impact and CFD fees. The Planning Commission did review it and made a recommendation to the City Council to approve it, but following that meeting, it was slightly modified by the applicant to only request the CFD waiver, the CFD reduction at this time. So again, they are now with 2 density bonus requests. If they wanted to in the future, they could also apply for a 3rd. The community facilities fee reduction would be to lower the tax rate, lower their CFD fees for CFD 4 and 5. They are requesting that the total fee that they pay is $400 per unit for both in totality. Currently, the rate for CFD 4 is higher than CFD 5, and these are for the multifamily rates, and they've been calculated for the West of Fairview project. The applicant is requesting this reduction in fees to help with the affordability of the project. That's probably my next one. In order to show that they can operate and not at a loss, they need to show that they can have a debt service coverage of 1.15. And what happens is once they calculated out the CFDs and their operating cost per year, they fall below that 1.15 after the first year, and then after that they start operating at a loss. So they don't qualify for a mortgage with the current CFD fees. So that is why they're here requesting the waiver. Staff is recommending that the CFD fees go into CFD 5 for police and fire services, and still requiring them to annex into CFD 4 and 5 as a condition of approval. That way that if this project ever becomes reverts to market rate in the future, then we could charge the current rate at that point. But they are requesting a total of $400 per unit with an annual increase of 3.5% per year. You do have several options before you, but staff is recommending that you adopt a resolution approving their density bonus request for the second incentive to allow for the CFD reduction so that they can operate their facility not at a loss, so they can get some loans for their project. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions for me or for Eden.
Sure. Vice Mayor Resendez, do you have questions?
Thank you. I do. 1.5 what? I missed that part.
1.15 is their debt service, the ratio that they have to show. They have to show that they can operate at a positive for their operating per year. And as the years go further and further with the rate of our CFD fees, they fall below, they fall into a loss.
Okay.
So it operates at a loss. And so for mortgage purposes and for the state of California, that doesn't meet their requirements for getting a loan.
Okay. But we don't have a dollar amount.
The total dollar amount?
Yeah.
Wasia probably knows it off the top of her head better than I do.
The total dollar amount for the loss?
Yes.
Oh, the project would not be feasible operating at a loss. We wouldn't be able to secure tax credits. We wouldn't even be able to accept the $4 million.
So the question is this. You're asking for reduction in CFDs. How much is that if
Oh.
we're talking about the dollar amount?
It's, sorry,
Total amount.
here we go.
So,
So for CFD 4, the current rate is $1,176.78 per multifamily unit.
so we're looking at 100,000 for CFD4 per year.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at 75,000 for CFD5 per year. And that's it?
The two fees, yeah.
Okay. And then you said it's going to be for a total of how many years?
So CFDs are forever.
Yeah.
They do increase annually.
Unless they go to market rate at some point?
If they were to go to market rate, we have it in there that that person would not get this advantage.
Uh-huh.
They would have to pay the market rate. So if Eden operates for the next 1,000 years, it would be $400 with an annual increase of 3.5% for the next 1,000 years.
Okay. I'm really torn because I want affordable housing, but who's going to cover the cost of that?
By putting the money into CFD 4 and 5,
Yeah.
it covers police and fire. The rest of the west of Fairview is paying into tax rate 20, so then it pays for the maintenance fees. So there still is money coming into west of Fairview.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, questions?
Thank you. I may have missed something in presentation here, but so we're going to lock these rates in now. Is this? I heard you talk about they wouldn't qualify for the loan. So if this council approves this moving forward, we've committed to this, but by the time these units, I don't know how long it's going to take to go from dirt to occupancy, but I have to presume 3 years, maybe. And so, what if all the numbers switch between now and then? How does that have any variation on this? Because if you're gonna secure a loan, I presume that there's going to be a construction loan. And the construction in my life is always prime plus 1 or 2. And right now the rates aren't great anyway, so hopefully by the time you pull the money to build it, the rates will be less. But if we lock into this now, is there a possibility they'll come back and ask for a further reduction? Because that would be my only concern.
Their original request included a waiver of all impact fees plus the CFD, and that was to make the project at that point
Right.
feasible. The city is working with them to try to find additional grant funds to facilitate the construction of this project. So right now, it's the CFD at 400. They could, I guess, request a third incentive to change it, but that would be a guess on our part. They ran all the numbers. It's included in the staff report where they ran the numbers at 400. So I would feel comfortable that that's the number
Okay.
to show that they can
Right.
operate not at a loss,
Right.
which is what
Right.
they need to do.
Right, and again, I'm willing, I'm all in on this. I mean, I think the trade-off is, number one, we get $4 million in a grant that will make it a better project. We have a successful operator that's gonna take lead on this. And we have 100 affordable housing units, which is amazing. I don't know that we've done that in a while here. And we certainly never done it on our own. And the developer's never done it, as far as I'm aware of, at that volume either. So for me, I see the risk, but I see the reward. And so I will support this 110%. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, comments?
Love it.
That was easy. Councilmember Morales, do you have any comments? I'm sorry, questions.
Oh, no, no, I don't have it. No.
No questions. Okay, then I think, I have one question for you. I just want to clarify because I think I understand, but so the initial time frame as far as affordable, it's 55 years, right? Like that will not change. It's at least 55 years, maybe much longer.
Under the density bonus law, they are required for the 55 years. So at 55 years, they could sell it, or they could maintain it as Eden Housing and keep operating it at an affordable rate.
Okay, thanks. Why don't we go to public comment? Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have one speaker, Carson Clower.
Good evening, everybody. Carson Clower, K2 Solutions, and it's pretty late, but this is an exciting topic for a number of reasons. Obviously, it's a great project. It's also a great discussion. These are some topics that you as a council haven't come across yet, and some people have been bringing these things up for a while. What do you do with the CFD reduction or an impact fee waiver? You have to make a hard decision. You have to weigh whether or not the project is worth what you're giving up, which you're giving up maintenance of the future improvements, and you're also giving up, to some extent, financing the police and fire. So this is what we've been discussing with inclusionary housing ordinance, low-income housing, all these different things. You have to weigh them, and I'm excited that it sounds like we're going to end up in the right place on this, but you can take this one little discussion that it seems like I'm the only one talking about at this point, and you can take it out to the next, hopefully, 1,000 units that you build for inclusionary housing or low-income housing, because you need the units, but you got to have the discussions. You got to make the hard decisions on whether or not you're willing to forego $30,000 a year for your police and fire, whether you're willing to forego $100 and something thousand a year in your maintenance. Hard decisions, but I think in the end, once you see people moving in, you see how excited people are, it's going to be worth it. So I'm for this project. I think it's very important to notice how many things had to go right to get to this point, and there's probably still a number of things that still have to go right to actually get sticks in the air, and hopefully everybody will get there, and just keep this in mind when we come around to the next topic. Thanks.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
All right, so let's do some final deliberation. Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you. No, I don't think it's a hard decision, as it was described by the previous speaker. Someone's got to pay for those police, someone's got to pay for that fire, someone's got to pay for that maintenance, and I'm not going to stick that bill with the people of Hollister, so I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
I'm going to support this 100%. As I recall, when this thing started maybe 25 years ago with Award Homes and the project was being built, it started with half of that number. And so, as I recall, they've doubled the number, and we need it. And I think we can find other ways to underwrite or fund. Our police department, fire department, they probably are. City manager, my assumption is they get about 60% of the general fund money anyway. Would that be an accurate statement?
If I were to look at it roughly, that's a fair statement.
Right. So we will always have money to fund police and fire, and they will always be priorities. And then if we have good proactive maintenance from Public Works on our roads and our infrastructure, I think we'll be just fine. And I do think that there's a compromise. You can't always get everything you want at no cost. And so for me, I see this as valuable, and I will support it 100%.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez.
What better investment is there? I mean, I was there when they opened up the Habitat for Humanity, and then watching those families going to places, to their own places. I mean, that's part of the step. What we're doing is creating another ring in the ladder so that people can get up and go and move forward in life. And this is part of it. I totally support it. Thank you. And I hope that there's more to come, because we need it. It's a no-brainer. Thank you so much.
All right. Councilmember Morales.
No, there is no motion, right? So.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any comments. I'll wait for the motion.
Okay, thanks. Well, thank you for the presentation, and I too understand the importance of our affordable housing. We need it, and as I've heard so many times from the Vice Mayor, we have 2 and 3 families living in apartments. We need more options for them. This is super important. We have not done a good job of building a lot of affordable, so this is a big step, and it's worth every penny. So I just want you to know I appreciate the work you're doing and support it. So I think we're ready. We could probably take our roll call vote. I'm sorry, motion.
So motion.
Sorry, I'm keep trying to move ahead.
So moved.
Second.
All right, now roll call vote.
Councilmember Perez.
More than delighted, yes.
Councilmember Morales.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember or Vice Mayor Resendez opposed.
Right. All right, I think we've done item 2. So we're going to move on to item 3, inclusionary housing ordinance discussion. We have the staff report.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight's item is a discussion on the inclusionary housing ordinance. If you'll recall, at the December 4th, 2024 City Council meeting, the City Council heard of introduction of an ordinance. The ordinance was not introduced as drafted. And at the last meeting on February 20th, the City Council provided direction to staff to bring back a change to the ordinance for consideration of the council. Tonight is just a discussion. The change that was requested was a change to the percentage of affordability split that was in the draft ordinance. The original draft heard in December was 7% very low, 5% low income, and 3% moderate. The change that you'll see in the attached red line draft is a change to 6% very low, keeping 5% low, and then 4% moderate. And tonight we have our consultant team from PlaceWorks, Greg Goodfellow, here to provide a presentation. We also have David Early, our principal, online for any questions. And we're going to talk about the ordinance as it stands, a little bit of history, and potentially some options before the council, and staff is seeking direction tonight from the council on any further changes to the ordinance that we should make, or whether we should bring back the ordinance as has been redlined drafted for you tonight. We're just seeking direction following some information from PlaceWorks. So with that, I will pass it over to Greg for his presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. To recap very quickly, the city has been working on an inclusionary housing program for the last few years, basically an ordinance that would require market rate housing developers to allocate a certain percentage of their developments to affordable housing. I'm going to go over the project background, an overview of alternative compliance very quickly. Every alternative, ordinance has a requirement for the percentage of units that have to be developed. There's also alternative compliance that can go into an ordinance for how else you could fulfill that requirement, and I'm going to talk about those options tonight. Very quickly, in 2020, the City Council gave staff direction to put together an ordinance with a 20% inclusionary housing requirement. 20% of all market rate developments would have to be devoted to affordable housing, and the council at that time directed staff to include no alternative compliance options into that draft ordinance. So staff brought back a draft to the March 2023 Planning Commission meeting with that 20% requirement. And because of that 20% requirement, which is above the state's threshold for this level of what they might call undue constraint on housing, a feasibility analysis was required. In other words, how would this 20% requirement affect the feasibility of these market rate developments? What that found was, in order for market rate projects in this market, this local market, to be feasible, sizable local bonuses would be necessary, density bonuses for these projects, very significant bonuses. So those were included in this draft, as well as the option for an in lieu fee just for rental projects. And again, no alternative compliance options were included in it. In May of 2023, we received input from the City Council, with saying that the 20% requirement could constrain housing development. You agreed with some of the results, you heard the results of the feasibility analysis, and the item was continued until, quote, additional stakeholder community outreach was completed. You wanted to hear from the community their thoughts on this ordinance. So in August 2023, we held an inclusionary housing workshop and found that very quickly the community input favored 15% of a requirement, which is the state norm, much more normal than 20%. And they would like to see at least one alternative compliance option in this new draft. So at the September of 2023 special City Council meeting, a new draft ordinance was brought. This one reduced that requirement to 15%, and it removed that local bonus requirement because feasibility was not so intensely impacted to projects with this lower inclusionary requirement. It maintained the 10-unit project minimum. Housing development projects less than 10 units would not be affected by this ordinance. It maintained the applicability to for sale and rental housing. There was no in lieu fee option, and it brought in an alternative compliance option, which was the acquisition and rehabilitation of existing units. In other words, instead of fulfilling this 15% requirement for affordable housing, a developer has the option of acquiring and rehabilitating existing units into the same amount of affordable units that would have been required. Now, this draft was not adopted due to your desire for more information on these alternative compliance options. What are they? What are the pros and cons of each? That's why I'm here tonight, is to tell you a little bit about these options. And you also asked for this revised draft ordinance, and the change here was the 15% was staying the same, but the 7% requirement to very low income units was brought down to 6%. The 5% for very low or low stayed the same, and the 3% requirement for very low income or middle income was brought up to 4%. So it was a more balanced distribution of those 15% requirements. Still a 10-unit project size minimum, still no in lieu fee option, and the existing alternative compliance options in this current draft were providing affordable rental units for projects that provide affordable rental units in for sale projects. This is required by Government Code 65589.8. For this alternative compliance option whereby you provide affordable rental units in other for sale projects, it has to be the same or greater number of very low income, or middle income units per the existing requirement, and it has to have the same number of bedrooms, each of these units combined, as you would have developed if you were complying with the traditional 15% ordinance. The other alternative option is the acquisition, like I said, and rehabilitation of existing units. These come with a lengthy list of standards to make sure that this acquisition and rehabilitation process is fair and safe. It demands a third-party physical needs assessment of the site, a third-party site assessment. Existing tenants of these units that are required and rehabilitated, their relocation and their notification has to be paid for by the developer, and the value of the rehabilitation work has to be greater than 25% of the value of the existing unit that's being rehabilitated. So a lot goes into that alternative compliance option. All right, an overview of alternative compliance, mostly from the state's perspective. Assembly Bill 1505 requires at least one alternative compliance method for inclusionary housing ordinances with a rental requirement. So we fall into that category. The draft ordinance as it stands covers both for sale and rental units. Community Workshop also supported an alternative compliance method, but not an in lieu fee. Again, that came from the workshop we held here. HCD has a memo they put out about AB 1505, and they really stress that jurisdictions have broad discretion over their alternative compliance. Again, from the state's perspective, what's important is that an inclusionary housing ordinance does not, quote, unduly constrain housing. They don't want it to be so limiting that it actually less housing is developed as opposed to more affordable housing. And they make it very clear that in this discretion that you as a city have, you should consider your objectives when selecting your alternatives. Do you want to minimize displacement here? Is that your biggest priority? Are you focused on improving access to jobs and transportation? Are you focused on improving community inclusiveness over these others? Or are you building on a history of affordable housing partnerships? As you'll see, the different alternative compliance options have different advantages for these different goals. In lieu fees, these are the most common and the big one. And really what it comes down to with in lieu fees is that they are very tailored, and they can be tailored in a way that makes them extremely advantageous and extremely useful, or if they're not tailored correctly, you'll see that they can become sort of a loophole for the ordinance. So they certainly generate funds for future affordable housing construction. The fee levels can be tailored to different project types, project size, and to the local market. You understand your market. That helps in setting the fees. The funds can be leveraged by using other funding sources and subsidies, and the funds can be used by the city or transferred to nonprofits, such as we've heard from tonight, and affordable developers who, it can be assumed, know the process well, know how to build affordable housing quickly and most efficiently. Common challenges of in lieu fees: if the fees are set too low, they can create a funding gap for projects. There's a history of fees going unused due to lack of project sites. You'll see that in these other alternative compliance options, there's a given that a site is selected. That's not the case with in lieu fees, and sites for affordable housing are not always easy to find. They can result in lower quality units when the control is handed to someone who doesn't have the interests of the city in mind. And they can result in exclusionary patterns. Sometimes paying in lieu fees may be the most feasible, but mostly for higher end projects. Affordable project sites may be in the least expensive areas of the community, so sometimes it's in the interest of the city to ensure that inclusionary housing takes place in the original development site. And funded projects are generally 100% affordable instead of units being distributed within market rate projects. So in an in lieu fee, it could be used for a single affordable housing development, but again, those are all going to be affordable units all in one place, instead of as if the existing inclusionary requirement was complied with and there was a spread of affordable units within a market rate development. And finally, in lieu fees require additional staff resources to get projects built. Off-site construction, another common alternative compliance option. Instead of developing a 15% or whatever the percentage may be of affordable housing, a developer has the option to build affordable units off of the existing site that he is developing on. Common benefits of off-site construction: dedicated sites may accommodate higher numbers or percentages of affordable units than the original development site. Developers have the ability to utilize special financing and subsidies for all affordable projects. Although all affordable projects all in one place can be seen as facilitating exclusionary housing. At the same time, like I say, specialized financing is available for those types of projects. And it allows for regulatory conditions to ensure certain things like that don't happen. The inclusionary housing requirement could apply to a new site. There can be timing and location issues. You have to make sure that this off-site development happens at the same time as the existing development. It has to happen in a certain section of the city where housing is needed, or it's a strategic location near a transit site, things like that. And there needs to be, or there can be, an added condition into the ordinance for administrative approval. Any type of off-site construction development as an option for inclusionary housing needs to go through a whole approval process with staff. Common challenges, similar to in lieu fees, they may result in lower quality units. They can result in exclusionary patterns. Off-site construction may be most feasible for the higher end projects. Affordable project sites may be in the least expensive areas of the community, again, land values. And new projects are generally 100% affordable instead of units being distributed within market rate projects. I should mention here again, in our draft ordinance, as is the case with most inclusionary housing ordinances, there are standards that say developers in their development of this percentage of affordable units, those units have to be distributed evenly throughout that market rate development. They can't be in a pocket separate from the market rate units. And finally, another challenge of off-site construction is that it requires additional staff resources to get those projects built, more staff time looking at the site, reviewing options, et cetera. Land dedication, another common alternative. The developer dedicates land off-site for the development of affordable housing. This can remove that major bottleneck of locating an appropriate housing site. Unlike in lieu fees, this is one where the site is a given, not the money. A dedicated site may accommodate higher numbers or percentages of affordable units than the original development site. The site may allow the use of specialized financing, and subsidies when the projects are built. And again, this also allows for regulatory conditions that are built into the code: timing, location, administrative approval, et cetera. Challenges. This requires careful site assessments by all involved to make sure that it's a healthy site, it complies with local planning, regional planning, et cetera. The resulting projects may be subject to permitting and construction delays. And same issues as in lieu fees as well. It could result in lower quality projects, may result in exclusionary patterns, and will require additional staff resources to get projects built. So again, this is another example of an alternative that moves a step away from the original ordinance, which can be a good thing, but then again requires a certain level of tailoring and administration afterwards. Acquisition and rehabilitation of existing units. Common benefits, again, this removes that bottleneck of an appropriate housing site. You know where you're going to build. The dedicated site may accommodate higher numbers or percentages of affordable units. Design and amenities may be tailored to meet local needs. The required rate of rehabilitated units to new inclusionary housing requirement may be tailored. Challenges, this requires careful assessment of buildings and site conditions. Appropriate sites may be limited. There's not always going to be, in many cases, a set of existing units with a number and type of rehabilitated potentials. The rights of the existing tenants must be respected. Again, in our draft ordinance now, we have it written in that the developer has to pay for all notification and all relocation of all tenants that would be relocated as part of this option. And then again, other similar to in lieu fees. This can result in lower quality units, exclusionary patterns, and it would require additional staff resources to get projects built with this second step built in. With that, I'll leave it to discussion. I know that was a lot of information.
Okay. Questions? Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Let me know if you need me to go back to a slide, by the way.
I'm fine. Well, I'm curious. So I saw that it was 20%, 20%, 20%. You said we've been working on this for a few years. What happened? How did we get from 20% to 15%?
Planning Commission direction, council direction, and the workshop we held at the Vets Hall.
Okay, so that all happened under this current administration.
Yeah.
The Planning Commission asked to lower from 20% to 15% for inclusionary affordable
The commission
housing.
and the council have seen drafts with that requirement of 15% in it.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, at the workshop, how many people actually attended? Do you recall? Do you know?
30.
I want to say, yes, I believe there was about 15 to 20 in person and the same online, 15 to 20 online.
Okay, all right. So again, we have 40 people kind of giving us direction for a city of 40,000 plus. Okay. One common theme throughout each one of these slides is, and as a negative, it's not my words, not yours. It requires additional staff resources. It seems like that's a repetitive thing. And so, what do you mean by that specifically, more directly, and how does that or would that impact the city for the cost for that? Simply
that. As written, the requirement itself is straightforward. When it's followed, it's more straightforward, obviously, from the get-go. When you build in an alternative option, those options require a greater level of administration, basically. And certainly these off-site options, any housing that's built on a new site or off-site, needs to be, that site needs to be carefully assessed. We built in the requirement for a third-party site review, for example, of any of these acquired and rehabilitated units. All of this stuff is very important to make sure that a second development branch off of that original market rate development also is developed with the safety and clarity of that original project, which does require more administration.
So then, Councilmember Burns, I think David Early wanted to chime in on to provide you some additional input as well.
Thanks.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to add to what Greg Goodfell just said, that it is within the ordinance that the city will establish an administrative fee to administer the overall ordinance. And so regardless of which of these alternatives compliance methods you choose, and you have to choose at least one, we will be able to foresee in the ordinance recouping the costs of additional staff time.
Thank you. That was my next question. I appreciate that. So how would the city benefit from rehabbing existing units? I mean, yeah, you get a nicer quality unit, but it feels like there's going to, in some percentage there'll be a displacement of current residents. And at the end of the day, it seems like we're just trading off one thing for another, but we're not really increasing our number.
Yeah, I think the idea is, thus it's an option that does need to be considered, and the idea is that it would still gives more option to a developer to make sure that that requirement to develop affordable housing is met, given potential feasibility issues with the existing requirement, and just by adding to options to ensure the development of affordable housing, it's a positive.
So that's an either or. As I read, I saw in one of the earlier slides that we are required by the government code, the California government code, to pick one, but by no means are we required to choose this one.
Absolutely not.
Correct. And if I might speak to the reasoning behind why, after our review of the council's direction as well as the feedback we received from the community, one of the reasons that staff recommended and included the acquisition rehabilitation of units as the proposed alternative compliance was that one of the big concerns we heard was wanting units to be built as projects are built. And then the second big thing that we heard was as Greg kind of mentioned through his presentation, the exclusionary kind of avoidance of really putting affordables on maybe land that is of less value, and thus concentrating affordables in one part of town where it might not be concentrated in another. And so one of the reasons we were looking at acquisition and rehabilitation is because there may be purchasing opportunities of existing units throughout town, so that gets you kind of the diversification of, units exist all throughout town. Units aren't only on one side of town. And then it also gets you a unit on the ground that's affordable. It has a restriction at the time of construction of a project. So when we were balancing those two big points of feedback that we heard, this seemed like the alternative compliance that met those criteria the best. Obviously, the best alternative to getting a mixed, diverse of housing and inclusionary housing in every new development is compliance with the 15% or whatever is adopted as a mix in the new development. But if there has to be an alternative, we looked at land dedication. The concerns with that were, again, this kind of exclusionary, and then also you're getting land, but you're not necessarily getting a unit at the same time as you're getting a market rate unit. So that was one of the concerns with that option from a staff's perspective and what we heard from the feedback. And then you can look at off-site construction, but that does get you a unit. So there's that benefit and that alternative compliance, but we were concerned about the exclusion of the market rate and the separation. So that was a concern with that alternative. And then with in lieu fees, there was the concern of timing of the units as well as the funding balance and potential funding gap of funds that sit and they're in place. They're perfectly valid today, but then 3 years from now, it's 3 years of inflation less of fees and those types of things. So that was why staff was recommending that. But as Greg mentioned, you are required to have one. You're not restricted to only having one. You're not restricted to only having that one. You can have 10, you can have one, but you have to have one.
Thank you. I guess I have one more question, and then I'll reserve my other thoughts for follow-up. Explain to me again why 15% is I won't say it's standard, but it's maybe the maximum threshold before it triggers some state review. I was originally part of the 20%, but my concern is that we may paint ourselves into a corner with doing that.
That's written into the law, and at some point, I'm not sure when the math was completed, but it was that 15% and its association with rental housing that HCD and others really saw that as a threshold at which an inclusionary ordinance could become this, and this is the phrase that is always used, this undue strain on housing. So that's the math point at which it was decided that if you're going to do 15%, higher than 50% applied to rental units, which are already more sensitive to feasibility, then you have to offer developers another way to go about this. So if you just had a 10% inclusionary ordinance that was only applicable to for-sale housing, you wouldn't have to offer an alternative compliance option.
Okay, I lied. I do have two other quick questions, I think.
Okay.
So, we currently, the city of Hollister doesn't have and never has had an inclusionary housing ordinance. Is that correct?
True.
Okay. And how about San Benito County?
San Benito, the county, no.
No, they don't have one at all either.
There's 200.
They do.
The county does.
The county does.
I'm
It's-
sorry,
yeah.
I'm confusing. Yes.
I think it's 15% and then
Yeah.
20 if it's off-site or.
Okay.
I apologize.
Oh, no,
Confusing
I know it's late at night and it's after 10 for Rick. And so I'll save my comments for later. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the presentation. I appreciate the refresher.
Sure.
And Councilmember Perez, you have questions?
I just want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you for staying up for this information. It's been great. I thought it was really interesting. I was part of the 15 to 20% also, and we thought we were doing something great for our community. And basically, we shot ourselves not in one foot but in both feet because we didn't get nothing. And now we're starting to get things coming back. But it's interesting to see that, you know what, the numbers that the state crunched to get 15% is actually, the state was right. But anyways, thank you for your presentation.
Councilmember Morales, do you have questions?
No questions.
Okay, then I'm going to open it for public comment.
Mayor Casey, we have one speaker, Carson Clower.
Hi again. The goal of your ordinance should be to get in affordable housing built as soon as possible at no cost to the city. I think it's a pretty straightforward goal. Is it easy to get there? Not really. I don't like any of the alternative compliance methods. Past councils have tried different stuff, not necessarily for inclusionary housing ordinance reasons, but sometimes if you set aside land, it doesn't get built. I think if you're going to do one, which you have to, do the acquisition and rehab, and my reason for that is a little weird. I don't think anybody's going to be able to do acquisition and rehab. It's just back of the envelope doesn't make sense. Our housing stock's pretty good. It's fairly new. There's not a lot of dilapidated units out there. The number of units that you'd have to find in order to go through that process, it's a lot. You don't see 15 crappy units in a whole year for sale. Those units that do come up, they're still super expensive. So it's going to be easier and cheaper to build a new house than to buy somebody's old crappy house and fix it. And then just going through that process of actually going by every regulation, it's going to be very difficult to do that. So if you're going to pick one, pick that one so that the builders actually have to build the inclusionary housing units. I think if your goal is to actually get something built, it would be really helpful to know what is actually feasible and reasonable. Last time I said this, everybody said, well, we don't have to do it by law. Well, just because you don't have to do something by law doesn't mean it's not a good reason to actually do it. I don't know what the correct number is. I don't know what the correct percentage is. I don't know what the correct breakdown is. And there's a great list of all the different ordinances in different jurisdictions. And every single one of them is going to be different from what yours is, because from here to Gilroy, it's $150,000 per house. That's on the sale side. I don't know what it is on the cost side to actually build it. And very few people would. So if you actually want to get the units built, and I don't want this to go on any longer, I think I said this like 8 months ago. You could have ran the study and known by now and approved it and said, you know what, this is a great shot. It says 15%, 6, 5, and 4, and let's do it. But we don't know what's going to happen. And you guys can say, let's try it and we'll come back and we'll change it. Well, then you'd have to have at least 3 people who are okay with changing it later on. And it's not that easy to get anything done here. It's the way people talk about housing, it sounds like it is, but really it takes forever to get anything approved. And then you might get a project that actually doesn't work when you get the conditions from the Planning Commission. You have a number of projects that aren't being built that would be great for the community. They're rental projects, and there's some reason why they're not happening. I would say don't add this to that list when you can actually find out what the number should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, we have another public speaker, Elias Salinas.
If I wait 9 more minutes, I can say good morning. Okay, so there are no buildings buildings to rehab. I mean, it doesn't matter where you look in the city. And even if you were to rehab, it's depending on how old they are, you have to also consider asbestos. That's why nobody does the rehab buildings. Nobody does any upgrades in the buildings in downtown, because we have that issue. The 15 to 20%, let's not forget that the general plan committee was controlled by the former mayor, who handpicked who was going to be on that committee so long as they did not disagree with him. The 15 is where it should be. The 15 is where it should have been the whole time, but 20% was a kind of a moratorium. It's just a play on words and play on numbers. I mean, the former mayor tried the same thing to try to extend the acreage of parks. So if you extended the acreage of parks, that would say no to the developers, because the developers are not going to give up that much land, because they're here to make money. Inclusionary housing, I mean, 100% include, Miss Song came up. I can't remember the name of the company right now. Can't remember the name of the company. And it was affordable housing. And here's an opportunity. And we lack affordable housing. And yet, Councilman Resendez votes no on what the majority of the people on the west side need, because you have generations living together under one roof. They're not even here. This would be important for them, and also the last project, because it actually does affect them. This is not about more housing or no housing. This is literally about what this community needs and what is important to this community. So you have a decision to make, but remember, literally there are no existing rehab, and that is, if you're going to force them to do something else, then do it. I mean, they should be building at the same time the low-income housing, the affordable housing, when they're building the others. And they're, well, no, we need to build these so we can make money, and then we'll be able to do that, and they extend it. So there's got to be a way to do it, and this is the way to do it, and it should be done in the same location. Why can't an affordable house be next to an $800,000 home? Oh, it's going to cost more crime. No, it's not.
Thank you. All right.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments for
Is
this
that it?
item.
Okay. All right, Vice Mayor, final comments.
Thank you. So again, I'm just going to repeat this so we're very clear. 20%, we're looking at 20% for years and years and years. We get to this administration and we lower the number to 15%.
The number was lowered to 15%. Yes.
Perfect. And I think the previous speaker stated it best. Developers are here to make money. We need to stop settling and say, well, it's better than nothing. At least we got our 15%. We did what we were required to do. We did the feasibility study. And I had a speaker up here say that the KB Homes was making 20%. It was a lot more than 20% that they were making here when I did the math. I think that we should have it at a minimum of 20%. We do need affordable housing. I do agree with a lot of the other points that were made, but to lower the number to 15%, and then now we've got lobbyists over here telling us that we shouldn't be rehabbing homes. I kind of see where this is going, and I cannot support that or get behind it, because I think it's really disappointing that we're turning our back on the people who really need affordable housing, to lower it from 20% to 15% under this council. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm really excited that we're actually going to put something in motion here, I believe, tonight, one way or another. And I am one that will say 15% beats zero. Would I like 20? Heck, I would like 50, but that's not real. And to go from 0 to 15, I call that progress. And so the things that do concern me And I do believe former council member Clower made a great point. There is nothing really here to rehab. It's not going to pencil out. It won't make money. And so I get that. I do have reservations about land dedications, and I really don't support off-site locations as proposed. I couldn't agree more with Ms. Salinas, as in, I think we need to build them where the development's going on. And we're seeing that with the project that we just approved the reduction in CFDs on earlier tonight. I mean, that's for an Award Homes project off of Fairview, as I recall. And so, I mean, they're going into the districts where the development's going on, and I think that's where they should be. And so those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, thoughts?
Thoughts? Oh, after 10. What I think is that I shouldn't have missed that meeting, because we wouldn't have to be here today. It would have been 15%. Like I said earlier, you know, it's interesting to see that the state actually came up with the right numbers. I don't know why I'm surprised, but I don't know. It's after 10. And so, you know, I feel kind of bad that we're even going through this, because we're going to go to 15% because that's the right number to be at. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Councilmember Morales.
It's already been said.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to make this long because it is getting late or early. So we did start with 20%. The state did require a feasibility study, which you did. And if I remember correctly, it was found to be infeasible. That was the conclusion.
Without the significant
and so you had to
local
add
bonuses.
a huge density bonus. I think it was 56%, which is humongous.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I understand the concern that things change over time, but, you know, yes, council members change over time. People change their positions. It happens. What I will say is, I know there's been a lot. I've heard at least 3 times comments regarding the workshop that you held, not having enough people there. And frankly, I went to a lot of the general plan Zoom workshops. There were an average of about 24 people, and about half of them were consultants and city workers. So you did not have a lot of input for the entire general plan. So to say that like over 30 people were at that, I did sit in, I didn't comment, I just sat in the back and listened. But you had actually a decent turnout. We just had a housing element where 2 people showed up. So that's actually a good turnout for us. I don't think it should be disparaged anymore. And there was a pretty clear consensus from them. So we wanted the input. In fact, I was the one, I think Councilmember Burns was the one saying we should get the public input because it hadn't happened yet before we make a decision. So I'm glad we did it. I'm glad it came out pretty clear. I'm not sure about the alternatives. I would probably have to follow the staff recommendation because each one has its pros and cons. And so for me, it's more about the 15% and getting it built. I think we'll see more than we would if we tried to do 20. And we really haven't met our RHNA numbers very well when it comes to low and very low. And this will ensure it, that we'll start seeing some movement. So I'm supportive of the 15% and the staff's recommendation. So do we have a motion at all?
So moved.
It's just for direction.
It's just direction, okay.
So if I'm hearing correctly, I'm hearing no changes to the draft red line ordinance as proposed, so we could bring back the red line ordinance, which will be pretty much everything that you saw in December, with the change to the percentage to be 6% for very low income, 5% for low or less, and 4% for moderate income or less. And we can bring that back for introduction, I believe I'm hearing.
Yes.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes.
So with that, with the options, the alternatives, what I'm hearing you say is you're going to bring back the offsite locations as an option as well as the land dedication?
No, so the only thing that we have changed from the draft ordinance that was heard in December is that percentage that I just described, and that ordinance has one alternative compliance option, which would be acquisition and rehab of units, and then I suppose it also has that market rate projects can have the affordables as rentals as required by state law. So technically 2 alternatives, but the one that you have a choice on
Great.
alternative compliance is only acquisition.
Thanks for the
rehabilitation.
clarification. I appreciate that.
Oh, David online as well has his hand if the mayor may.
David, if you want to chime in.
I just wanted to underscore this is really the crux of the matter, and since the council member brought it up, I wanted to be very clear. Although you're not taking a vote, what we're understanding to be your guidance is that we will not add any other alternative compliance mechanism. We will only retain the rehabilitation of existing units. If any of you want us to bring back other measures as alternative compliance options, right now would be the time to tell us that so that we can include it in the ordinance. So, and we will, I mean, you don't have to take a vote, but we would want to know that at least 3 of you of the 5 of you want other alternative compliance methods. The whole point of tonight's meeting is to make sure we bring you a draft that includes those methods that you want. And what we think we're hearing is just the one that's already in the ordinance. But if you want others, now is the time to tell us.
Councilmember Perez?
So, you know, it was brought up earlier, and I've always often thought about this. It's like, you know, these developers are developing their homes first before the low-income housing. Is there any way to switch that up? I mean, because it seems like they do it way too late. How can we make them? Can we incentivize?
Well, if I could
forward?
interject here, the point, one of the benefits of the ordinance as you appear to be wanting it to brought back to you is that the units will definitely be developed in one of 2 ways. One is that they will be developed on site, and the ordinance specifies they have to be concurrent with the project overall, or they will be developed as through rehabilitation of existing units, and the ordinance as drafted also specifies that that must be done concurrently with the actual project. So unlike an in lieu fee, which would be collected by the city and held in trust until a later time, one of the advantages of either doing it on site or doing it through rehabilitation of existing units is that they will happen concurrently. So I'm imagining, council member, that you're speaking about the West Fairview project that you looked at just a little while ago, where it's taken a large number of years. This set of inclusionary regulations would not allow a delay of the sort that you've seen on that Fairview project.
Thank you. And I totally support.
If we could add one other thing, I'd like Eva to add.
Yes, to your point, Councilmember Perez, the city also can enforce timing through both conditions of approval as well as a development agreement. And all of our affordable projects will come to you with a development agreement stating their affordability restrictions and all those types of things. So there are 2 different options aside from just the ordinance where you can regulate timing and enforce perhaps, you know, prior to 50%, then they pull all of the affordable, those types of things. We've done similar conditions, not on affordable projects, but on mixed projects where there's single and multifamily units. We have done conditions of approval ensuring that the multifamily gets built alongside the single family. So something similar could be enforced.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilman.
For council's consideration, I actually, well, I was initially opposed to it. I think it does make sense to add the addition of rehabbing existing units, knowing that, you know, maybe there is an opportunity, but the likelihood is, I think my sense is it makes it more attractive potentially, or more possible to move some of these things forward sooner. And as I think about it, when I think what I paid for my house versus what it's worth today, I couldn't qualify to buy the damn thing. And so, I don't see a problem with that. And if they want to rehab my house, I'm all in.
And just to clarify, acquisition and rehab is in the ordinance. So that wouldn't be changed, but it is there.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great job.
So unless anybody has any additional alternatives, I think we're good.
Correct. So we're staying with the sole alternative. You have the percentages.
Yes, I have the percentage we have the sole alternative, and we'll work on bringing back a public hearing for your consideration.
Very much. Appreciate
Thank you so
it.
much.
All right, let's move on to item F1. I'm sorry. Item 6. I don't want to miss that one. Let's see, City Council review of the City of Hollister City Council travel policy. May we have the staff report?
Yes, tonight our Administrative Services Director, Mr. Casey Astorga, will be providing the staff report. Thank you.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
As opposed to tonight, this morning.
I stand corrected.
Thank you very much. I do have a very brief staff report. So in June of 2023, the City Council adopted a travel policy specific for council members. Through consensus, it is being brought back tonight to have the conversation whether or not we should have any modifications to that travel policy for the City Council members, including specifically a consideration of whether or not we need to delineate any different types of travel. We use the idea of required travel or discretionary travel. So through tonight's conversation, the City Council can provide direction to staff to then come back with some modified policy in any form that the council wishes. So with that, staff is here to accept direction.
Okay, do we have questions at all? Councilmember Resendez, do you have any questions? Oh my God. Vice Mayor Resendez. It's 10 after midnight, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm trying to figure this out in my head. When I first started, do you know how much money we had for travel?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, when we took our positions, the dollar amount was $2,500. When you took office, I don't know off the top of my head what
Okay.
it was.
And then did we increase that recently under this City Council?
Yes, for the July 1 budget, for this fiscal year budget, that went from $2,500 to $5,000.
Wow.
We adopted a policy. The policy speaks to what's adopted at budget to give you the flexibility to, depending on budget years, go up and down without tweaking the policy.
Do you remember that there was a time that anybody has ever gone over our allotted travel expenses? Has that happened since you've been working for the City of Hollister?
Last fiscal year, there were a couple overages.
Okay. And then we
that have
increased it
been
to
reported out on.
5,000. And from what I'm hearing, the ask is to give even more money to travel if it's quote unquote on city business. Is that correct?
So we were asked to bring this item forward at the end of a council meeting with the consensus, so it's a very limited discussion. We believe the intention, and we would definitely seek more feedback because this is getting direction to come back with a potential policy change, was looking at how the travel budget is allocated for, let's say, for instance, you have a League of Cities and you're a delegate to it. You're doing official city business. Should that count towards your travel training budget? So I think that was the intent, and we're here to take direction
All right.
from the
Well,
council.
Looking forward to hearing the discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to have an option for those of us that don't use that money to have it put into our discretionary fund. Now, I've been on council 3 years. I've never done anything that's cost the city any money in that regard. And so I'd like to have the access to the money to do things in my district versus it just sitting in the general fund. So I'd like for that to be considered moving forward as an option. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, any questions? Councilmember Morales, do you have questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
All right, so let's bring it back for some deliberation. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, from what my understanding of what the ask is, that we started off with $2,500 when I was first elected. A couple of people on this administration went over that. And I think I might have seen that once with one of my colleagues previous to that as well. And then we doubled it under this City Council. And from my understanding, we now want to give even more money to this council to go on like special assignments, quote unquote, under the city's dollar. I don't, that's my understanding of it. And if I've got it wrong, then please correct me. But if that is the case, then I just can't support that at all. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you. I've expressed my interest. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez?
I too have not used my travel. I think I have, for Naleo. Either way, you know what? I've been to conferences. I've been to 3 of them, and it's very informative. You know what? It's kind of like going to school. I don't know if we have any teachers around, but you know what? When you go to school, you guys learn things, and so when I go to these events, these schools, classes, you learn things. You get to interact. You get to increase your network. You get to more. It's all in the recesses and the breaks. Is that where you really learn things because you talk to people, and if we limit that or take it away, then we're shooting ourselves in the foot again. And you know what? We're going to be back to 15 and 20%. So you know what? I'd rather just see. I don't know what the right number is, but I've never seen, since I've been on council and before, where someone has taken these funds and went on vacation to Hawaii. You know, it's always about business. And you know what? It gets tiring. And you know what? So what I have done is, for my times, is I will leave early or I will come back late. So I don't cost the city any money, but I get a benefit out of it too, because you know what? We deserve a benefit because we work hard up here. Some of us do. Some of us just glean off everyone else's work.
Councilmember Morales, did you have some comments on this?
Yes. And so when I first started, I think I asked the city manager, not the current one, where in the policy was there. Usually within the policy it states if elected officials have to go on city business to represent or vote on behalf of the city, usually there is a resolution that is provided in order for the council member to do so, or mayor. And so, you know, some council members use that and bring politics into it, or try to use that for whatever methods. I think the bottom line is, for business purposes, where the city council member is representing or voting on behalf of the city through a resolution, or they're doing training, just like if a new, you know, whatever happens in November, if we have a new council member, it would be highly recommended that they go to do the orientation so that they learn what their duties are. These trainings should not be weaponized. It should be hopefully encouraged for council members to understand their roles and their responsibilities. If a council member is appointed to a regional or a statewide committee, like the Transparency Governance Committee, then they shouldn't be paying out of pocket to represent the city or the region. So that's where there needs to be separation between a line item budget amount that's arbitrary versus what is the business need of the person that needs to travel. And that's usually what's done in other jurisdictions and just in good business practice. So that is the recommendation that I like to do. If you have official city business where you're representing the city, or you're appointed to a committee and you're having to travel in order to vote or participate in that, then that should be covered. That is all.
Okay, so I think if I was understanding what the council member was saying is, it's not necessarily asking for an additional amount of money in a fund, but just if you're required to go out on business for the city, that's not necessarily training, that it would be covered. So it's not like a fund like, oh, you've got X amount of dollars, go to this and that conference. I'm curious because I have seen this in other organizations where it is delineated. There's training and then there's other, you know, meetings and other things. How does the city staff do it? I mean, do you have just a training item and then something else for travel for business, you know?
So
How
most
does-
of those decisions are guided by policy adoption.
Uh-huh.
So for city staff, it's subject to, the goals of the overall city and how that delineates down to a department goal
Right.
and an individual goal for their job classification, et cetera. So through that, essentially a discretionary process that aligns with some city policy, we do have a travel, training, meetings, line items across the board for all city departments.
Okay,
So
I
that's how
see.
we do it for staff.
So we could do something similar that have some kind of a policy for travel if someone, because I know as mayor, I have extra duties. I do intergovernmental meetings and I attend, some conferences, not necessarily for training, but for the interaction with other legislators, to find out about funding opportunities, to build relationships with other officials, especially regional ones, because as I'm discovering, regional relationships are really important these days because of how funding is distributed through regional networks. So there's all these other pieces. So I guess I would be in favor of something where there's a policy, if there's some special thing that you're doing, like a meeting that you have to attend as a part of, as being a state representative or whatever, it would be covered up through resolution, I think I heard her say, or something. I'm not quite sure, but I get what she's trying to say here, and I just don't think it should come out of your training. If you wanted to have training, it shouldn't be dissipated because you're doing this city business,
Yeah, and if I can clarify, I believe what Councilmember Morales was saying, if I think back, she was placed or voted on via resolution to represent the city with the League of Cities. So in something like that, I think that's where you would have a resolution that there's a representation of the city. And I think that's what I heard.
So, but I'm not sure so there was a resolution for her to do this already, so.
Well, not the training side of things. So that's where the policy right now, because it's council travel.
Yeah, it's all in one thing.
And I don't remember the date off the top of my head, but there was a resolution passed. You appointed her to represent at the League of Cities. So if she were to travel to that to cast a vote, the way that the current policy is written, those expenses would go against that $5,000 line item.
Okay.
What the request that I'm hearing is because that is based on a council resolution to go represent the organization in an official capacity, then that should not count against the $5,000 line item, which that could be some sort of additional line item in the budget that's tracked separately.
Okay, so that.
So from a mechanic standpoint, that's not hard to do. I mean,
Okay.
we have
Okay, I see.
tons of line items.
Gotcha. All right, so, we had no public comment, we've taken discussions. Is there any consensus to do a line item? That's all we need is consensus, correct? Specifically for that kind of.
Well, it would be consensus to amend the policy to allow for that. That would be something that would come back for council vote.
Okay.
The only other comment I heard that I didn't see consensus on was Councilmember Burns' request to have, if there's not going to be a usage of that, to have the $5,000 or however much roll into the discretionary side. I would just say if that's the will of the council, then we would probably want to be clear with a time frame around that, rather than, we got a month left in the year and didn't go on travel, so we're going to roll it, because just from the time it takes for staff to not only prepare everything, but actually deliver on it and expend those funds by the end of the fiscal year. If it is the will of the council to go that direction, we would probably come back with recommendations on timing.
Okay, do we have any discussion about that? Is there anyone that, for me, I think that the training is there for training, and I wouldn't want anyone to be dissuaded from doing their training, because I think it's, especially new council, because they want to keep it for their discretionary so they can use it. I would hate for them to lose out on the training because they're trying to keep it, I don't know. I'm just kind of ambivalent about it, so I don't know if I would support that, so. Any other, so.
I support it.
Yeah,
Well, we
I've
got
only
that.
heard, so maybe I think we had consensus on the other part,
Yes.
but
we do not have consensus on a roll to discretionary.
Personally, discretionary, I stay away from. I should have stayed away from the, and discretionary should be discretionary, and training should be training. That's how I see it.
Okay, so we'll come back with an updated policy with probably budget implications associated with that.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Now, item F1, resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister, acting in its capacity as a successor agency for the City of Hollister Redevelopment Agency, to adopt a recognized obligation payment schedule for the period July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025. May we have the staff report?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Again, Casey Astorga, City's Admin Services Director. So before the City Council tonight is essentially the budget for the successor agency, which is also known as the ROPS for shorthand, which stands for the Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule for the fiscal year 24 through 25. So starting July 1st of 2024 through June 30 of 2025. The ROPS essentially is a summary of the successor agency's obligations, and the ROPS document is a template provided by the state of California that then summarizes the successor agency's obligations, in this case our bond payments, puts that onto a template. It hands it over to the county and the state concurrently through the oversight board to essentially outline the successor agency's obligations for that upcoming fiscal year. So it includes all of our bond obligation payments as well as some administrative overhead costs as well. So all those items are included in the council packet tonight. And so the action for the council to consider tonight is to adopt that ROPS budget for fiscal year 24-25 for the successor agency.
Okay, Vice Mayor, do you have any questions? Councilmember Burns, any questions?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Perez, any questions? Councilmember Morales, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comments on this item.
Okay. Bring it back for deliberation. Is there anyone who has any further comment? No? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right. Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Perez?
Yep.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Casey?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Finally, item G, committee assignments.
I have nothing to report, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Burns, do you have anything to report?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez, do you have anything to report? Councilmember Morales, anything to report?
Is this for committees?
Yes, this is for standing committees, ad hoc.
AMBAG met. They're doing a variety of different plans for transportation, and they will be working with agencies for comment. So I'll bring that back to the next meeting. There's a time period for comments to happen, and COG will be this Thursday. That's all.
Okay. So I have a few things, but I'll try to be brief. No promises. First, we had our animal shelter ad hoc meeting, and I know, as many of you are aware, that the shelter recently they uncovered a horrific case of animal hoarding, abuse, and neglect. It's probably one of the biggest the county's ever witnessed. So for our meeting, we ended up having a debrief session where the attendees, many of whom are involved in our local rescues or volunteer feral trapping, they shared their experiences of assisting in the rescue of the dogs and cats. And the situation was particularly traumatic for them because they were acquainted with the owners of the local rescue who were arrested. So the conversation was pretty crucial, not only for the attendees, but also for our animal control officers who are deeply affected and continue to be pretty overwhelmed by the situation. I did want to express gratitude to all those who stepped up that assisted animal control in those rescue efforts, and I know they were very grateful in our discussions. We talked about potential improvements and strategies to prevent this kind of thing ever happening again, exploring different ideas and weighing the pros and cons. We're going to continue that discussion, and we may have some recommendations to present later to the council. I did want to extend my thanks to the chief for attending the meeting and actively participating. I think that your presence was greatly appreciated by everybody, and it was reassuring to have your input in such an important discussion. And lastly, I just wanted to say thank you to all the folks in the community who donated food and supplies for our furry friends. So that's the animal ad hoc. And I attended another meeting for the collaboratory team that's working on a new community center. They're going to be having some upcoming listening sessions and with different segments of the population to determine what kind of programs and needs there could be met by the center. And then we're going to be doing some representational drawings for the packet that's going to be prepared and used not only for a capital campaign, but also to seek other grant funding. So one thing I did want to mention as part of that, I wanted to request and see if we can get consensus. I'd like to use $5,000 of my discretionary funds towards the cost of those renderings that are going to be done for this project. And let's see what else.
I'm sorry, for what project?
This is the community center.
Got it. Thank you.
And I think my other things are more attendance at events and stuff, so I'll save those for reports. So let's move on then to reports, council reports. Anything to report, Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Of course, I'm going to start off by thanking the animal control officers, the PD, our partners in the community, our community. Yeah, I also want to extend my gratitude to the city manager for helping me organize the drop-off to the PD. I got to spend the day with your officers. I learned quite a bit. I didn't know that you guys did the community projects. I'm calling it like a term because I'm a teacher, but I learned quite a bit from working with them. The community was very responsive. I reached out to them and I asked them, what can we do? They said they needed food, they needed cat litter. I said, okay, well, let's do it. And I think, just like the mayor pointed out, just debriefing, providing a space was really healing for the community, and it helps to strengthen our partnership with them, the police, the animal control. So thank you guys for assisting with that. I think it was a huge success. I do think that we shouldn't wait on looking at adopting a policy. We need to have something back now so that we can do regular checks or regular routine checks. And I know that there's policies out there because that's come up through the discussion. So let's get that back now, and then let's invite our partners in the community that are helping with our animals to come here and have that discussion here at the council, so that we don't come across a situation like that again, or it doesn't fall off. And then I do want to know if there were previous complaints with this particular nonprofit. I've heard things out there in the community, and I just think that we need to be as transparent and honest about that as we can. So I'm hoping that we can get the council to agree to that. Jóvenes de Antaño, I heard that they needed a little bit of money for discretionary funds to provide for marketing to help them get more funding, and I'd like to go ahead and support that from discretionary funds. Dia de los Niños is coming up on April 30th on the west side of Hollister, Jacaranda Circle. I don't know how long Senora Lezama's been out there doing that, but I used to take my daughter when she was little out there, and I'm hoping that we can partner with probably like the library, provide books or something. So for those of you that don't know, Dia de los Niños, well, we'll talk about it, I think, when it comes, but it's just Day of the Kids, and then they put together, it's a tradition in Mexico, but they put together a whole event out there for the kids to come and eat and play, and it's really a huge success, and these things are already happening, and I just want to help them. And then, I don't know, City Clerk, if anybody used the translation services tonight, do you know?
We don't have any way of checking if anyone logs into or not. It just runs both in person and also anyone who's on the internet.
Did anybody check out our iPads or anything?
No, they did not.
Okay. So I know that we had Spanish speakers, and I saw some of them walking in kind of late. I know they had a funeral to go to, but I think we're going to get real good at this now. Like, we don't have a choice. We've got 2 Spanish-speaking commissioners coming, so I'm looking forward to that. I hope that that if there are any challenges that come up, that my colleagues would support me in pivoting if we need to. But if we can just really learn how to use the system, and then really, like, I don't know, Mia, if there's something we can do to like announce it, like when there's people
That's
here.
Mayor. Sorry.
If there's something we can do to announce it, like, I don't want to stop you, but if we can just get like trained and we can get people hooked up, I think we need to do a better job of building access, and providing translation services is a good way to do that. So I'm excited about the future, and I hate to see all of the stuff that we bought not being used.
And it's not just that it's not that it's not being used. Anyone can use their QR code scanner and on all the signs that are around the room. So this is only for those who don't have access to a smartphone. Okay.
And then are they only getting, I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but is it just written, or can they get audio as well? I forgot.
Audio is also available.
Okay, perfect. Because I'm not sure everybody knows how to read sometimes, you know?
There's an option to turn on the audio.
Perfect. And then I support the mayor's 5,000 discretionary funds. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would actually like to receive a staff report on the animal situation that happened. It's my understanding that an actual residence is in an unincorporated area. I don't know that that's correct, but I would think moving forward that we could control nonprofits like this through a conditional use permit, where we would then authorize or make part of the requirement for the police department, code enforcement, to do an annual inspection. I don't think this is a hard thing to regulate. I think the challenge is it's in the county in this instance, and I don't know that we have jurisdiction, but I think a complete report would be helpful in that regard. And if we can't do it, I certainly believe the Board of Supervisors could. And so I'd like to know more about that. And again, I'd like to congratulate the police department and animal control and the entire community of Hollister, because it clearly shows the passion and the care that this community has for all those things. And so I would like to get an update on the rally. I think we're getting into the critical point where it feels like it's DOA, but I would like to hear that versus wonder. I would like to ask the council to support and request that the city manager or maybe his designee figure out other ways that we can run the meetings more effectively, efficiently. Everywhere I've worked as an employee, councils, board members have the board on the wall where you just vote by electronics and you key up, and all the things that the city manager spoke about. I think it's time for us to jump from the 19th century to the 21st century. And so I would like to move forward with that. I'd also like to receive a report on the SAFER grant and the pros and cons of a SAFER grant option for our fire department. I would ask this council support a resolution recognizing the Hollister High School young men's soccer. I understand that they've gone the farthest they ever have, where they won the Central Coast and they got into the state, and I think that was really good. And then finally, I would like to challenge my fellow council members. I heard Mr. Barrera talk about $3,000 to $5,000, and I think if each one of the council members were to give $1,000 of their fund, that we could hit that number for him. And I think, again, as I spoke about with the Veterans Hall, I think communication's the key, and it sounds like we have a great resource that's maybe, I don't know, it's underutilized, but I certainly think that that's a reasonable ask, and we've seen the value of communication. And that'll complete my comments for this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Perez, any comments?
Yes. Glad you came up, Danny, tonight. Pickleball court, I just want to say that, you know what, it's awesome to see color coming in there. Excitement for the cars that are stopping by. Everyone's asking, when is it going to be done?
Mm-hmm.
Openness. Yeah, glad you came. And, however it needs to happen, I say support. I can't say enough for what you guys do for our community. And it's going to get bigger and bigger, so that's really cool. Police, awesome. Animal control.
Councilmember, is your microphone on?
Yeah, it's just I got to turn it on.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. So the police, animal control. I love animals. I'm an animal lover myself. Was truly disturbed, and I think about the effects it has on our staff for coming into those situations, our fire department, our police department, for all those different situations. But anyway, so my heart goes out to the community, to the animals, and to our staff. And speaking of staff and police, I've noticed that there was an uptick in people being pulled over, and it wasn't me. So it was really good. But the police, you know what? I am so impressed with you guys lately. It's the professionalism, the just all the way around where the police department is going. I am so proud of you guys, and I'm glad you're serving our community. Thank you so much, Chief, and all you guys out there, community service. I was really impressed this weekend with the amount of officers that were out there patrolling, because it was a busy weekend, and it wasn't really a weekend. Well, it's St. Patrick's Day, I guess, but yeah. But that's about it.
Councilmember Morales, did you have anything you wanted to report out?
Yes. Save time, ditto police animal situation. Thank you. I also wanted to ask I know that we had an emergency, so when it comes to procurement, I'm asking to have a pre-qualification list in case of emergencies that at the minimum include prevailing wage, and that if we do contract for emergencies, that the contractor chosen does not have substantial labor violations, and that at least we check the project registration databases. These are for serious offenders. I also want to follow up. I want to say 2 years ago, budgeted for a police analyst. Some of my constituents were concerned about the shootings, and so want to see if the police department, now that they have their analysts, can submit reports to council, either monthly or quarterly starting, and then eventually going to monthly, maybe doing BI and having dashboards eventually. And also, I had requested an internship program. I'd like to now transition the internship program to an apprenticeship program for the city of Hollister. That is all.
Okay. So I am in agreement as far as Jovenes. If we all kicked in $1,000, that would give you your $5,000. I don't know if the rest of the council's willing, but I certainly am. I would agree with the request from Councilmember Burns about looking into things we can do to run the meetings more efficiently, and also the resolution he recommended for the young men's soccer. I did want to just briefly mention, because I know a couple of you spoke up about wanting to have some more things as far as the animal shelter and animal control. We did have discussions around the idea of licensing and registering and being able to control the rescues. And, you know, the chief actually had some interesting comments about that. Did you want to elaborate a little about that? So people, can we or not?
If it's going to be a lengthy discussion, it should be an agendized item.
Okay, I won't make it lengthy then. I'm sorry, Chief. But there was a feeling that we might want to consider other options. So I just wanted to let the council know. I know you want to start doing some regulation, but the ad hoc committee is there to actually make recommendations, and all of the folks that would come in here to talk are the ones that are there. They're all the rescues and the folks that are really involved in the animal community. So let us do our work and bring some recommendations, and everyone wants to see this never happen again. So there's that. So I just wanted to report out about a couple of events and things that I have attended over the last few weeks. Not this last week, but the week before was Read Across America and Dr. Seuss Week at some schools. So I did actually go and read at Lad Lane. I read to some first graders, and then I read to 4 classes at Sarah Vista, and it was really fun, and I got to pick my favorite Dr. Seuss book, so that's always great. And that same week, I also gave a talk to 138th graders at Mays Middle School, and it was a lot of fun. They asked a lot of great questions, and I just kind of got a kick out of the fact that a lot of their questions were the same ones I get from their parents on social media, like, why are there so many potholes, and when will they be fixed? And also, can we get a bowling alley or things for kids to do? So that was fun. Last week, there were some hospital meetings. I was asked to attend a hospital focus group, and it was kind of a smaller session with some local leaders, just with one of the 4 potential partners. Insight Medical was in town, and so they did a focus group, and then they also did a town hall, and I also attended that just to see what the bigger group from the community was asking. So I just wanted to report out that their well-funded group, have a good reputation, and they've done some pretty amazing things with the hospitals that they've built or saved from closing. They're based in Michigan, but have hospitals in Chicago, and they're trying to reopen a closed hospital in Iowa. They've never closed one of their hospitals they've taken over, and their goal is to grow and expand Hazel Hawkins. So I think of the ones that I've seen so far, proposal-wise, this is the most comprehensive and is considered an outright purchase in the neighborhood of 50 to 55 million. They would set up a nonprofit to run the hospital, and there would be a governing board made up of Insight doctors and staff that would also include members of the community. So just that it's out there, and that I understand that the hospital is asking all of the 4 potential partners to finalize their proposals by April 2nd, and then I think they'll go into some deliberation and looking at them. So there's that with the hospital. One question I had, and if I don't know if we bring this back or how we deal with it, but we did do our code of conduct changes, and is our new ordinance in place yet? I know it has to sit for 30 days. Has that happened?
It has. It was the middle of February.
So my question is, council was all required to sign the code of ethics and conduct, and so I'd like to get consensus that we do that again now that we have a new code of conduct or an updated code of conduct. And have some kind of a date certain by when we would all do that. So I don't know if we can get consensus on that. To either bring it back, I don't know, would we need to bring it back, or how would we approach that, city attorney? I don't.
It can just be through your thumbs up that you do up here.
All right. We don't need to identify a date certain though, right? I mean, like.
No, I think it's sufficient if you just give the thumbs up and.
That we all sign it. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And then last, but certainly not least, last Friday, I had the honor of hosting Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren for the visit on Friday. We started the day here at City Hall and discussed some of our pressing issues and goals. Then I took her over to the new Gavilan campus site, and she was able to take a tour of the construction site. And after that, we did take a drive up to Cienega Road to the wine country and enjoyed a boxed lunch. Supervisors Curro and Sotelo joined us, where we talked about wine tourism and how we could promote it in the region. And then we came back down to the airport for a tour of the Jet Center and to meet the team at Zero Avia, and also to come back to the office where our airport director gave the fastest presentation I've ever seen, because we were running short on time, like 10 minutes flat, and he had given a report out, did a few slides, and made the ask, and it was really, really impressive. So I just wanted to give special thanks to everybody that was involved. Thank you to our city manager and staff for organizing the breakfast meeting, and to the airport director for his great delivery. And then also we had Gavilan trustees, Jeannie Wallace and Irma Gonzalez, as well as Serafin Fernandez, the director of capital projects at Gavilan, and project manager Damon Felice, along with Block Construction, were all there and gave a really excellent presentation. And then also I was very thankful to Supervisors Curro and Sotelo for providing our lunch, and also to Christian Pillsbury of Eden Rift, because he graciously has allowed us to picnic at his winery, and he shared the really rich history of Cienega Valley. And I thought, but I was surprised when he was telling us we are, in our county, we're the oldest wine region in the state, and we kind of predate Napa and Sonoma, so that we have some really rich history there. So anyways, it was a great day, and I think we're going to have a pretty good partnership with the Congresswoman. She was very interested, asking a lot of good questions, and hopefully she'll give us the support we need to get some things done. And I think that's all I have. City Manager, do you?
Yes, so first I'll just circle back. And so I'd like to look for the discretionary funds, $1,000 each to get to $5,000 for Hoveness. I think that's something that I would get a consensus of everybody, because it's everybody's funds.
Yeah.
So I would want to make sure that Councilmember Morales.
Are you all right with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I also forgot one ask, if I can insert it now.
Go ahead.
I'd like to request $3,000 of my discretionary funds to complete printing the resource guide.
What was that for again? I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Discretionary funds for the staff did a resource guide and put it on a QR code. I bought some stickers, but I didn't have enough money for the rest.
Yeah, so I'll go down the line now. Okay, so I heard a little bit of back and forth, so I want to make sure I got that if I have consensus or not. Vice Mayor asked for looking at a policy on routine checks for animal groups. Councilmember Burns asked for a staff report on the animal incident with options. And then Mayor Casey asked to report back through the ad hoc process. So if I could get consensus there.
So just so we're clear, I think what Councilmember Burns is asking for and what I'm asking for is to prioritize this and to get an investigation and possible policies as soon as possible at the next council, if possible. And then we can invite everybody to have that discussion here. I'm not interested in prolonging it in an ad hoc committee.
So then there's two there. Then we would need a. So basically there's an ad hoc process, and what I am hearing from two of our elected officials is that there's an ad hoc process, but they would like to see it come forward through the staff process, not through the ad hoc process, to just bring it directly here to council for discussion.
And that is for us to police nonprofits, to check on nonprofits?
I think it was overall an update on the event. That I heard questions about, were there previous reports made? So we could provide that information as well with a high-level overview of the incident, and then options that are available for, for discussion, which would be, like mentioned, how do we regulate that through the CUP process? It was in the county. One of the hats that Chief wears is pound master for the county. So although we can't regulate land use decisions of the county, he still does through the nature of our contract wear the pound master hat for the county. So just like fire, we certainly could make recommendations back to the county based on what we see in that role.
So I'm not in favor of either of those. I think we created an ad hoc for a reason. I think that I get that people are up in arms because of this event, but I don't think it should be rushed. I think having deliberations, we had very good discussion, a lot of good ideas, and I don't want to take that away from the folks that were actually involved in the rescue. I'd like to have them have the opportunity to bring recommendations along with the animal control staff. They should be the ones deciding, not us sitting up here trying to make that decision for them. So that's my 2 cents for that.
So I guess we would have to have Councilmember Morales weigh in.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, so I'm not looking to make decisions. I would just like a staff report of what actually transpired. And then I think during public comment, we could absolutely entertain the ad hoc committee and what their thoughts were, as well as anybody that's part of the rescue community, to really figure out how to fix this. And the dilemma that is created is that, we provide service for the county. This property occurred in the county, but, people don't recognize it. They don't care, frankly. They just want it fixed. And I don't believe we're going to make recommendations to address land use for a county, a county pocket in District 4, as I understand it. And so, for me, I just want to move forward because it's already happened one time, and bureaucracy it gets complicated. And so sooner than later, so that we get all of the information out there. And I certainly am not trying to disrespect the ad hoc committee. I think they have a role, but I think I would like to see this happen soon as opposed to not soon. Thank you.
Councilmember Morales, did you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, so I think that it should continue with the ad hoc process because they already have the play. If I understood Mayor Casey, most of the players already have been working. They've developed a relationship and a process. I think what can be a compromise is if at the next meeting or the next fastest meeting is to bring back a staff report with all the kind of like a status update from the ad hoc committee, in addition to what the mayor is already providing, but a more detailed staff report. But I don't think we should bypass the ad hoc committee. I think it would be bad business practice just if we start doing that.
One suggestion, I know that people have questions, and if animal control officers wanted to come in and just kind of what they did for the ad hoc committee, talking about the process and what took place, we could do something like that, but it wouldn't interfere with what the ad hoc, which is made up of animal control and the shelter, the rescues and the trappers, from them making their recommendations to council. I think they're two separate things, but if there wanted to be a report out, I'd support that.
Yeah, staff could certainly bring a report out back, I would think, as soon as the next meeting. We're already working on, digging into, because there are a lot of questions about what happened and was it previously reported and all that. So Chief and I have been working on that regardless. And so, I think I'm seeing the heads nodding in the direction of bringing a staff report back. And then maybe that's, the ad hoc could come back with even further recommendations.
Could I also recommend that in addition to the pound master presenting or his staff, that maybe we invite the county, somebody from the county to come sit in on this as well?
Sure. Yeah. Are you looking for a supervisor that maybe is, I don't know their structure, if they have, a couple supervisors dedicated to something that would oversee this. They may have, I know they have a lot of committees, so.
Yeah, I was going to suggest the CAO, Ray Espinoza. I think.
Yeah, we could invite Ray, certainly.
Thanks.
Or go invite him tomorrow at their meeting.
Okay. We have a request from Council Member Vice Mayor Resendez Dia de los Niños for discretionary. If you could clarify a dollar amount, so I can bring that back, or if you want to work together. Typically, the way the policy is written is there would be a dollar amount associated with it.
$1,500.
Okay. Councilmember Burns, we're planning on bringing the rally item at the next meeting.
Thank you.
I heard 2 in support of tools, to bringing a presentation back on tools and options for voting, electronic voting, as our clerk gave me a heads up that our new system, our agenda management system that'll be rolling out in the coming months, actually, hopefully May, does support electronic voting, because that's one of the pieces it embeds within it. So it actually records the votes and helps with minute generation. So I don't want to get out ahead of my skis and promise too many things of what the system can do. But the new system does support the electronic voting. So.
And don't forget the technology that goes with that.
Correct.
That we don't have here to
Yeah,
support
no,
that.
we would be bringing back a presentation to say what that is. So.
A whiteboard with a...
A request for a presentation on the SAFER grant. Councilmember Morales requested us to work on developing a policy to create a pre-qualification, an emergency contractor list for pre-qualifying emergency contractors with a review of the project registration database for offenders. So that would be a policy. We would then most likely have to issue some sort of, RFQ to invite qualified bidders to get on that list. I've got 2 thumbs up. I'm assuming Councilmember
Yes.
Morales,
Sorry.
so, okay.
Councilmember Morales has her hand up, so.
Yes, I'm assuming because she made it, okay.
Yeah, so it's actually, you don't have to do so it's just whoever you normally would use, but just check them against the registry so they don't have any severe, I was gonna say violent crimes, but violent offenses. Substantial labor violations.
Yeah, that's,
What does that look like?
yes.
Yeah, that's huge.
Maybe we bring an item back, yes.
Yeah. Bring it back. Oops.
A request for the police analyst to start providing quarterly reports that we can include in the council packages, in the council agenda packages.
Yes.
Repeat that?
So in the last budget cycle, the police department was granted a police analyst position, which has since been filled and has been on board, would you say about 2 months, Chief, somewhere around there, 2-3 months? Okay. And so providing, now that there's an analyst in place, providing a report out to council quarterly.
Is it a written report?
A written report, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Correct. We did have council direction previously regarding developing an internship program. The request was to shift the focus and look at creating an apprenticeship program. Yeah, and we would bring an item back. I mean, it's basically to bring an item back. That doesn't mean by giving 3 thumbs up, we have an apprenticeship program. That would be giving staff direction to research that and bring it back. And then finally, a request for $3,000 from Councilmember Morales' discretionary funds to help support the printing of a resource guide. Okay.
Did we have consensus for my request for 5,000 earlier?
Oh, I missed that. That
Yeah.
is, yeah, $5,000 for, I had 2 thumbs up, so,
And I believe
for
it
the
would
rendering of
probably-
a potential community center.
It would probably be going to first 5, who kind of is underwriting right now until
Okay.
the collaboratory gets all set up.
That's good to know, thank you. And then the code of conduct, getting a signature, acknowledging the receipt of code of conduct. Okay, I believe that is all the items that we have consensus. Oh,
Did you get the soccer proclamation?
oh, I am sorry. Sorry. So the boys soccer team, it was asked for as a resolution. I'd like to get clarity if we typically would do a proclamation.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not.
Is that it?
So that's verifying those items. I did have a couple little things for city manager report real quick. So it was mentioned about the tennis courts and pickleball courts. So happy to report that weather permitting, that'll be finished Friday. We will have a ribbon cutting that'll be part of the photos with the Easter Bunny.
I had a conversation with our contractor this morning, and I think it was mentioned that some of the supplies he didn't have here, so he had to travel to go get them. He'll complete the painting Wednesday, and then it has to dry and procure. Yeah. And then I guess suppose we were getting rain this weekend, so he won't be able to install the posts until Monday or Tuesday. So we're thinking Wednesday. We put out a post, kind of pushing it until the following Friday though. But if it opens sooner, then we'll keep our council updated.
Are we doing anything special?
We would like to have a ribbon cutting for that day, and I'll excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit, and then I'll give you an update.
Thank you.
I'll give the council an update on that.
And then lastly, I'd like to just take a minute. On March 11th, we were happy to welcome to the team our new Assistant City Manager, Rod Powell, who is here with us this evening. And so maybe I can ask Rod to just step up, introduce yourself in a few words to the council. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Rod Powell. I'm a native Central Coast resident, previously working with the City of Salinas and the County of Monterey in a variety of departments. I had the opportunity to tour with the mayor last Friday and to also participate recently in your fire chief interviews, getting well acquainted with the staff and your operations. Very impressed and looking forward to supporting you all with all you do.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Welcome, and I think you're going to have to change your email from Assistant City Manager to City Manager.
Did my email still say assistant?
I think so. I could be wrong, but
I'll double
welcome
check
and
it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of my report.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing further, could I get a motion to adjourn the
So
meeting?
moved.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Morales.
Yes, trying to press the button.
Vice Mayor Resendez.
Yes.
Councilmember Burns.
Yes.
And Mayor Casey. Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I don't know.
Just turn.
Yeah, but why?
Maybe the battery's there.
Recording stopped.